from Washington, D.C. And, of course, the wiredtofishcoffee.com studios. You know this. Wired to Fish Coffee is our official coffee. You can go check it out today. Get 10% off. Just use the promo code JustNews or point your camera at that QR code. Great people, great product. I hope you test it. It's the best tasting coffee I've ever had. All right. We have had a busy news day all around the world where President Trump had a very important crypto conference today, moving forward an element of our new economy. A lot of developments in foreign policy. The president's making clear he may put strict sanctions on Russia to slow down their war progress against Ukraine. Also, a lot of discussions about Iran today and the possibility of opening nuclear talks. We're going to ditch the headlines today. Grant Stinchfeld, next hour, will take you through them. You can go over to justthenews.com right now and also check out everything that's breaking all day long. We got you covered with our new apps and the website. Today, I want to let my inner nerd come out for a little bit. I want to focus on the extraordinary opportunity that nuclear energy affords us in America. There is incredible innovation going on in the American industry. These tiny little nuclear reactors that could generate lots of electricity that are small to make. There are big discussions going on in Congress to ease the regulatory environment so that projects don't have to take 20 years to get online. They maybe get on in 5 or 6 years. China gets online in about 3 years, even though they have a strict regulation for safety. We got to stay up to speed with them. In addition, there is a new sheriff in town at the White House and at the Energy Department, and they are big advocates of nuclear. There is a moment ahead in the next few months where nuclear is going to become a major part of the conversation. We want to get you ahead of that tonight with an all-star cast of experts. Over the next hour, I'm going to show you what a nuclear modular reactor looks like today. It is the size of my backyard gas grill. I'm not lying to you. You're going to see it later in the show. But we're going to kick off our show today with a woman in Congress who makes extraordinary progress for the American people. You saw her recently tackle all of that abusive testing on animals and getting it out of the system. She's also on the forefront of pushing the changes that need to happen so we can have a nuclear renaissance in America. Joining me from the great state of New York, Congresswoman Nicole Malliotakis. Congresswoman, great to have you on.
Great to be with you. Thank you, John.
I want to do a deep dive in nuclear, but before we do, you continue to hit home runs on the NIH and the experimentation and all of those cool experiments that we did on animals, which, by the way, had no human benefit at all. Bring us up to speed on your new legislation and all the developments that have happened since the last time we had you on.
Yeah, well, since I was last on, we've seen the administration take significant steps to stop this cruel and inhumane and unnecessary animal testing that's costing taxpayers billions of dollars a year. As a matter of fact, back in December when we first met with Elon Musk and Doge, it was the first thing I brought up was that we need to end this cruel animal testing and the fact that we were doing even things like hormonal transition therapy on monkeys. President this week announced that they put a ban on that. But also we've been able to successfully stop cruel experiments at the VA in which they were drilling cat skulls, infesting, and other agencies that were infesting beagles with fleas. And they also stopped sending money to communist China for an experiment that would also obviously not be smart considering what happened with the Wuhan lab and gain-of-function research. And so, look, we want to put a complete end to this inhumane when it's unnecessary, unless there's an actual scientific medical purpose and there's no other technology, whether it's AI or human cells or any other type of chip model that could be used. There needs to be an end to this because it is cruel, it is unnecessary, and we want to see it ending, not just here, but in countries that are foreign with subpar conditions or countries that hate us like Russia, China, and Iran. I think that makes a lot of sense and it's something that the taxpayers really would support.
Yeah, you drove this. I mean, I watched this from afar. I've been in Washington 40 years. You drove this. You educated people. You educated your colleagues. You got it in front of the American people. And those cancellation of all those contracts and those research grants are really a direct result of your relentless effort to just make us smarter in America. And that's one of the profound things you told us, Congresswoman. It's something I think a lot of people didn't understand at the beginning. There really was no human benefit to these experiments. This was just science because nerds wanted to do something. And it was cruel to the animals, and we didn't have any benefit whatsoever, right?
It almost seems like it was a business, right?
Yeah.
This was a business. They would purchase these animals that are obviously, there's the mills that are producing them, and then they would go on and suck taxpayer money to do these experiments that were unnecessary. So it really seemed like there was another purpose to this, and it's antiquated, this type of research, and it's not physiologically astute considering the technology we have now. As I mentioned, there's many other alternatives, particularly with AI, that this can be done in a much better and humane way. And as a matter of fact, I'm also supporting legislation that would end animal testing requirement by the FDA on cosmetics. It's something that the animal rights industry and the cosmetic industry both support. Okay, they know that they can do this in other ways that are better, and yet we still have these antiquated requirements that they use animals, and so we're hoping that that'll end as well, and we can save some cute puppies and animals that deserve to have a better life than to be treated as just these lab experiments.
Yeah, at the behest of the U.S. government and at the expense of American taxpayers. Taxpayers, dog lovers, animal lovers everywhere owe you a great debt of gratitude for what you did. You mentioned AI, and one of the great challenges for our AI revolution, which we're still winning, but China wants to knock us off that throne, is the need to create more load in our electric system quicker, faster, and smarter than we've ever done before. Your state, I think, is one of the case examples of maybe not how to do it. They took a nuclear power plant offline. The load's never really been able to get balanced since that time. How important is it for nuclear to move back into the conversation, and not only into the conversation, but into action, not more than just the Vogtle plant in Georgia?
That's right. I believe in an all of the above energy regimen here that would allow for not just clean energy based on innovation in the free market, but also respects our traditional sources of energy. Nuclear is one of those energies that is considered a traditional source, but it's also a clean energy. Right. And what New York did when they eliminated Indian Point Power, that's a nuclear power plant that was in the Westchester area, that was 26% of New York City's electrical supply. And so what they did was they took a clean energy source offline, and then what they did was replace it with actually fossil fuels. And so they did not achieve any of their objectives. And not only did they replace it with the fossil fuels, but this push toward a green energy in a very irresponsible way has driven up the costs of everybody's utility bills here in New York. And so, this is something that we should learn from the rest of the country. Don't do what New York does. New York also is denying the expansion of gas plants. And again, we're seeing utility bills skyrocket as a result. And so nuclear does present an interesting opportunity. And if we look to Europe as an example, yeah. Europe also did the same thing. And now what are they doing? They're going back to those traditional sources because they recognize that they've become so reliant on Russia for their energy needs. And so, whatever we can do to diversify our energy sources and bring in clean energy like nuclear makes a lot of sense because it is cheap, it is reliable, and those are the two key things when we're dealing with energy and trying to keep people's utility bills down.
You also have spoken so eloquently about a third element of the sort of backward way we've had policy under particularly in the Biden years, the anti-energy policy, as they call it. And that is, it not only hurts consumers with the cost, it not only takes load off and makes things harder to do, it's actually made the air less clean, but it also harms our national security. This is a national security issue, isn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, just like I said, look to Europe to see what happens when you're relying on Russia for your energy sources. And, the past administration, Biden administration, what did they do? They lifted sanctions and ended waivers or provided waivers rather for Iran to continue on their nuclear program, but they didn't do much to ensure that we're focusing and building our nuclear power sources. And then they went to Venezuela, a country that again hates us and also treats its own people so inhumanely and serves as an ally to our adversaries, to try to get energy from them while dismantling American production. So very irresponsible. We learned from Europe that Energy security is national security. Let's not make the same mistakes. And sadly, a lot of blue states that are run by the Democrats, New York is one of the worst cases, and so is California, are doing just that. And it really makes absolutely no sense. And at the end of the day, it's not just security, it's affordability. And like I said, the people who are seeing high energy bills here in New York, they need to look no further than what Kathy Hochul has done to this state and dismantling smart energy policy in this rush for a Green New Deal. And like I said, I'm for clean energy, but it's got to be done in a responsible way, using innovation, free market, not picking winners and losers, and using your tax dollars to do it.
Yeah, we get it right when we let the free markets work. It always does. And when we manipulate them, it always seems like we stub our toe or bang our head into a concrete wall. It's really something. I want to stay on nuclear for a second because there were some interesting developments today. I remember back in, I think it was 2021, you got into the National Defense Authorization Act, a requirement that we get more transparency about what was going on with Iran, going back to the Obama era, the Biden era, because they were going to restart those talks. Today, President Trump indicating there may be some talks ahead with Iran to try to slow down the nuclear development that they got over the last 4 years. Maybe Russia comes in as an unexpected partner if we get peace with Ukraine. Walk us through how important this development is and what we should be watching for with Iran.
I mean, the damage that the Biden administration did over the last 4 years is incredible. We would not see Hamas attacking Israel had it not been for Joe Biden, like I said, issuing waivers and allowing civilians to continue to work on the nuclear program in Iran. That enriched Iran. They lifted sanctions and they made really bad decisions, and that is what gave Iran the money to fund not just Hamas, but Hezbollah, Houthis, and other bad actors in the region. And so I think that we need to restore the maximum pressure strategy and campaign that President Trump had. It had economically crippled Iran. And I am concerned on how much they've been able to advance their capabilities in these 4 years while Joe Biden was, basically allowing them to do whatever they wanted. And so I think it's a tough task for this White House. But if anyone can do it, it is President Trump. He has shown time and again, peace through strength works, and he is the deal maker, and he will, I believe, put us in the best position possible to try to put a stop to this while also making sure that we are ramping up our own domestic energy and national security capabilities.
Yeah, so that's a no-brainer. One last quick question. You mentioned Governor Hochul. We only got about a minute left, but there is a crisis on her watch, the prison crisis. Guards unable to keep the prison safe. They ask for help. They get fired. How bad is the situation? Is there anything Washington could do to help there?
Look, this is, again, the anti-police agenda. They've made it so difficult, not just for cops on the streets like our NYPD tying their hands. They've done it to correction officers, too. They didn't want solitary confinement anymore, so these hardened criminals, violent criminals who are in jail. Remember, who's in jail these days? Yeah. It's really the worst of the worst because they've basically let so many people out of jail, releasing them early, putting them on probation, putting them on parole, or just the bail law that just releases them right back onto the streets. So the worst of the worst are in these prisons. And when you don't have solitary confinement and you tie the hands of our law enforcement, it makes it very difficult. I feel so sorry for these correction officers, and the state legislatures should reverse the policies that brought us to this point where it's literally the inmates running the asylum.
Yeah, completely backwards. Congresswoman, you do so much. You've made such an impact over the last couple of years. It's such a great honor to have you on the show today. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Have a great weekend.
Yeah, you too. Thanks for all you do. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, more on how the Trump administration can expand our country's nuclear power. What's going on and what happened when Europe abandoned it? The Congresswoman mentioned that. They went backwards. They got reliant on Russia. That doesn't make sense. We're going to cover that next after these messages. Hey, folks, did you know that American homeowners have over $32 trillion in equity? That's an amazing figure, but you know the bad news? Criminals are targeting it with a growing scam the FBI calls house stealing. Scammers can transfer your title right out of your name using a one-page document they file at the county. Then they can take out loans against your equity, even sell it behind your back, And the scariest part, you won't find out about it until collection or foreclosure notices start arriving in your mailbox. Now that is something you don't want to have happen, leaving you, of course, when that happens, in a financial and legal nightmare. The best way to protect your equity is with Home Title Lock's exclusive $1 million triple lock protection. This service offers 24/7 monitoring, urgent alerts, and if fraud should occur, the U.S.-based restoration team will spend up to $1 million to fix the fraud and restore your title. So when was the last time you checked on your title? If you're like me, the answer is never. And that's exactly why scammers are counting on you to fail. The good news is for 2025, Home Title Lock is offering you 25% off. And you also get a free title history report when you go to HometitleLock.com and use my promo code JTN25. Now make sure you check out the $1 million triple lock protection details when you get there. One more time, go to HometitleLock.com, use the promo code JTN25. Welcome back, everybody. As I said at the top of the show, this is my energy nerd hour. I have been waiting to do this for a long time, taking a deep dive into nuclear energy, which is the potential game changer in the race with China for American supremacy. Our next guest has sat on the precipice of where we're going. He sees it, he's driving it, he understands it. A lot of people say, how are we going to build energy plants? What do we do with nuclear energy? Where are they going to go? He's going to give you some surprising answers about how we can retrofit some of our current plants and get them to high load levels with not so much expense. Joining us right now, the founder and managing partner of the Radiant Energy Group and a great nuclear expert, Mark Nelson. Mark, great to have you back on the show. Thanks for joining us.
Good to be here, John.
All right, so I think we got a little glimpse in our opening block with the Congresswoman about where Congress is, that there is some excitement, there's some movement, there's some energy to get things going. A lot of people say, all right, if Congress gets going and the Trump gets going, and where are we going to put these things and how long is it going to do? You have some really fascinating ideas about how quickly we could retrofit and get nuclear energy back online, right?
Yeah, so nuclear reactors, if you look at a map of America, they basically look like they've been put wherever there was a lot of people already living or moving in the 1960s and 70s. So in some ways, a map of nuclear is a little bit a map of the past, but that's not always a bad thing. A lot of the most dynamic states economically are in the places that were growing a lot in the 1970s and 80s, like the South. The reason this matters for nuclear is because the easiest place to add a bunch of nuclear power is where you're already running nuclear power today. Think about what that means. If you already have a nuclear plant, then the people living there, they love it. They want it to be there. They want to see more nuclear power, and they want to hand off the nuclear plant to their kids and their grandkids. So America's nuclear plants were mostly designed to include double the power that eventually got built when plants started getting canceled in the 70s and the 80s after the fears of meltdowns and also the lower load growth than we were expecting. Well, we're back to boom time, and that means we can actually finish those nuclear plants and execute using the most modern designs we have available today.
I want to make sure I just heard what you said. The current plants, if we retrofit them, they could generate as much as 5 more times energy what they're currently doing with these new modulars?
It depends. So if you planned a nuclear plant in the 1960s and 70s to have 4 reactors, but you only built and turned on 1, that means in many cases, you have a plot of land that would be perfect for adding those reactors. Here's another thing. One of the biggest drawbacks of wind and solar is trying to build the grid way out to connect new intermittent sources of energy with the constant demand at either data centers or in cities. So the grid is a bottleneck, but we've already connected to the grid to existing nuclear plants.
That's a great point.
What that means is either you scale up the grid or you use the grid capacity that's already there to increase the number of reactors at the site. And in some cases, that could be up to 4 times the power. In many cases, quite comfortably, you could add double the amount of power at existing nuclear plants. Now, a lot of the advantage of the small modular reactors that people are talking about is that you can more easily site them in new locations or far away from the grid. One of the great advantages that America has in large modular reactors is that there are reactors that are made in factories, made in modules, and then assembled on site to provide up to double the power, maybe triple in some cases, that we are getting from existing sites.
That's amazing. I mean, we talk about nanomedicine, and obviously things in the medicine industry get smaller and smaller, micro-robotics. We have nanonuclear in a way, in the sense that the old reactors compared to the new ones. Give us a little bit of sense of how much space we save with these new nuclear reactors.
Well, partly it depends, because if you have an absolute emergency need where you must have power, like in a forward operating military base or, America's submarines or aircraft carriers, you can get an enormous amount of power in a tiny little place. In the commercial world, where you don't have military objectives that you're trying to meet, you can space it out a little bit. Put your nuclear in the countryside. People are proposing reactor designs that are so compact that if there was desire from either industry or even from residential areas, you could have these reactors in the middle of the city. In most cases, the new technology benefits from decades of experience in making systems simpler, which means easier to operate and often lower running costs over time, if you can construct them successfully. The small reactors are an experiment in going back down in size. The large modular reactors are an experiment in simplifying the large reactors we already have. Both of them are worthy objectives and interesting to pursue. If I had to say that one is not getting enough attention at the moment, I would say it's the large modular reactors.
Yep.
But I'm really excited about opportunities at both size levels.
Yeah, that's a great point. All right, so I think there's a little history lesson we have to help, because even in the ongoing conflict between Russia, Ukraine, and Europe, there are some lessons about turning from nuclear energy. All right, so we know New York turned away. That's been a problem. We know California turned away and had so much buyer remorse they brought a nuclear energy power plant back online. Europe turned away, and that made them dependent on Vladimir Putin. The anti-nuclear movement, has it truly stopped because of the experience of places like those 3 that we just mentioned?
I'll tell you, John, it's substantially weakened, but it is not dead. One of the most important reasons for European countries to work with Germans to defeat the anti-nuclear movement and to restore Germany's nuclear reactors to power is because the German state has an official policy of sponsoring NGOs, including green groups like Greenpeace, and that means that these organizations last once they get into the government and start redirecting German taxpayer money to themselves. They're able to keep up anti-nuclear activities long after they've lost the majority of the population. Germans learned a powerful lesson after the invasion of Ukraine. What that means is when the gas pipelines that they were warned about by Americans as well as others. They were warned that it would make them dependent. They learned a powerful lesson when those gas pipelines were turned off and then somebody blew them up. I'm not here to cast blame. I'm here to say that if you can't control and defend the pipelines that bring you natural gas, you don't have a secure power supply. So Germany turned from being somewhat anti-nuclear on average to now being somewhat pro-nuclear on average. And especially with the recent elections, it was the parties that support nuclear energy that tended to have by far the largest vote shares. So the parties in Germany that either quietly or loudly support nuclear energy tended to see a surge of votes compared to the last election.
Trend line, maybe some politicians may want to pay attention. That's a very important trend line. All right, we lean backwards in history. I want to lean forward in history now. What is the opportunity? We're in a race with China to dominate the artificial intelligence world that's about to come upon us. It's already starting to develop upon us. The load numbers for what AI is going to take is going to put incredible pressure on a grid that is having a hard time right now keeping up with current demand. What could nuclear do? How many nuclear reactors could we bring online if we got the regulatory system on? And what would our future look like if we do this right?
So in some ways, I would love to give you this big number and say, we're going to get it. In fact, I'm working towards a goal of tripling nuclear by 2050. That doesn't necessarily mean we're going to triple it in the USA, but certainly in allied countries, we have a long way to go to helping to share and build and make money off of nuclear technology. But if I'm looking very seriously in the short run, what can be done during this administration and the ones that follow it, we can start down the path of catching up to China on nuclear energy. John, China is building copy after copy after copy after copy of our best reactor designs. And in fact, by building, they're going to be able to not just catch up, but exceed both the number of reactors we have and their ability to modify and improve on the technology if we don't start building again. So the number one thing I'm saying is there's an incredible role for private enterprise to explore prototype designs and to help see if we can execute on the smaller reactors. I believe in that. But the opportunity I want to make sure we don't miss going forward, especially in this administration, is starting to get back to executing copies of those reactors that we built in Georgia and doing it over and over again so we can learn the lessons. I have absolute confidence in America's working men and women and in our managers. If we focus, if we start to answer your question, I think we can get 6 gigawatts of nuclear reactors started under construction in the next 2 or 3 years, but then those 6 gigawatts will be the training ground and the proving ground for the people and the suppliers that would be needed to expand much more rapidly to match the Chinese in the next administration. So to answer your question, maybe 6 reactors of about 6 million people's worth of the large reactors. I think that we can do a gigawatt or 2 of the smaller reactors under deployment, maybe in 4 or 5 years if they're ordered in large quantities by data centers or others. In the big reactor world, where I still think we're missing the fact that China can build anything at once. They can build any design they want. They have a regulator that's quite strict, but they're working very hard to build quickly. China is choosing to build these large reactors because each time you build one, it's as much power as maybe 100 of the small ones. It's very hard to catch up to that unless you're doing the big ones. I think under this administration, we can start 6 to 12 gigawatts of those reactors at existing sites or brand new sites, and then that will let us build double in the next decade to come. That would give us a turning point where we could expand those fleets and those sites, or we could figure out what new technology we're going to need after that.
Mark, it's exciting what you lay out, and you've done a lot of thinking on this. I know you're such a very influential voice in this great movement that is upon us. Great to have you on the show today. Have a great week, and thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me, John.
That was a lot of fun. Great conversation, great explanation. All right, more on this important nuclear power issue right after our next message. We're going to lean a little heavier into artificial intelligence right after this. Hey folks, let's be honest, our body lets us know, right? We're not getting any younger. And if you want to look and feel your best, you need to check out our good friends at Pure Health Research. They have 45 premium health supplements designed to help with every health goal, whether it's boosting your energy, trimming belly fat, supporting healthy blood sugar, pumping your testosterone up, or even reducing swelling in your legs. Pure Health Research Supplement Store has you covered. Each formula is crafted with natural, non-GMO ingredients backed by clinical research and manufactured right here in the good old USA. And here's the best part. Pure Health Research is offering you an exclusive 35% discount. You heard me right, 35% off. Just go to purehealthresearch.com and use the coupon code JUSTNEWS at checkout. With their 365-day money-back guarantee, there's zero risk in trying something new, so why wait? Head over to purehealthresearch.com right now. Explore their 45 amazing supplements and save 35% before this deal ends with the coupon code JUSTNEWS. Don't miss this chance to feel your best. Welcome back, America. Those of us who've seen nuclear power plants in their life realize that they're massive right now, right? The ones that we built in the 60s and 70s, they take up acres and acres of land. We're going to show you something pretty amazing. Our next guest works for a company that is building the next generation of nuclear reactors. And by the way, they're remarkably small and just as powerful. Joining us right now, the CEO and founder of Valor Atomics, Isaiah Taylor. Isaiah, welcome to the show.
John, thanks so much for having me on.
All right, you're one of the youngest nuclear visionaries in America. You've got this great company. Before we show what's behind you a little bit more, tell us what your company actually does.
That's right. So Valor Atomics, we make small modular nuclear reactors. Our business model is a little bit unique. We make these reactors and we make thousands of them, and then we deploy them on what we call gigasites. Gigasites are essentially a co-location of a nuclear reactor factory and a very large-scale deployment location. This allows us to get economies of scale in building, many, many nuclear reactors, more like you'd build a car. And we get to make these reactors extremely cheap because of that. These gigasites will power essentially large industrial campuses, things like metal electrolysis, advanced manufacturing, data centers, and really critical industries to power the next generation of U.S. industry.
Yeah. So a lot of people who are living near a nuclear power plant, they're used to seeing the three giant towers with the steam coming out and a massive plant. Tell people what's standing right behind you. That's not a part. That is the reactor, right?
That's right. So what I have right behind me here is what we call Ward Zero. Ward Zero is our non-nuclear prototype. So this is essentially a one-to-one scale nuclear reactor with all the critical components needed to run a nuclear reaction. We use silicon carbide heaters inside to simulate the nuclear reaction. And you're right, it's a lot smaller than you'd think. The small modular reactor concept is, instead of building one massive plant, we want to build a lot of smaller plants. That allows us to manufacture them instead of using traditional construction methods, which take longer and are a lot more expensive. I'm super proud of the team. We just unveiled this a week ago. The team has moved incredibly fast to build this device. I'm extremely proud of them.
That's pretty amazing. I mean, it looks like my grill, but it's actually a nuclear reactor. It's just amazing, the size footprint difference. All right, people are going to ask, is it safe? How do we know it's going to work? And how do you protect something that small from a terrorist or things? You've thought through all of these things. Walk us through the security and safety that is endemic in this great project you built.
Absolutely. A smaller nuclear reactor is inherently safer. When you have a very large nuclear reactor, if anything goes wrong, it's more difficult to remove the heat from the system and prevent meltdown. So smaller reactors are a little bit less efficient, but they're a lot safer. We also use something called TRISO fuel. TRISO fuel was invented in the 80s in the United States as a way to prevent nuclear proliferation. And essentially what it is these very small kernels of uranium encased in very, very hard layers of carbon and silicon carbide. And that makes the uranium fuel essentially useless to a terrorist who might, try to access a nuclear facility. So these two things are, working together, much smaller reactors, which are much safer, and a very, very concrete type of nuclear fuel that's very difficult to access. And so we've thought through both of these things very closely. We also think that this gigasite model of putting many reactors in one site allows us to do a lot better job of physical security around the site as well.
Yeah, amazing. You really have thought through it. It's pretty exciting. American ingenuity in action right now. If we didn't have the government regulatory regime, which takes 20 years to seem to approve a power plant, how quickly could you get one of these things from conception into operation, and how much electricity would one of these little reactors generate for, what size community could be supported by it?
It's a really great question. I'll actually start just by going back into the past a little bit. My great-grandfather was a nuclear physicist on the Manhattan Project.
Wow.
And they created the world's first nuclear reactor in about 8 months. They created the world's second nuclear reactor about 4 months after that, and the world's third nuclear reactor 6 months after that. So if you want to know how fast could we build nuclear, the first nuclear reactors ever made were made in a period of months. China is currently building nuclear reactors on the 2 to 3 year timescale, and these are very, very large systems. You're right, it takes about 15 years for us to turn on a full-scale nuclear reactor in the United States, and that is a regulatory issue. There are a lot of regulations that need to change, and we need to essentially rebuild the entire regulatory environment to support this concept of smaller reactors, which you build much faster and turn online much faster. This is an early test model. It's about 1 megawatt. So this will power about 20 to 30 city blocks, just this unit here. We're going to make one that's about 3 times larger than this, and that'll cover a small town or a small city. And what we'll do is we'll put several of these reactors in a row, and we'll scale that up very quickly over time.
Yeah, you get a scale of efficiency and rolling that out that the big power plant doesn't ever really have the opportunity to achieve. All right, we have a lot of influential people that watch this show, members of Congress. We've got a new set of sheriffs in town, an all-Republican Congress, a Donald Trump White House. For those listening who might be in those positions, what does Washington need to do to unleash what you and your extraordinary colleagues have built?
It's a really great question. And, I was very fortunate to be invited out to Mar-a-Lago to speak on this topic a couple of weeks ago. And I was really surprised to find extremely, extremely receptive ears. I think that this administration really wants to hear from entrepreneurs, wants to hear from builders and technologists about what we need to do to the regulatory environment to allow us to build again. A couple of things have already happened. Setting NEPA back to where Congress originally intended it, without this massive CEQ that was built up with all of these regulations that made it impossible to build everything. That was a day one action of the Trump administration to close the CEQ and to rescind all of the CFRs. That's going to accelerate us a ton. The other thing I think that we should focus on now is creating a test framework that allows nuclear entrepreneurs like myself to rapidly test nuclear reactors, that are small, that are very safe, out in the desert. You should be able to have a test reactor like this and get a permit to test it within 90 days. There's no reason that we need to wait 4 or 5 years for a review for a very, very small, very safe reactor. The fact is, advanced technologies only develop through iteration. They only develop through building things, testing them out, seeing if your designs worked, and then iterating again. That's how SpaceX has gone from a very small team of engineers to launching hundreds of Falcon 9s every year is through this rapid iterative development program. That's where nuclear started, and it's where we need to get back to. And I think that's what Congress needs to make happen.
Yeah, such an opportunity, and we're at the doorstep of that history. I hope the folks listening tonight appreciate what you're doing. As I mean, you gave us a glimpse of what the future looks like. Along with this, just real quickly, microgrids, along with these mini modular nuclear, we could really deploy a lot of electricity load quickly, and that would help us in the AI race, right?
It's critical for the AI race. I would say it's actually the most important part of the AI race with China is that we need to add tons of power, not just to the grid, but in these microgrids. We need to be able to power many, many data centers that get built out very quickly with a lot of power. It's also going to be critical for other things as well. You know, we're trying to have a chips industry in the United States and bring chips back to the US. But one of the most critical elements to that is gallium and germanium. And these things come from electrolyzing metals. This is where, you know, it's off feeds from the aluminum industry. That's something that we could unlock with nuclear as well. We used to do it with coal, and we could do it again with nuclear. And advanced manufacturing as well is another one of these areas that really needs a lot of energy. So almost all of the critical races that we're in with China really just need energy for us to unlock them.
Yeah, it's amazing how close we are to a true energy revolution. Isaiah, thank you for giving us a glimpse of the not so distant future. It's going to be pretty amazing to watch what you and your company and your engineers are doing. Great conversation today. Thanks for doing it.
Thanks so much, John.
Yeah, congratulations. All right, folks, how about that? You just got to see a nuclear reactor that looks like the size of my grill in my backyard. It's just crazy. All right, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're going to finish things up with the president of the American Conservation Coalition, somebody who has been doing the big thinking about how we can get to that era that Isaiah just showed you. We'll have that right after these messages. I want to keep on this incredible discussion about what nuclear offers this country. And we're joined right now by one of our partners for tonight's show. He's the president of the American Conservation Coalition, my good friend, Chris Barnard. Chris, good to have you on.
So it's great to be with you, John.
All right. So I think there's just an interesting evolution been going on. I think maybe if you go back to Fukushima and the accident in Japan a decade and a half ago, people were a little bit reserved about, maybe outright against nuclear energy, but there has been a very fast warming over the last 3 to 5 years. Walk us through how public sentiment and political sentiment's been changing and what the opportunity is because of that change.
Yeah, look, there was a poll from Gallup in late 2023 that showed that for the first time in a very long time in American political history, you actually had a majority of Americans saying that they were in favor of more nuclear energy. So it was nearly 60%. And you mentioned Fukushima, Chernobyl. For a long time, people were afraid of nuclear. They thought it was going to cause nuclear meltdowns, that you'd have, kind of like in The Simpsons, those fish with three eyes and green water and all those things. But the reality is that actually people are understanding that nuclear is clean and it's actually the safest source of energy that we have. And if we want to have more affordable and reliable and clean energy, nuclear is the best way to do that. And so especially a lot of young people are realizing that this is the way to go. And we're pushing back against the environmentalists that for the last decades have been shutting down nuclear plants and trying to get more ones built. That's what we need to be doing right now.
Yeah. At the top of the show, we got to talk to Congresswoman Nicole Maliotakis. And New York is like ground zero for what happens. If you pull these nuclear reactors offline, all of a sudden the load can't be replaced quick enough, certainly not by the renewables of solar and wind, and then electricity prices going up. If nuclear gets inserted into a place like California or New York, what does it do to change the minds in those states when they realize what happens?
Well, look, you mentioned New York and what they did there, and the big irony, what just really annoys me so much about a lot of the environmental movement is it was environmentalists who shut down Indian Point nuclear plant that provided 25% of New York City's clean electricity. When they got rid of the plant, it was replaced with natural gas. In places like California, where they've also shut down nuclear plants over the years, they're getting their backup power from coal from Utah. And so none of this makes any sense. Environmentalists are shooting themselves in the foot. And actually the places that have the highest penetration of nuclear power in their grid show that they have a very reliable, affordable grid, no blackouts, no brownouts, and actually also some of the cleanest grids in the country and in the world. You look at a country like France that has a 91% decarbonized grid because they've invested in nuclear. And it's not about just making it more expensive or making it less reliable. You can have cleanliness at the same time as having reliable and affordable power. And environmentalists that tell you that you can't do that are lying to you.
Yeah, I mean, that has been the big battle the last decade. People have been sold on you have to give up your costs. You got to pay more for it. It's the only way to do this. And the answer is it's actually really not. Now, the momentum is moving in America towards nuclear energy. There are some pretty significant roadblocks because the regulatory process, things like NEPA, the National Environmental Policy Act that goes back to the Nixon years, and other regulatory regimes slow down. I mean, a nuclear power plant often takes 20 years to go from conception to operation. Can that window be compressed, and can we fix it?
Absolutely. We've only built 2 nuclear plants in America in the last 30 years. But if you look at countries like the United Arab Emirates and elsewhere in the world, they're able to build these reactors in less than a decade, sometimes even as little as 6 or 7 years. The reality is that we've overregulated the industry. We have a nuclear regulatory commission that doesn't even have in its mandate the desire to build more nuclear plants. They just want to prevent anything bad from happening, but in doing so, they make it impossible to build these things. And the reality is that we need to get back to a simpler, more streamlined approach to this issue. We need to get rid of the fear-mongering, and we need to make it easier for entrepreneurs to build and to do what they do best, which is innovate. And right now, our regulatory regime in this country is the opposite of allowing entrepreneurs to do that.
Yeah. Who are going to be the forces? Who are the players that are going to get that regulatory thicket thinned out so that a nuclear power plant can maybe go from conception to operation in 6 or 7 years as opposed to 10 to 20 years? Do you see someone in Congress? Do you see someone in the White House or the Energy Department that's going to be that bull in the china closet? Because this resistance, we've talked about regulatory reform, I think, for all the entire time I've been in Washington, D.C., which is 35 years. It hasn't really happened related to energy and specifically nuclear. Who are the bulls in the china closet going to make it happen?
Well, look, there's 2 dimensions to this, right? There's the administration and then there's Congress. You do need Congress to do as much as they can to legislate, to get the NRC to get their act together. Right. You had Congresswoman Nicole Maliotakis on earlier. She is a great champion for these issues. You have members of Congress like Chuck Fleischmann and Den Crenshaw, Byron Donalds, who's running for governor in Florida, who are just huge champions for this, have really strong bills to make sure that we can actually build nuclear in this country. And that's great. But I'm also really hoping that the administration can make a big push here. Secretary Chris Wright has, in his secretarial order, said that he wants to unleash America's nuclear era and nuclear dominance opportunities. That's one of the most important things we can do if we want to have energy security, if we want to beat China in the AI race. And so I really hope that the administration can put a lot of pressure on Congress and on the NRC to actually get this done, because at the end of the day, China's building nuclear plants pretty much every single day at this point, and we can do only 2 in the last 30 years. It's just not good enough. We need the administration and we need Congress to get their act together immediately on this.
France and China are putting us to shame. Last quick question for you. We've got about a minute left. Access to uranium. We have plenty underneath our feet, but we shut down our entire industry over the last decade. A good percentage of our nuclear materials that go to our reactors come from Russia right now. Is there a fast enough movement to start get uranium production in America going to really feed these new cool reactors that we have?
The short answer is no. And I feel like every time I come on your show, John, we're talking about all the silly things that environmentalists are doing. And this is just another one of those examples. We have so much uranium in this country that we can mine and then we can use to build these nuclear reactors, both the traditional reactors and the next generation that require this advanced fuel, but we won't let ourselves use it. On average, it takes 29 years to open a new mine in America. Wow. It's the regulation, it's the litigation, it's the environmental groups that are stopping us from doing this. And so we end up being reliant on countries like Russia and other countries that probably aren't our best allies when it comes to this. And so if we really want a nuclear future, we need to allow ourselves to mine it right here in America, where we do it better and safer and cleaner than anywhere else, and truly unleash America's nuclear revolution.
President Trump made a big hint in the State of the Union that he's going to unleash mining rare earths. I assume uranium will come under that order. Chris, this has been a great conversation today. A lot of people, I don't think we're up to speed on it. We got them up to speed today. There's an incredible opportunity. Natural gas, nuclear could be an extraordinary combo for America going forward. Thanks for your support and for all the great conversation we get with American Conservation Coalition. Well, what a great conversation. I'm not going to forget the image of that nuclear reactor. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we skipped headlines at the top of the show, but don't despair. We're going to get you caught up quickly. Our great White House correspondent, Ben, will be here in just a few seconds. But first, a quick commercial break. Welcome back, everybody. A few more minutes before we head into the weekend and hand things off to Grant Stinchfeld. At the top of the show, we kind of skipped the news headlines because Amanda's out on assignment today, but I want to wrap up with some fascinating stuff going on at the Trump White House. It's been another busy week in Washington, particularly at the White House. Lots of things happening, not just the speech, but executive actions, foreign policy developments, a lot of things happening next week we're going to have a close eye on. I thought I'd turn to our amazing reporter, Ben Whedon, for an update. Ben, good to have you here.
Well, thanks for having me.
All right, this was a big foreign policy week for the president. Pressure on Ukraine at the end of the week, pressure on Russia at the end of the week, morning of sanctions. What's going on in the war there? Where are we standing? What's Trump trying to accomplish?
Well, so right now, Trump's trying to get a ceasefire as quickly as possible. He's going to face some difficulties because there's movement on the battlefield right now, especially in the Kursk area where the Ukrainians invaded. The Russians posted a breakthrough last night that questions whether or not they're going to be able to encircle that position. So that's going to be a huge point of leverage for the Russians if they capture a fairly large portion of Ukraine's army. In that, we're waiting to see how it plays out. But what Trump's trying to do right now, he's yanked both the intelligence sharing and the actual military aid, which is putting a lot of pressure on Zelensky in terms of their ability to respond to air threats, because a lot of the missiles that Ukraine uses have been reliant on American source of targeting. And so what's happening now on the Russian side is Trump has said, all right, we're going to slap a bunch more sanctions on the Russians. And at this point, that may just be messaging, in part because he says he's considering it, but also because, well, the Russians are about as sanctioned of a country as they can be at this point. So, you know, he's at least trying to put something out there because he has faced criticism of only pressuring Zelensky. The question is one of leverage. What's he got in both directions? So he just needs to use that as much to say, I am putting pressure on the Russians. If they come to negotiate, we've already seen Putin's willing to talk at the very least. He can claim that the sanctions threat worked, or, you know, he's got this other focus on pressuring the Ukrainians. It's all about getting them to the table one way or the other.
Yeah, that's it. That's the end game, just getting those conversations. Reports from and a confirmation from Steve Witkoff that there will be some discussions next week in Saudi Arabia. What do we know about those?
So they've already had the talks in Riyadh with the Russian diplomats, but now we know that we're going to have Witkoff, Rubio, and Mike Waltz in Riyadh to talk to some of the Ukrainian delegates, and supposedly Andriy Yermak is going to be one of those Ukrainian officials, and that's one of Zelensky's main aides and closest advisors. So that's the nearest indication we have that they're talking about something tangible. But the biggest issue now is Trump seems to be holding out for a better deal than what Zelensky could have signed if he had done so at the White House last week. And that means a commitment to a tangible ceasefire. Zelensky has said several times that he'd sign this deal and then backed off. Witkoff went off a couple of days ago saying, that was the third time he'd said he'd sign it and then never did. So the perception of Zelensky as a reliable actor is certainly fading in the administration. This is kind of his chance to say, all right, you can lock me in and we'll work going forward.
Stone tablet, I'm writing it down. We got about 40 seconds left. Big surprise today, or reports coming out, the president is going to engage in some conversations with Iran about slowing its nuclear program down. In the past, he hasn't been interested in that. Is this a flip-flop or an opportunity?
I think it's potentially an opportunity. He certainly doesn't want the situation in the Middle East to escalate any further. And, he's inherited a geopolitical situation that would not have been of his making by any means. So there is a measure of practicality here where he's got to clean up a mess. That might mean taking a different approach than how he would have done the first time.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Surprised a lot of people, but that's some of the Trump White House every day. There seems to be a surprise or two. We don't know where they're going. Folks, if you don't follow Ben every day on social media or on Just the News, he's one of our very best reporters. He keeps us on top of everything. He's fast, he's quick, he's smart. He writes some of the biggest picture enterprise. Go check him out, bookmark him. He's one of our very best. All right, we're going to head into the weekend now. I hope you get a little spring weather. I think we're all tired of winter. We'll be back Monday with regular programming. Good news, Amanda will be back in the studio on Monday as well. Until then, we're going to hand off to our good friend Grant Stinchfeld. You have a great, blessed weekend, and we'll be back and talk to you on Monday. Thanks.
Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Stinchfield. I'll tell you what, everything stinks in Washington. I think the corruption you see in that city runs rampant and has been running rampant in Washington probably since our capital was located there. The problem now is it is hard to figure out who's corrupt and who's not. One reason that's hard to do is because many people didn't want to take a look at that. But the walls are now closing in Washington. They're crumbling, really. Why? Because of Donald Trump and Elon Musk. The entire Doge team is going to get to the bottom of the corruption, I promise you. Not just wasteful spending, but corruption here, all right? This is our friend Tim Burchett from Tennessee.
They're going to push back because you've got congressmen on both sides of the aisle that if they follow that paper trail, it's going to come back to them. You got their wife and or girlfriend that works for some agency, quasi-agency or some business, and I'll probably get primary for saying that, but that's the truth, and we all know it. And this town's crooked as a dog's leg. Somebody's going to straighten it out. It looks like it's going to be Elon Musk.
Crooked as a dog's leg, it has been for a very long time. So what does Elon Musk do? He's got to get to the bottom of it. We've got to stop not just the waste, fraud, and abuse, but elected politicians getting over on the American taxpayer. Look at Senator Sheldon Whitehouse, the guy from Rhode Island, Democrat. The issue around him surrounds his wife. His wife worked for a consulting company, or does now, called Ocean Works. She's the president of that. Before then, she worked for a nonprofit called Ocean Conservancy. This group received $14.2 million worth of grant money through a series of bills, from infrastructure and the bipartisan infrastructure bill and the Inflation Reduction Act, all bills that Sheldon Whitehouse, her senator husband, had voted for. That, to me, folks, is a very, very big problem. All of these bills that we've passed with the pork in them are a problem. As you may remember, Mark Morano, who was on this program from Climate Depot, said it's a giant grift going on in Washington.
When they finally authorized the funds from the Inflation Reduction Act, these groups formed themselves immediately to start sucking down this money. And these were top Democrats. You mentioned them: Stacey Abrams, Elizabeth Warren, other people through Citibank. And what happened was they got this money and it was for absurd things like environmental justice, identity politics, all stuff that would have, first of all, nothing to do with greenhouse gas reductions. And second of all, everything to do with identity politics, the woke agenda. This was just a complete grift for the government to hand out money to people who are well connected.
And that's just one issue. Think about all the other places we've handed out money to, Ukraine and beyond, all the crazy USAID money that's been floating around throughout the globe. So we've got to get to the bottom of it clearly. I want you to take a look at Adam Schiff. Now, Adam Schiff says he's got a net worth of about $2 million. Surprisingly, that's on the lower end of members of Congress. But I've got to ask myself a question about this man. He's got a $180,000 a year salary. He claimed to have taken in another $40,000 from miscellaneous income. By my math, that's $220,000. How do you have two mortgages? He's got a mortgage for a $350,000 condo in California and a $750,000 home in Maryland. Now, on $220,000, that doesn't add up. I don't know how you afford just to have the condos. So where's his money coming from? He doesn't care, apparently, that we're asking that question.
They come after me all the time. Elon Musk and Donald Trump, they call me a criminal. They call me a traitor. Their MAGA minions online come after me to try to intimidate me, to create fear. I'll tell you my response. My response to that is, screw you and the horse you rode in on. I hope that is your response, too.
Did we bleep out screw you? No, screw you, Adam Schiff. Seriously, I'm going to be looking at you because you're crooked. And I think you're also a criminal with leaking classified information and for what you did to President Trump. So, yes, laser focused on Adam Schiff. All of this, though, the widespread corruption amongst members of Congress and in the United States Senate is all an open secret. I mean, I'm going to show you the net worth of the leaders of these two parties. Check this out. Nancy Pelosi, she's been in government all her life, $202 million net worth. $202 million. Mitch McConnell, $95 million. Chuck Schumer, $75 million. And I love this one. This one's my favorite because she's crowing about the rich and famous. She's worth $67 million, Elizabeth Warren. All of these people, career politicians. How in the world are they gathering this wealth? Elon Musk says it's not just about insider trading. So members talk about this, members of Congress, but nothing seems to get done. Maybe, though, maybe this is changing. This is Congressman Burleson from our program.
We need to do our jobs and identify the corruption and do investigations into all of this corrupt activity and how the money has flowed. Let Congress take all of the heat, and Congress needs to step in and identify all of it. You know, look, you can't throw a rock in this town without identifying some organization that, you know, three-letter entity that is part of this whole, you know, money laundering machine.
Here's the good news for you. We have members of Congress like that and others, one will be with us in just a moment, that want to get to the bottom of all of this. So how bad is it? Well, Elon Musk gave us a hint. From what he's found, he now fears for his life.
If I fully destroy the corruption and the graft, they will kill me.
Frightening. Because this is big money. Billions of dollars, in fact. What exactly has Elon Musk found? Here's a little example.
Small decisions result in multi-billion-dollar outcomes. So, you know, we'd see, you know, it was a case where we saw one person was getting $1.9 billion sent to their NGO, which basically got formed about a year ago and had no prior, no prior activity.
$1.9 billion to their pet NGO. I can't wait to figure out who that was. And then there's nobody more corrupt than the Biden crime family, right? Well, this is rich, folks. So Hunter Biden is dropping his lawsuit against the gentleman who released his computer with all Hunter's laptop stuff on. He's dropping it. Says he doesn't have the money anymore. Doesn't have the money. He basically makes a stunning admission, not so stunning, but an admission, so to speak, in this. Throw it up, guys. Let's read it to the folks at home. It reads, since late 2023, Hunter Biden writes, and through today, my income has decreased significantly. Prior to that time, my income primarily came from sales of my artwork and sales of my memoir entitled Beautiful Things. In the 2 to 3 years prior to December 2023, I sold 27 pieces of art at an average price of $54,000. But since then, I've only sold one piece of art at $36,000. Given the positive feedback and reviews of my artwork and memoir, I was expecting to obtain paid speaking engagements and paid appearances, but that has not happened. So when his dad was in office, he sold 27 pieces of art for $54,000. Now his dad's out, and he sold one right before his dad left for $36,000. You think they were buying influence? Thank you for the admission, Hunter Biden. It's about time. What about the idea of buying influence in all of these things? Senator Joni Ernst sent a letter to Health and Human Services exposing a group called ARPH-A. She calls it a Biden biotech slush fund. Fox Business insists there's nothing on this group's website. They don't have any labs. They don't have any real programs. Dr. McCullough commented on it.
What do you make of that? It looks like slush funds at HHS under Biden. How does anybody get $28 million by using a post office box as an address?
This is part of a giant slush fund called ARPA-H. $1.5 billion floated out from the Biden administration in 2022. As far as I can see, they've produced nothing. Supposed to be a biotech innovator, has no oversight. I think Elon Musk's Doge Group ought to look at this one pretty carefully.
If the money's not being used to do anything good, it can only go one place, and that's in somebody's pocket. We want to know whose pockets. Well, joining me now, Republican Congressman from Tennessee, who gave me the idea for this whole monologue today. Our friend Tim Burchett is back with us. Congressman, good to see you.
Good to see you, brother. Thanks for having me on.
All right. You're in the sweatsuit because you're gearing up, working out for a fight ahead of you. You're going to have a fight. You think you may get primaried. Heck, you may be like Elon Musk. They may come after you, Congressman. You're speaking up about this stuff.
Yeah, I'm not suicidal, so if you find me tomorrow with 13 bullet holes in the back of my head, I did not do it to myself, and I do not take any narcotics, and I do not drink, so we're kind of limited. But no, yeah, everybody knows it's a crooked town. As I like to say, East Tennessee, we say it's crooked as a dog's leg, and it really is. The thing you got to figure is, where is this money going, and why is the pushback coming out on Elon Musk? And the reason I'm pointing, I'm going like this, because that's the way the money's going to go. It's going to go out of the American taxpayer's back pocket into the back pocket. It used to be, we uncovered some things a while back that dealt as Ukrainian money we think got pushed into some Democrat campaigns. But now you're going to see it, I think, go right into the pockets of politicians. Case in point, we voted for I didn't, but we started voting for all this money for Ukraine. Where's it all going? Well, we ended up giving them our missile defense system. And then guess what? We had to replenish our missile defense system. And when we did that, it was a multi-billion-dollar no-bid contract. And it went right. And who owned stock in that? Members of Congress, both parties. This stuff's got to stop, man. It has got to stop. And do you honestly think we're sending $10 million to Madagascar for circumcisions? I mean, I don't know what a circumcision costs, but I can't imagine how many we're doing for $10 million. I understand they're voluntary, but either way, it's not a good look. We're sending trillions of dollars overseas. I have the bill dealing with I'm trying to get a hearing on it. I'm trying to get it passed. We're sending $40 million a week to the dadgum Taliban. Man, they'll hate us for free. Where is all this money going, and why are the Democrats pitching such a fit that we're trying to stop waste, abuse, and fraud? When they say Medicaid, we're cutting Medicaid. No, we're not. We're cutting the fraud in Medicaid so we can give those people more money that make the system they paid into. So this thing is corrupt to the top. And we need, these are 80-20 issues. 80% of the population agrees with it.
All right.
Hammer Congress on this. Hammer Congress on this. Don't let them get off the hook on this one.
We can't. I know Stinchfield's army out there isn't going to, and certainly I'm not going to. I know you're not going to. But here's my question. So you say you're trying to get a hearing on this. $40 million to the Taliban. Is the speaker not banging on your door? Please help us. Where is Speaker Johnson in this? I don't mean to put you in a bad spot, but shouldn't this be like...
He's been good about it and told him to pass it on to get it going. And then I had a meeting with my buddy Steve Scalise last week, and he told me they're going to get on it. But it just, the machine, here's the machine in Washington. Everybody talks, these evil lobbyists. Well, we're all lobbyists. Either we're lobbyists for good or for bad. If we're not out there for good, then the bad will fill in the vacuum. But what you've got is staff. Republican committees some of them have 60 people that work for them, the staff. The staff is the real swamp or sewer, if you will. I've heard very powerful members of Congress say, we can't get that out because staff would kill me for it, or staff doesn't like it. Who the hell elected the staff? Nobody. Yeah. And that's who's, all the focus and attention is on Congress, and it should be. But you've got this whole infill, and that's how you see, how do these people stay in office? We had the chairman of appropriations living in a dadgum nursing home for I think it was an Alzheimer's type situation. How does that happen? And you know why it happens? Because the staff is running it. The staff is fed off these committees, and they keep them going. They keep propping these old men up that can't put two words together and form a sentence. And we've got a real problem.
So let me ask you two questions here. One is, are you getting pushback, even quiet pushback, from members of your own party? Are there people telling you, Burchett, please back off of this?
Yeah, I got called to the woodshed. Member of leadership, man, said, I got to do this. And I got to tell you, some guys in leadership don't like you saying this stuff. And I said, but it's true, right? And he said, well, yeah. He said, but you can't say it. And I'm like, well, tough. I'm from Tennessee. Come after me. And that's what they'll do. They'll pick at me. They're already hurting my fundraising. It's just the big boys don't like it because they're getting fed. They will run this country into the ground to keep their power and keep that money flowing, that crooked money that we have worked so hard for in America to be just stolen from them.
All right, well, I know you know this. Times are changing, right? So they don't control the Republican Party like they think they used to since Trump has taken over. Stinchfield's Army, go find Congressman Burchett's fundraising page, his website. Put some money in the tip jar for the man, all right? If leadership is going to try to squash his fundraising, we'll try to raise some money for you, Congressman Burchett, because you're on the front lines here. Last question for you. You don't have to name names, but do you have names? Do you think you know where some of this money's going? You think you got them dead to rights?
I think it's pretty evident to me where some of it's going, yeah. But you got to dig. They're pretty arrogant, but you got to dig a little deep. You've got to look at vacations. You got to look at where they go. You got to look at trips that are made. You got to look at family members and things like that. And that's just something that nobody wants to do. But I tell you what, if Elon Musk is still in the next 150 days, I think a lot of that's going to come out because he's got, I don't understand how they do it with the AI and all this stuff, but they've got, from our conversations with him, he's got some stuff cooking, and they will start squirming, and they will try to do everything they can to dislodge him from Trump, because that's all they're talking about is, I don't like this stuff he's saying. Well, Elon Musk is not a politician, all right? He's some, I don't know. I've talked to him. He's a funny guy. He's obviously very smart, but we're going to have to enact it. And so you watch the ones that pitch the fit when the bills start coming out to what they say codify the stuff Doge does, and the ones that are doing it. They'll pass a strong bill in the House and they'll pass a strong bill in the Senate, and they won't align. And then they'll blame the House, and the House will blame the Senate will blame the House, and the big boys will laugh all the way to the bank.
All right, well, as you said, we need to put the pressure on him. I take it there is a few of you up there that feel like you. We've spoken to some of them. Obviously, many that come on this program feel like you. So you do have some backup, but we're going to never stop fighting, trying to get this stuff changed. I know you won't. And you're always great coming on the program, Congressman. Enjoy your weekend, and thank you. I'll make sure I tweet out the tape of you saying you're not suicidal, so we got that on the record on X, okay?
Right on. Thank you so much.
You got it, my man. Thank you. Be safe out there, really. We joke about it, but it's really not even funny. This is big money, and these people are serious, man. Serious as a heart attack. No pun intended. All right, on to another story. 415 government agencies, quasi-agencies. Thanks to our friends over at Open the Books, 75 of them are basically defunct, went out of business, merged with other agencies, yet they're still in the federal record. What kind of record keeping is that? Well, joining me now is investigative journalist from OpenTheBooks.com. Jeremy Portnoy is with us. Jeremy, it's good to see you again.
Good to see you too, Grant. How are you?
All right, Jeremy, it seems to me that if you close an agency down or you merge it with, you could take it off of the books. This is not happening?
Yeah, this all started because we went through the Federal Register trying to tally up how much spending and headcount has increased at each federal agency. The first thing we noticed is that 75 of them don't even exist anymore. They're still listed in the register, but it's almost impossible for the average person looking through this to really get a sense of how large the bureaucracy is, because this list is not up to date. It's hard to tell what's actually still in place and what's already defunct.
All right. There's not money going through defunct agencies, right? Because that would be really bad.
Right. We haven't found evidence of that yet. We just see them still listed in this register, basically obscuring from people how many of these agencies are truly still in place. But we've already gotten through a good chunk of the agencies that do still exist, like, of course, the Department of Education, the EPA, and unsurprisingly, we're finding their outlays just soaring by 500 to 1,000% over the past 25 years.
All right. This is what I was going to ask you next, because as I was going through, you've got EPA, Department of Energy, Department of State. You go through all of them. it seems like, I was surprised at this, that head count from 2000 to 2024 in most of these agencies actually dropped. But as you said, the increase in spending soared up to 1,000% in some agencies.
Right, and that's one of the big counter arguments you see people trying to use against DOGE and against cutting government spending, is they say, look, the headcount is staying the same, or some employees were actually let go. But that's not the whole story. If you look at the EPA, they have less employees now than they did in 2000, but their spending increased by 570%. Department of Education spending is up by 750% since 2000, even though math and reading scores have dropped among 4th and 8th graders around the country. We're spending all this money, we're not seeing the results of it.
It seems to me that seems a common theme at all levels of government. Spend lots of money, throw it at a problem, and the solutions never come. They never see any positive results of any of this, Jeremy.
Yeah, I mean, it's sad, but it's true. And a lot of times with the EPA is a good example, you see the employees actually in the agency sounding the alarm bell, and people don't listen, right? A couple years ago, the EPA Inspector General went to Congress and told them, hey, the Inflation Reduction Act gave us way more money than we have the capacity to spend, and we know if we spend it all, a lot of it will probably be lost to fraud. But nothing changed. All that money still went out the door, $40 billion. Spending just goes up and up every year, reached new records under Biden. Now it's up to this new administration to try and slow it down.
All right, one agency I saw, last question for you, the FCC, the budget up nearly 1,200% since 2000. What is the FCC doing with that money?
That's one of the biggest spikes we've seen in all the agencies we've looked through, or through about half of them so far. And you're right, up 1,200%, right? That's the Federal Communications Commission, of course, managing radio and TV, even this program we're on right now, I'm sure. But it's just an example, right? These agencies that you don't think about as being one of the big ones, like, the EPA or the Department of State. But even these little agencies and smaller groups, the spending just keeps going up and up year over year.
Well, I'll tell you this, it's great work you guys do over at Open the Books, Jeremy. I appreciate you sharing your work with us. As you release more stuff, make sure you call us. We'll get it out there for you. Thank you.
Of course. You just say the word, Grant.
Absolutely, buddy. OpenTheBooks.com. Folks, check out their website. Really, it's fascinating to go through their reports. Maddening, but fascinating at the same time. All right, folks, the IRS is the largest collection agency in the world. Of course, they're going to pay for all this stuff, right? And with April 15th just around the corner, they are more aggressive than ever. If you owe back taxes or have unfiled returns, do not wait for the IRS to come after you. Getting ahead of this now is the smart move, but never contact the IRS alone. Turn it over to the team at Tax Network USA. Whether you owe $10,000 or $10 million, Tax Network USA's attorneys and negotiators have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt. Getting in touch with them is easy. Call 1-800-905-8000 or visit tnusa.com/RAF. All right, we have the saga of Joe Biden and the auto pen. Could his executive orders all be null and void? This story? Wait till you see it. Welcome back, everyone. We've got some disturbing news to tell you. Maybe it's good news, maybe it's not. It's actually pretty frightening when you think about it. Nearly every one of Biden's executive orders, his pardons, in my opinion, could all be null and void. Did Joe Biden use an auto pen, a virtual electronic signature, to sign all of these executive orders? I want you to take a look at this video. It's a side-by-side of the auto pen signature is what it's called. On the left, you see the signature used in nearly every signing. On the right is Biden's signature in the one document we know that he signed, and that was him stepping out of the race, dropping out of the presidential race. They look a little different. Did they use an auto pen? Maybe. Here's some more evidence. Do you remember the story that Speaker Mike Johnson told about Joe Biden not remembering an executive order he signed? Listen to this.
With me, I said, Mr. President, respectfully, could I go out here and ask your secretary to print it out? We'll read it together. You definitely did that. And he goes, oh, you talk about natural gas. Yes, sir. He said, no, you misunderstand. He said, what I did is I signed this thing we're gonna conduct a study on the effects of LNG. I said, no, you're not, sir. You paused it. I know. I have the export terminals in my state. I talked to those people this morning. This is doing massive damage to our economy, national security. It occurred to me, Barry, he was not lying to me.
So was Joe Biden, especially at the end, lacked the cognitive ability to remember what he was supposed to be signing? Did he sign these documents at all? Will the mainstream media cover this story? I'm not convinced they will. Joining me now from the organization that uncovered this, from the Heritage Foundation, attorney Samuel Dewey is with us. Samuel, welcome to the program.
Thanks for having me.
All right, why don't you take me through what you found here, this auto pen situation. What do you think's going on here?
So we've been tracking for a while the fact that President Biden clearly was not all with it, and that it got progressively worse over his presidency. So we've been looking at how do we show that, what indicia of that would be. So we obviously litigated against Biden a lot when he was in office. We were pursuing and are still pursuing the tapes of his disastrous interview with Special Counsel Hur, the elderly man with a poor memory, as one of the reasons that he didn't get charged for retaining classified documents. And we've heard that tape demonstrates the fact that he was an elderly man who was not altogether with it. So we've been pursuing that angle. Another angle that we were taking a look at was, well, in light of what Speaker Johnson said, in light of how little he seemed to know about what was actually going on in his administration, ostensibly under his name, was looking at the signatures. And what we saw was that it appears that there are a lot of documents that should have wet signatures, normally have wet signatures, would have a wet signature under President Trump, be it 45 or 47, looked as though they were auto pen. And there was a very real variance between these signatures. So we looked at them all and we said, well, that would make a lot of sense. Either you're auto penning to hide a cognitive decline that would be inherent in the handwriting. For example, if you look at one we think he did sign himself, which is Hunter's pardon, the handwriting is shaky and has some marks that would suggest that. And then the broader question is, well, were his staff, who we knew were managing everything else, telling him what reporters to call on, telling him where to stand, telling him he had to stop talking to the press, were they just telling him, hey, we've got this great thing, auto penning it, he didn't read it, didn't know what was in it, etc.
Let me take you through a series of questions pretty quickly as we get to the bottom of this. So do you have a handwriting expert that says, yes, these are all auto pen, or do you have an expert that says, yes, every single one of these signatures is the exact same? Because basically an electronic signature, an auto pen, a computer is going to write it the same every time. Did you have one of those experts figure that out?
That's something we have underway, is talking to experts in these field. Another way you could look at it is there should be records ostensibly authorizing the use of the auto pen. So that's another another question out there, but we're looking very actively at both of those avenues to further our inquiry.
So the auto pen is not necessarily illegal to use, or would null and void these executive orders, or could it?
Oh, I think it definitely could. I mean, at the highest level, it is unclear if you can use the auto pen at all, even if everything else is above board. DOJ has said you can. A lot of people, including myself, think you can't, that you need a wet signature. I can tell you that President Trump, wet signature for something like a bill or an executive order, and I can tell you President Trump has never auto-penned something like that.
Well, let me do this for you. We put this together for you, okay? So this is President Trump. We know this isn't an auto pen. Roll it, guys. All right, so this is him literally. I thought it was going to be a little bit different, but this is him literally going through a whole bunch of different, not quite as dramatic as I thought I was going to be, but that's him going through executive order after executive order. Clearly not an auto pen. So
no,
if you figure out that this was an auto pen, what is the next step? Are the pardons null and void? Do we just, one simple way would be to ask Joe Biden directly and say, did you sign these or not, correct?
Yeah, oh, absolutely. And I think, that certainly could be on the table. I know there's been a request by the Attorney General of Missouri, Andrew Bailey, to the DOJ to investigate, and they could ask that question. I mean, I think if it was auto-penned without Biden knowing, it is clearly invalid. And I think there are a lot of people who agree with me that even if it was auto-penned with his knowledge or some variation of the knowledge, I know it's about natural gas, I don't know what else is in it, that it would also be invalid. And because the signature is an essential element of the act, be it in terms of legislation or be it in terms of the executive order, the legal theory is it's not just a routine ministerial act. It's significant. And that makes sense. I mean, let's get at the core of this. The core of this is the president actually competent in making his decisions? That's why there's the signature requirement. It's not something old anachronistic. And this happened before. I mean, when Woodrow Wilson was incapacitated at the end of his presidency, those around him dramatically downsized the presidency to cover it up. But there were a few orders that were signed by his wife, and that created legal headaches. Here we have the people around Joe Biden bragging about how they expanded the presidency the same time he was incompetent. So this is, I mean, I'll leave you with this on this. The history on this, you go back far enough, you can find an example where Henry VIII's will was auto-stamped and created an issue over the succession. The people that affixed the auto stamp had to be pardoned for treason. That's how serious this was. So that kind of gives you an idea of what we're talking about here. It is potentially criminal. If you forge the president's signature, there's actually an argument it's treason if you do it with an auto pen without him knowing.
I would argue it 100% is. Look, I'll use a legal term for everybody out there. What would a reasonable person think? We have to go sign our mortgage documents. You don't just have somebody sign your document without you showing up that you sold your house. I mean, you have to sign it for a reason. You're there. You show ID. Yes, this is me. And then you have a notary of the public stamp it. Yes, you signed it. If that's good for me buying a house in Dallas, Texas, it better damn well be good for the president of the United States, who's literally have lives at stake for every order that he signs. I'll tell you what, Samuel Dewey, this is fabulous work. I hope and pray the mainstream media picks this up. I'm not convinced that they will, but, as much as we can help you push this story, you let us know.
We will do that, and we will keep you informed as we keep going. And, I think the mainstream media will do what it will do, but I think this is hard to avoid because the point you just made, everybody is familiar with having to sign their own mortgage themselves, with having to sign driver's license applications themselves. Think about the implications. This is too big to ignore. What was being done in his name when he was, anybody could see was out of it.
Absolutely. And who knows what else is out there. From the Heritage Foundation, Samuel Dewey, thank you. I appreciate you coming on this Friday night, and I appreciate you keeping us posted on this. We appreciate it. You got it. All right, folks. So this is a story. Can you imagine if all of these auto signatures, the executive orders, the pardons, other actions, bills that he signed, did he sign the bills? That would make legislation null and void. In my opinion, we shall see. And if it was fraudulent and forged, you better believe that is treason. And you know what the punishment for that is. And we know the people around him. This is bad. It really is. All right, folks, you don't buy a life jacket when the boat is sinking or gold when the economy has collapsed. In fact, gold hit all-time highs in 2025, proving that others took this advice. But it's not too late for you to act, and Birch Gold can help you. Birch Gold can get you diversified into physical gold. They help convert your IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered gold IRA with no cash out of pocket. Text America to the number 989898 for a free info kit with no obligation and with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. Birch Gold secures your future with gold. All right, Democrats in New Hampshire are proving yet again they are the anti-woman party. Wait till you see their antics from the State House next. Folks, I want to take you out to the New Hampshire State House. This is a Republican state representative talking about transgenderism and allowing transgender men to take over women's spaces. Listen.
Across the nation, let the women working in garment shops know they were not alone, that they need not be silent, that they need not accept danger just to make men more comfortable. We have a choice to make. Our children and grandchildren are watching.
The member will suspend. Somebody needs to do it.
I object and I withdraw my consent.
Representative Murray withdraws her consent.
Representative Murray withdraws her consent.
All right, they stop her from speaking. Then they got to vote on whether or not to let her speak. This is how that goes down.
171 voting yea, 89 voting nay. The motion passes. The House will be in order. Enough. Now let her speak.
So the speaker tries to get the Democrats under control who go hog wild. Then what do you think happens? Oh, the whiny little Democrats like they do in Washington. Remember, I tell you, every state house is a microcosm of D.C. They walk out.
Our children and our grandchildren are lost. They're dying without you.
Well, she got to finish her speech. That's the good news. She also gets to come on Real America's Voice. With me now, New Hampshire State Representative Erica Leon is with us, who was at the center of attention there in the State House. Representative Leon, great to have you on tonight.
Thanks for having me on tonight, Grant. I really appreciate it.
All right, explain to me what's going through your mind as all this starts to play out.
So the first thing is, I wasn't up there with the intention of talking about transgenderism. It's Women's History Month, and women are being silenced to make other people feel comfortable. Yes, that's a very big issue with transgenderism, but there's a lot more where women are asked to be quiet just to make sure that we're not hurting other people's feelings. So I was up there, I was speaking about the history and the fact that women need to be quiet in order to protect other people's feelings. And then as soon as I was speaking about how the garment shop workers, those men, had placed the women at risk back 100 years ago when unions were first taking hold, that they objected because they were projecting their own insecurities on what I was saying. And quite frankly, I was disappointed. I thought we'd do it better in New Hampshire than in DC, but it wasn't the people that I usually work with there. It felt like Tuesday night in the president's address to the joint union, not the way we normally work together in New Hampshire.
You know, I can't help but think, too. I mean, you're a young woman up there speaking, and they're supposed to be feminists that don't silence the women, and it's exactly what they did to you.
It is, and it's just wild that they did not want me to continue speaking. My whole point is that women have been told to be nice, to be quiet, to sit down, don't hurt people's feelings, don't pay attention to your own feelings. And look where that's gotten us. Look what's happened in locker rooms. Look what's happened to our children. And it's time for women to regain our voices. Their reaction shows how important it is for all of us to stand up and speak. Because if we don't speak, we don't know how much opposition there is. But more importantly, we don't know how many people are with us and want us speaking and standing up and speaking to the truth.
Well, look, this is the whole point of this program is boldness. I want bold people out there, bold leaders, bold individuals, bold voters. I know everybody can't be bold, but if we don't have bold people doing things like you're doing and standing up to this mob, which is what they were. Let me play a clip from one of the mobsters who tried to silence you and their argument here.
If I know that I've been teaching women's history at the college level for more than 20 years, and if I believe that we do not need to denigrate or diminish any of our fellow Granite Staters in order to celebrate and honor women's history, would I now press the red button to bring this to an end?
Chair recognizes Representative Leon for a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know that this vote is whether or not we are going to silence women, would I then press the red button?
It's a great comeback. They ended up losing. Can you tell me, how does the State House set up? Are Republicans or Democrats in control? I'm glad they lost. I'm glad you got to continue.
Well, thank you. New Hampshire is a very small state with 1.4 million people, but we're the third largest legislature in the English-speaking world. There's 400 of us. That's why that room was so large. We now have a majority of about 20 Republicans. I think it's around 220 to 180. I should know the numbers better, but after being in years where it was literally a difference of one person, this feels like the largest margin I could imagine. So we have a Republican majority. We have a lot of good working relationships. I was actually really disappointed with that because Representative Germana and I have worked together on quite a few issues. Yet he didn't believe that I'd be speaking in a kind, truthful way about the fact that women are silenced. And he got up there and tried to remove my permission to speak.
Well, there was nothing out of line that you said. Everything you said was simply truth and common sense. And they don't want to hear it. I'm telling you, this party, the Democrats, is imploding before our eyes. They showed their colors in the New Hampshire State House. They showed their colors in the halls of Congress. And, if there's anything that came out of this, you're shining the light on that, Representative Leon, and we appreciate it. And we certainly appreciate you coming on tonight.
Thank you so much. I mean, Republicans are the party of reality nowadays.
It sure is. And again, thank you for helping them show the world just how much reality we have, and not so much for these Democrats. All right, you need to join AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. Right now, do it, okay? I'm not kidding. If you care about your country, your freedom, your hard-earned money, then AMAC is the organization that fights for you. Unlike the other so-called senior organizations out there, AMAC stands for conservative values, limited government, lower taxes, protecting Social Security, and defending the Constitution. And listen to this. Right now, you can sign up for a 5-year membership for just $31. It's normally $60, folks. So don't miss out on this limited time offer. I'm a member and proud of it. Visit amac.us/grant to join today. That's amac.us/grant. All right, President Trump today spoke on some truth. What do we got? The nation's job numbers coming up next. On manufacturing jobs, gained about 10,000 of them. This is President Trump today in the Oval Office.
During the last year, the Biden administration saw a loss of more than 110,000 manufacturing jobs, or 9,000 manufacturing jobs every single month. It averaged about 9,000 a month, 110,000 manufacturing jobs. During the first full month in office, we've not only stopped that manufacturing collapse, but we've begun to rapidly reverse it and get major gains. We created 10,000 manufacturing jobs in February alone.
That's going to only increase as you see some of these factories in Mexico, like we saw Honda moving to the United States to build cars here. Those jobs are going to increase. Thank you, Mr. President. Now back to an update on that story. Remember that fighting video? Democrats, so cringy, wanted to pretend like they're, I don't know, video game fighters fighting for you in D.C. Remember this? It's awful, right? I mean, absolutely awful. When I tell you they're imploding. They do not understand what the American people want. They don't want cringy corniness like this. Well, the White House, President Trump's social media team's brilliant. They released this video. Who do you think's fighting for you? Okay? These are real fighters they have in the White House. And guess what? Not corny, stupid, dancing Mike Tyson punch-out boxers. Okay? Even Jimmy Kimmel made fun of the Democrats for this. You know it's bad when Jimmy Kimmel makes fun of you.
Yeah, we're not going to stand back and take it anymore. We're going to fight. What is that supposed to do besides embarrass everyone involved with it?
See, and at least he said we, as he's part of the Democrat elite. They're not fighters. They're used to having the media fight their battles for them. They're used to having the deep state fight their battles for them. And guess what? The deep state is being crushed and the media has been exposed. So that leaves the lawmakers out there to fight their own battles. It's not working so well for them. You know what, though? President Trump did, I want to turn it around a little bit. President Trump did talk about Ukraine today. Our own Brian Glenn, the White House correspondent, making lots of news always, asked the president about Ukraine. Listen to this.
Do you think any other European countries are offering a peace deal? It seems like no one's come to the table for peace except for you.
Yeah, it's a very good question. Sometimes questions aren't answerable. They're in a very unusual position. They don't know how to end the war. I think I do know how to end the war. Despite the Russia hoax, I've always had a good relationship with Putin.
Oh, I love it. Brian, here's my advice to you. You keep asking questions like that, you're going to be riding next to the president on Air Force One. Just keep teeing it up for him, and don't be shy about it, which I know Brian isn't. We know what side Real America's Voice is on, right? And we're not shy about it. That's the difference. We don't fake it. The other media outlets, they fake it. All right, up next, The View spouting more crazy today. That's a new one.
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
And the best part?
You can watch Real America's Voice right there on Getter.
Live.
So join the conversation.
Hop on the Getter chat room.
Engage with patriots who are just like you.
Good morning, Getter friends.
We're breaking news, we're delivering the truth, and we're doing it on Getter
every single day.
So don't wait. Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
It isn't just an app. It isn't just a social media platform. It's a community.
Welcome back, everyone. So, The View now, by the way, is going to have some competition. By the way, CBS is starting one of these shows with a couple conservative women. But this is Sunny Hostin. She's frustrated with Democrats. Just take a look at this.
But it didn't unite them all because 10 Democrats voted to censure Green.
Wow. Do you want a list of the 10?
Do you want to hear their names?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. Why go after them, too? Go after the Republicans.
Because they don't know how to fight and be part of an opposition party. Representative Green gave them the example. The Democrats are not meeting the moment. It is very clear that Medicaid is on the table. It is very clear that Social Security is on the table. It is very clear that people will die. The baby boomers, the civil rights generation, they knew what they had to do. They were willing to fight and die for their rights. This...
I don't like her anymore. I just shut her up. Here's the thing. If I'm going to be intellectually honest, what if one of my guys did that to Joe Biden? You know, Marjorie Taylor Greene yelled out liar, but she did it once and then went quiet and let him continue his speech. I'm okay with that. I'm not okay with shutting it down for as long as they did. And the American public aren't either. The View should know that. Stinchfield's Army rolls. Have a great weekend, everyone.
From Studio 6B on a Friday night, Pizza Friday, right here on a Friday, Real America's Voice and across the airways of 103.9 LI News Radio. Live from Studio 6B. Glad you're in. Slick's here. He's going to do sports. Slickster, how are you?
Doing good, Big Z. What's going on?
How was your day?
Good day today. Good, quick day, but good.
Very good. Very good. Kevin Downey Jr. is here. Mr. Downey Jr., welcome back to the show. We always love when you join us. How are you?
Thank you, sir. Great to be back. I can't complain. Life's good. Got a new piece up at PJ Media.
Oh, really? What's this about?
This is about how the left is getting clown slapped by literally Hitler, but they're not changing their tactics. They're going to the same Marxist playbook they've always gone to, and is blowing up in their face hysterically. This whole week was just a clown fest.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about it last night. I want to talk a little bit more about it tonight, just to kind of put a wrap on the week. But so what is the basis of your piece about?
It's about how Trump is killing it. He's never been more popular. He's hitting them with these 80-20 topics, and they're taking the bait every time. And just when you think they can't be clown themselves more, you see someone like Elizabeth Warren scrolling on her phone at Trump's speech while they're honoring a child with cancer. She can't be bothered. She can't be bothered to stand up for that. Then they, of course, before that they kicked out Al Green. And then, and then the next day when you go, they can't possibly go any lower. Al Green, who's worth $10 million, gets censured, slap on the wrist, and then he's got this chorus singing, "We shall overcome," for a man worth $10 billion. Al Green. This is the, you know what? Every time I think they can't get any dumber, they go, shut up, KDJ, watch this. And then they do something increase, just levels of stupidity going up. I don't see that this, I firmly believe that the Democratic Party may actually self-immolate and do themselves irreparable harm if they haven't already.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about it all week. I mean, what they did on the article last night from the guy in the New York Post, he's a Democrat from New York City, I think from Queens, I think it said. Mm-hmm. But, I mean, that piece was right on the money, saying, I mean, if they can't stand for a kid with cancer, and they can't stand for a mom whose daughter was killed from an illegal immigrant, and they can't stand for a girl who lost her ability to play sports because she has a traumatic brain injury because she got smacked so hard with a volleyball from a guy who said he was a girl and playing volleyball against her. They can't stand for all of these just human moments. Like, what are they doing? I mean, other than just descending into total madness.
Yep, and dressing all in pink to say, we support women, 24 hours after saying, we support trans and bob dudettes beating the potato salad out of women in sports. It doesn't work. It's embarrassing. People see it now. People see it. I was talking to a friend, and the first time around, he didn't vote for Trump. He didn't like him. Second time around, he said, I voted for him here in New York, knowing full well he wasn't going to take the state. I just wanted him to rack up the popular vote. And I said, what turned you? What was the red pill? And he said, I realized that the media is lying about so much. And then when I realized that, he said, I went back to look at other things they're lying about. And he just found a mountain, and it's the usual lies. Trump said to take horse goo for COVID, or Trump said there are good Nazis and whatnot. He said, I can't, I bought this.
Right.
I bought this because all the right news sources that he had known his whole life are saying it.
Yeah. There's a piece by Fletch Daniels in the American Thinker just to put a point on this whole week with the Democrats after the piece last night from the Post. And I was watching, who was it today? Sandra Smith had on our guy, friend of this show, Josh Hammer, along with some guy who's a lefty talking head. I can't think of his name right now. But I was, he said, I mean, not to the degree the guy in the Post did, but he said, I mean, the party is really missing the boat here. Big time. And as I said on the night of the speech, there's so much legitimate to talk about in the country. There's so many legitimate things that we could discuss, left, right, argue about, try to come up with the best way. But they're unwilling to not even unwilling to, they just can't even make arguments on these topics because they've gone just so far off the deep end on all of their positions on all of these things. There's no discussion really to even be had. I just go back to, there's no even crossfire moment, where we had crossfire, used to be on CNN, you have a left and a right, or like Hannity and Combs. We're so far gone from that, mainly on their side.
Yeah.
There's so very few on the left that I listen to and think, that's somebody you could have on the show even. That's how I think about it. Yeah. Like, could I have that person on the show and have a reasonable conversation with them? There's so very few of them I see on TV that I think fit the bill.
You know what? I tried to get Pinko on my radio show, which you should all be listening to. And the guy I found, I thought, I'll use this guy. He goes, all right, so are we allowed to talk about the fake assassination attempt in Butler? And I said, you're kidding me. He goes, oh, you didn't believe that, did you, KDJ?
Yeah.
How come he doesn't have any damage to his ear? Well, no, you can't fake that. I mean, I guess you could fake anything. But there are people who are hit. One guy died.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah. And no, that wasn't real. That wasn't real. He used a squib. A Hollywood squib, because look how he grabs his ear and he pinches the squib and blood comes out. He believes this.
Like it's a WWE deal.
Yeah.
Let him stand up there and take that shot. Tell me what fake it was.
It's really just crazy.
That's nuts.
So Fletch Daniels says the Democrat Party has descended into madness. For anyone who doubted that, or before the Tuesday night State of the Union, the Democrats went into overdrive to hammer the message home that they are, in fact, out of their mind. When you strip away all the platitudes around one of America's two main political parties, what you're left with is just what you were just saying, KDJ, anti-woman, anti-American, anti-peace, and most of all, anti-reality.
Yeah.
That's where they are. Earlier this week, in a truly stunning moment, every Democrat senator voted against protecting women in sports, choosing the world's worst hill to die on. This lopsided issue unites all sane people. Men should not be allowed to compete in women's sports, period.
Yeah.
It's hard to understand how foolish the Democrat opposition to this fact is, along with the damage it's done to their brand. This is the same party that spent so much time and energy building its brand as the party of women and the party of compassion, they say, relying on the media to spin its evil, no-limits abortion zealotry as they put on weird costumes and declared themselves handmaidens as somehow reflecting a pro-woman position. To a large degree, with the help of heavy lifting from the media allies, it worked. Their radicalism in championing men and women's sports has punctured that facade. It's not an insignificant issue when mentally ill men are swooping in to claim trophies and set records. The ostrich party refuses even to acknowledge the existence of victims, even as their numbers grow. They were talking about this with Josh Hammer today on Fox. Sandra Smith said to the guy who was there representing the left, well, stop running away from the issue. And he said, no, I'm not running away from it. And she said, okay, well, do you believe men should be competing in women's sports? And you know what he said? He says, well, now we're trying to make a mountain out of a mole. And she says, this is the problem. Mm-hmm. Why is it not just, no, I don't agree that they should. I don't think they should be. Because none of you can say that. You know what's weird? It's not even that all of them actually, I don't think actually all of them believe it. But they can't say it.
Yep. That's what I think too.
There's a big difference.
They'll be banned from
worse.
The Yep. They're too weak.
Yeah.
They're too weak and easily controlled. They can't say, no, this is dumb. They have to say, that is a woman. That is a woman. And yes, she belongs in, on the volleyball court, pulverizing my daughter. They can't stand up.
Nobody wants our daughters competing against mentally ill men. It's not that hard to say. It's not that hard to figure out why 90% of the country believes that. But yet they cannot. This is the hill they're going to die on, along with many other things.
No doubt.
Yeah. I was reading about a woman, someone asked her, why did you take your 15-year-old daughter to have her breasts carved out in the name of, transgender, whatever? She said, I was afraid if I didn't, that they would call me transphobic.
What?
She was afraid of being called a word, so she fed her daughter to the woke meat grinder because she was afraid. That's weakness. Don't have kids. You're too weak.
And you have this girl, Peyton McNabb, who's there at the State of the Union Tuesday night, up there in the seats. And the president makes mention of her horrific story. She's left with a traumatic brain injury because some mentally ill guy thought he was going to play volleyball and did play volleyball against her, smashed the ball so hard, hit her in the head, and gave her a brain injury. And there she is Tuesday night, and she gets acknowledged. And they can't even stand for her. They sit there in silence and stare at her like she's the bad one. And you've got, and Slick, you know this, when you lose Martina Navratilova.
Yeah, you've really lost something.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
I mean, you've pretty much lost as socially liberal as you can get.
And they lost her early because she's been on the wagon for a while with this, they really against the whole transgender movement. She has been.
He says this is also a political party that rushes to defend and enable illegal aliens who prey on women, which is perhaps why they sat on their hands and scowled during the heartbreaking tributes to Laken Riley and Jocelyn Nungary. Except to see increasingly more women move away from the Democrats in the same way that a gradual a movement of working class Americans escaping the madness of the Democrat Party as well. Having thrown their lot in with the globalists, the Democrat Party is almost maliciously anti-American at this point. And I don't think that's not an overstatement. What's Levin's last book? The Democrat Party Hates America? That's not an overstatement. This manifests in many ways, and all were in full view during the State of the Union and its aftermath. They defend illegal alien criminals over their American victims at every opportunity. It's almost as if they expect these criminals to vote for them. Oh, you can't legally show an ID to vote in Democrat California? You don't say. They also take the side of other nations against the United States, whether it's Ukraine, Canada, China. Less obvious, but even more damaging, is their anti-American result. They oppose any attempt to reduce unnecessary spending or to address America's disastrous debt situation, cheering on even the most absurd spending or the federal judge that orders the administration to throw $2 billion into the corrupt foreign aid shredder, as we are dealing with now. There's only 3 possible reasons why Democrats care so little about government waste. They're so stupid that they don't realize we are heading to bankruptcy, or they do understand and it's exactly what they want, or they know we are on the path to collapse but prefer their party in power until the disbodiment hand shows up to announce our downfall. Regardless, their position weakens America, which for them appears to be a feature and not a bug. And really what they fear is we're going to find out how much money they've been laundering through all these front groups that they have, back to people like Elizabeth Warren and others. All right, news, sports, all coming up. Rick Delgado's off tonight.
Oh, yeah.
He's all tinfoiled
He's
up.
off tonight, all right.
He's off and rolling. We'll give you an update on him when we get back.
Oh, man, he's texting us.
Ba-da-ba-da-da. 17 past the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Friday, March 7th. Real America's Voice and across the airways of 103.9 LI News Radio. Slick Rick's here. He's going to do some sports here in a second. Kevin Downey Jr., the host of the Kevin Downey Jr. Show, each weekday 9 to 11 a.m. right here on 103.9 LI News, where you're listening to us right now. Suffolk County, New York, really all over Long Island, New York. You should be listening to KDJ 9 to 11 each and every morning, and I know more of you are because you let me know and I see the tweets. Rick Delgado's off tonight. He's not here. He is. Where is he, Slick? He's at the Aliens.
Yeah.
Ancient Aliens Live
Right,
tour.
brought to you by Reynolds Aluminum Wrap.
Brought to you by Reynolds Wrap. Yeah. And Delgado got to the theater.
Oh, yeah.
And immediately started taking secretive pictures of the audience he's going to be sharing the evening with.
I thought it was family photos.
And, well, let's just say they're interesting. They're interesting to say the least. Delgado certainly looks like he's going to fit right in.
Right in.
He's going to be their president.
Yeah.
Yes. There's a very good chance. Chance Delgado could end up being on the tour.
When someone says, "Take me to your leader," it's going to go straight to Delgado. Hey, he's over here.
Yes. There's a very good chance he could be on the tour. So wherever they've got a bunch of stops too. I looked at their website.
Yeah.
They've got a bunch of stops. So Delgado could call in and say, "My last show was last night. I'm now on tour."
He could be.
With the Ancient Aliens deal.
It's on the fly-by-night panel. Exactly.
Yes. So, I don't know. Maybe we should try to Skype Delgado later, see if he'll pick up and answer.
Yeah, that'd be great. Bring him in live or something like that.
Yeah. All right, 19 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. Let's do some sports. Sports is brought to you by our friend Mike Lindell. MyPillow, LFS6B is the promo code to use if you shop at MyPillow. All the great stuff from Lindell, whatever you're looking for. Great Easter gifts, towels, sheets, pillows, mattresses, mattress toppers. Man, so many things that you can buy from Mike. It's all great stuff. Most of it made right here in the good old US of A. LFS6B is the promo code to use at checkout. It'll give you 50-60% off. Slick's got sports. Slickster, what's going on?
All right, Big D, let's get to the scoreboard right away here. NCAA men's basketball just underway here. We got Murray State leading Bradley 30-29. We have South Dakota 48-50, trailing North Dakota State 48-52. 13 to go there in the second half. In the first, Illinois right now leading Purdue 17-13. And earlier tonight, Belmont beat Illinois State 76-63. South Florida, Memphis getting it on at 9 p.m. down in Memphis. NHL action in Jersey. The Jets blanking the Devils 2-0. 8 to go there in the second. 15 to go in the second. The Red Wings over the Capitals 2-1 in D.C. Utah Hockey Club, Blackhawks, Wild and Canucks, Penguins, Golden Knights, Blues and Ducks all getting it on. 8:30 and 10 p.m. respective puck drops. NBA action at the half. Cavs lead the Hornets 63-52. Mavericks over the Grizzlies 35-29. 8 to go there in the second. With 6 to go in the first, Timberwolves over the Heat, 15-12. Thunder lead the Trailblazers 11-9. 6 to go there in the first as well. Suns and Nuggets, Spurs and Kings. Knicks at the Clippers. Jalen Brunson out 2 weeks with an injury last night. Big D turned his ankle against the Lakers in the Crypto.com arena, and he'll be out for 2 weeks for the Knicks. That's a tough one because they're trying to make a push to have a top seeding there in the playoff run. And we got to go to the story. Well, we know the World Cup is coming to the country, right, Big D? And today, President Trump creates a task force for the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and of course he plans to attend matches. This is Nick Gilbertson of Breitbart Sports. Washington, President Donald Trump on Friday created a task force for the FIFA World Cup, the world's most revered soccer competition, which will held in the United States, Canada, and Mexico in 2026. Trump signed an executive order creating the task force in the Oval Office, which flanked by FIA President Gianni Infantino, FIFA, right? Trump and Vice President FIFA Las Vegas. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance will chair the task force. I like that. The order notes Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, Defensive Secretary Pete Hegseth, Attorney General Pam Bondi, Commerce. Well, this is a big task force, Big D. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, and others will be on the task force. This important event taking place during the momentous occasion of the 250th anniversary of our country presents an opportunity to showcase the nation's pride and hospitality while promoting economic growth and tourism through sport, the order states. It adds the task force shall coordinate with executive departments and agencies to assist in the planning, organization, and execution of the events surrounding the 2025 FIFA Club World Cup and the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Agencies shall provide information and assistance useful and necessary to the task force. Speaking in the Oval Office, Infantino likened the World Cup to 3 Super Bowls every day for 1 month. And we know that. You know that by your family, right?
Yeah.
Who's that, your father-in-law?
Nothing bigger. This is the biggest sporting event probably in the world.
Yeah, so North America is going to be hosting it this year.
Yeah, as we have before.
And, President Trump is ready. They're going to have a task force. The economic impact is $40 billion with a B, U.S. dollars between now and next year. We will create 200,000 jobs for these 2 World Cups. And more than that, we will give joy and happiness to the entire world, is what Infantino said. And when a reporter asked if he planned to attend some matches, Trump said he wanted to go to multiple matches. Oh, yeah, sure, I'd like to go, certainly more than one. We'll be making the rounds. It's a period of a month, and it's really top of the line, he said. It's one of the great events of anywhere in the world, he said. Infantino also showed Trump the trophy for the 2025 FIFA World Cup trophy and gifted him a personalized soccer ball. So President was in a good mood today at the White House, Big D.
Boy, he was busy today. He was busy at the White House today.
Yep. Well, that's a wrap in sports. Over to you.
Yeah, he did a presser this morning, which we streamed live on the channel, which was good. Took some more questions. Then he did that, the FIFA World Cup. Then he had a crypto meeting at the White House with about 30 crypto leaders. And then he headed out to Florida, signed some executive orders. So he had a very busy day today at the White House. But the FIFA thing is good. It's huge. The World Cup coming here, there's no bigger. And listen, American soccer's on the rise. I think you can safely say that, right? The Americans, the national team has been doing better.
Sure.
Years.
It's been on a constant rise for the last 40 years. But, man, it really is to get a nice jump. A lot of young people love the game.
Yeah. And the World Cup's always fun for me because my father-in-law gets to come over to my house and throw things and scream for 30 days. So that's always fun to have every time the Americans play.
Germany.
Or the Germans play.
Yeah, those are his teams.
Yeah, those are his teams. He roots for America and obviously roots for his home country.
Now, what if they both played each other? He'd have to go with the Germans.
Oh, he would. Right? I don't know. That could get ugly.
Good question.
That could get ugly, yeah.
What's worse, to have a father-in-law who enjoys communist football, or if you had a father-in-law who enjoys the Jets?
No, not the Jets. How anybody could deal with the Jets, I have no idea. But Aaron does it, so we could ask her. So, all right, Slick, that's it for sports.
That's a wrap.
All right, very good. Rick Delgado's off tonight. He is at the Ancient Aliens Live, He actually sent us some footage of getting ready to go to the show. And here it is. It just came in. He just sent it over. Take a look, Slick. There's Delgado getting ready to go to the to the event. What do you think? Oh no! Yeah. So
wow.
There you go.
He rolling in. Wow, Delgado, look out!
There he is.
That is Delgado. Wait a minute. Are you kidding me?
There he is, getting ready. Get to your seat, Delgado. Get to your seat quick.
He's just hanging out.
All right, live from Studio 6B. We're back right after this. All right, 30 minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Friday night, a Pizza Friday. Plain tonight, just plain old plain. Obviously, during Lent, we're going to stay away from the meat on Fridays.
Yep.
So plain tonight, but it was very, very good. Welcome on in. KDJ's here. Going to do some news. Rick Delgado's got the night off. Slick's doing sports. Aaron and Fran holding it down as always. Paul Nolan will be back on Monday. Vinnie Mac will be back on Tuesday. Hope you all have a great weekend, whatever you're doing. To all our friends in the chat, make sure you hit the like and subscribe. Want to welcome everybody in who's watching on social media. Make sure you become a follower of whatever platform you're on. Follow the channel. Let's do some news. KDJ, the host of the KDJ radio show, Kevin Downey Jr. show, 9 to 11, weekday mornings, right here, 103.9 LI News Radio is here to do some news tonight. KDJ, how are you?
Thank you, sir. Doing good, Big D. Don't forget, folks, you can catch my show at linewsradio.com. For those of you who don't want to download yet another app to your phone, linewsradio.com. A lot of folks listening, and I appreciate those of you who have come from this show over to my show in the morning.
A lot of them.
Yeah, nice. I appreciate each and every one of you.
And we now have people demanding a third hour of the KDJ show.
Yeah, he's got 2 hours, too. He goes fast, too.
Yeah. You guys got to come on. I would love to have all four on. That would just be a hoot.
Well, Slick's been on. Right?
I have been on.
Slick's been on.
I crashed the show.
Delgado's been on.
Oh, Delgado's been on, yeah.
Oh, has he?
Yeah. Do you want to come on? When are you
Paul
ready?
and Vinny, they've been on too?
No, I just met Paul for the first time. It was great to finally meet him. We got along splendid.
But the crux of the show's been on, Slick and Delgado, right?
Who's Delgado on? He didn't tell me.
He was on about a month. He's been on 2 or 3 times.
Two or three times.
He finds time during the day to get on these shows, huh?
Yeah.
I see that. Oh, boy.
Well, Big D, I've got great news. Great news if you're a Patriot.
Pelosi retired? No.
And I know all of you are. Trump pulled a whopping $400 million from Colombia, which is just a training ground for the new Hitler Youth coming up. They don't wear swastikas anymore. They wear kefias or kefiyas. I'm not sure how. I should learn how to say it because that word's not going away anytime soon. But I shall read in my broadcaster's voice. A federal anti-Semitism task force convened by President Trump and including the Department of Justice, Health and Human Services, and Education, as well as blah, 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 just announced today the barring of U.S. taxpayers' money from funding Columbia University. Now, keep in mind, folks, Columbia, I think they were the first university, spendy one too, it's not cheap, to say, yeah, come on in, Hitler Youth, we're cool with you guys terrorizing Jews on our campus. And then it went away for a while. Last week, a teacher actually had his class close their eyes and say, we're going to do a blind test. Everyone close your eyes. Who wants to cancel class to go to the protest or pogrom, whatever you want to call it at this point? And the class voted to go terrorize Jews. So we canceled class and they went, and there was a big fracas. They did it again this week. Someone got hurt. And Trump said, that's it, $400 million gone. Thank God this does not fall under free speech, folks. When you're taking over buildings, when people are getting assaulted, well, yeah, the Constitution says we can convene to protest, but you have to do it peacefully. Someone somehow missed that. And not only are they out $400 million, look at this. State Department yanked the first visa today of a foreign student linked to the Hamas disruption. Some people call them riots. And President Trump, he vowed to crack down on these idiots, and he's doing it. First visa's gone. I don't have the person's name. I bet it's probably not Italian or Irish. I'm going to go Chinese on this one first. Maybe even Middle Eastern. I don't know.
I think that's a safe bet.
Yeah, the religion of peace really hates Jews first. Remember, folks, you're next. They have a saying, first the Saturdays, then we get the Sundays. Sundays would be Christians, like most of us. Not all, but most of us. So they're going to eradicate the Jews first. Then they're coming for you. They're coming for me. They're coming for us. But finally. And it's sick that it takes the federal government to fight back. You would think the school would say, hey, you know what? We don't want you being all hateful on our campus, but they don't stop it. Why? Because the universities have been taken over by Marxists. It's one of the 45 goals of communism, gentlemen. Take over the schools and inject that Marxist curriculum in. And that is what they have done. That's why we're going to have generations of anti-Semitics if we don't do something. And President Trump finally today, first out $400 million, and then they booted some Hitler Youths. I'm going to find out who. I'm really eager, because a lot of these names are Chinese. The Chinese are flooding this nation. And, of course, yet another goal of communism of the 45 student protests or riots. They actually says riots, I believe, on campus. They're just following their playbook. If you know those 45 rules, you only need to know half of them because some of them are outdated. You know those, and you will see what's happening, folks. Marxism alive and well in our nation. President Trump finally, a federal government that will fight back. Biden never would have done this. He loved it. He probably didn't even know about it most of the time, but he became a globalist and he loved it. So we've got that going on.
Yeah, let me add to that story, because I saw this today in Axios, and I think this is a fantastic idea by Marco Rubio over at State. And the headline in Axios says the State Department to use AI to revoke visas of foreign students who appear to be pro-Hamas. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is launching an AI-fueled catch and revoke effort to cancel the visas of foreign nationals who appear to support Hamas and other designated terror groups. Senior State Department officials tell Axios why it matters. The effort, which includes AI-assisted reviews of tens of thousands of student visa holders' social media accounts, marks a dramatic escalation in the U.S. government's policy of foreign nationals' conduct and their speech. The reviews of social media accounts are particularly looking for evidence of alleged terrorist sympathizers expressed after Hamas's October 7, 2023 attack on Israel, officials say. Officials plan to examine internal databases to see whether any visa holders were arrested but allowed to stay in the country during the Biden administration. They say they've also checking news reports of anti-Israel demonstrations and Jewish students' lawsuits that highlight foreign nationals allegedly engaged in anti-Semitic activity without any consequences. The State Department is working with the Department of Justice and Homeland Security in what one senior state official called a whole of government and whole of authority approach. To launch Catch and Revoke, federal officials examined 100,000 people in the student exchange visitor system since October 2023 to see if any visas had been revoked because the students been arrested or suspended from school. Usually, a consular official whose office issues the visa for a foreigner makes the revocation decision once they've been alerted without an arrest or a suspension. We found literally zero visa takebacks during the Biden administration, the official said, which suggests a blind eye attitude towards law enforcement. The big picture here is the cumulative effect of Trump's executive order is already having a chilling effect on student visa holders. They're starting to shy away from protests critical of Israel. And that, of course, is the point. So very interesting. Sounds like a fantastic idea to me from Marco Rubio over there at State, just to kind of double down with Trump taking the money away from, what did he take, $400 million?
$400 million.
To start here?
Yep.
And now this? I think it sounds like a pretty good start.
It's a great start. And here's another thing: the Democrats are they're all for attacking Jewish people. That's who's behind this. It's yet another issue that's going to cripple that party. And soon, I see it coming. They can't sustain this. You can't ignore a 13-year-old black kid with cancer when Trump honors him, especially the left. Oh, we love black people. We're here for the black people. No, you're not. He's a 13-year-old black kid with cancer, and you snubbed him. Everyone sees that. It's the hypocrisy. Keep in mind, the Marxists don't mind their own hypocrisy. They kind of bank on it. They know they're a bunch of liar heads. But for the rest of the nation to see it, that's going to be a staggering kick to the beanbag for these people. And it's you watch. I don't think they're going to have their core fans. I know some people just won't listen. A friend of mine just said, I have 2 young kids. They're not going to go die in a Russian battlefield because of Trump. And I said, well, Trump's the only one calling for peace. Biden did it. He never even talked to Putin. It's just becoming glaringly obvious that these people on the left are animals. And now your normie neighbor is going to see it. I mean, the ones that aren't with Delgado tonight at the...
Yeah. All right, what else is going on in the news, KDJ?
Oh, I got a lot of stuff, man. Look at this. An AOC aide was here illegally, and jumped ship. Saw it coming, went home to a guy named De La Vega, went home to Colombia. He knew he knew his time was coming. And so he decided to go home and see his wife. Thanks for that, family, man. Appreciate you leaving your wife in Colombia while you come here to work for AOC. But according to the Washington Free Beacon, De La Vega left the U.S. in December after he overstayed his visa that he received when he was 7 years old. 7 years old, and he stayed here and was working for AOC. Isn't there some way, if you get a job, don't you have to prove you're an American citizen? Did they do away with that?
I mean, to work for a congresswoman?
You know, I know someone who is here. He moved here from Ireland with his parents when he was 4, and they became citizens. And for whatever reason, they never went through with his citizenship. So he got pulled over for nothing. They said something's wrong here. And this was right after 9/11. And so his wife got a call and said, your husband's in jail. We just found out he's here illegally. 6 months later, she gets a call saying your husband is being sent to a prison in New Orleans, a prison for people who are here illegally. And then a month later, hey, your husband's on a plane back to Ireland. He said he'll call you when he lands. That was after 9/11. This now, whole new world, folks. They're fighting to keep these people in. But this guy saw it coming, and he bailed, and I love that.
Working for AOC.
Working for AOC. Overstated.
Well, I mean, it's kind of like what they did. I mean, they're hiring illegals. They're supporting criminals. No different than raising money for them in like Kamala Harris did in Minnesota during the Summer of Love, remember?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Black Lives Matter riots. They were all raising money.
Yeah.
So, I mean, really, is there any difference between raising money for them or hiring illegals? They have no respect for the laws. They have no respect for the country. They have no respect for you.
Nope.
The citizen, most of all, because they believe that the non-citizen is more virtuous than you, the citizen.
Oh, yeah.
And that if you're succeeding or you're doing anything positive, it's at the expense of them. And that's just the way they look at it.
And you know what? At the bottom of this article, D, it says right here, he was barred from working in Congress because of his legal status. He got through, though. That means someone let him through.
Say it again. He got barred from what? Working?
It says it is not clear how De La Vega was able to be employed by AOC, although he was barred from working in Congress because of his legal status.
Well, couldn't someone do an investigation on how he got hired and how much he got paid and who paid him? And there's got to be something else here to probably see, isn't there?
I would imagine Tom Homan could do that. And he's got a little beef with AOC going anyway. Remember, she did some webinar where she was telling people how to dodge ICE, and that didn't go over well. Then she contacted Pam Bondi. Am I in trouble?
All right, live from Studio 6B. We'll come back, wrap up hour one. A little more sports with Slick. I got a couple other things for you as well coming up. from Studio 6B on a Friday night, 13 till the hour. Real America's Voice and across the airways of 103.9 LI News Radio. Slick Rick's here doing sports. Speaking of LI News Radio, Kevin Downey Jr., the host of the Kevin Downey Jr. show, is here. He's going to do some more news. Aaron and Fran holding it down. Wherever you're watching or listening, make sure you follow us on all of our social media at LFS6B, pretty much everywhere. Instagram, LFS6B show, but everywhere else at LFS6B. Make sure you hit the like, subscribe, comment, follow, whatever you can do. We appreciate it as we continue to try to grow the social media numbers. And we appreciate everybody who's in the social media tonight, whether it's on Rumble, X, Facebook, YouTube, Getter, Kick, wherever you're watching. We appreciate it. Hit the like and subscribe. We'll do some more sports here with Slick. I'm just looking in the chat to see what everybody's talking about here. A bunch of stuff I want to get to. Have you heard about Act Blue? They could be in problems. Ooh, I wonder if that coincides with anything. We'll get to that. Do we have an Amy Coney Barrett problem? Oh, I think we all know the answer to that. If we have a moment, we'll get to that as well. And then what about the bird flu? We've been talking about bird flu a lot. I've been talking to Dr. McCullough, of course, our friends over at the Wellness Company about this. RFK Jr. tonight reveals that all three health agencies, NIH, CDC, and FDA, will be recommending against the bird flu vaccine. And good for him. And it's going to be on the Trump administration to clean up the Biden bird flu mess disaster. So if we have some time, we'll get into some of that as well. But right now, let's do some more sports. 11 till the hour. Sports is brought to you by our friend Mike Lindell, My Pillow. LFS6B is the promo code to use there as well. Slick's got sports. Did you see the LeBron James, Stephen A. Smith video?
Yeah, I have that story.
Oh,
not right now.
Do we know what that was about?
Not exactly.
Okay. All right, Slick's got sports. What's going on, Slick?
Only place you're ever going to hear about Iditarod, Big D. I'm going to give him an Iditarod update from earlier today. Yeah, come on now. We got to talk to our people in Anchorage.
Moosh your way through it.
That's right, moosh. We had mozzarella sticks tonight, too. They were delicious, by the way. Thank you very much. Tired Iditarod teams battle the Sandman and an actual sandstorm on the trail. This is alaskapublic.org by Shelby Herbert, Kuac. Galena, I believe it's Galena, it could be Galena. Iditarod sled dog race teams at the head of the pack were wrapping up their mandatory 24-hour breaks at checkpoints along the trail Friday, including the one in this interior community. Mooshes at the Galena checkpoint, almost 400 miles into the trail, were visibly weary with dark circles under their eyes and a shuffling gait, Big D. In the early hours of the morning, they listlessly filed through the checkpoint's coffee station, before they're heading out into the cold to begin their dog chores. Musha Laurel Eklund of Two Rivers said, at some point, caffeine just ceases to work. There's moments when you're kind of getting a little loopy and whatnot. Sounds like Delgado's event tonight. And it's just one of those deals where will enjoy yourself to stay awake, said Eklund, who's racing in his second Iditarod. Eating something, brushing your teeth, it all helps make your body kick into being awake. But 2023 Iditarod champion, the great Ryan Reddington, Big D, of Nick, said he'll just give in to the fatigue every so often. He'll zonk out on the back of his sled for short spells, trusting his dogs to take him where they need to go. And goes on to detail naps and this and that. So these are your Iditarod updates. What can I tell you? These guys go out into the trail. You don't hear from them for 24 hours, but it's a long 400 miles. So we'll have a full wrap up on Monday, when it doesn't wrap up for 9 days. Kicked off last Saturday. So we're looking at, we're pretty close to Monday night. Could be wrapped up by then, Big Day, because Alaska's obviously several hours ahead of us for the day. So we'll have a full wrap on that. Okay. Getting back to, that's part of the United States too, but we're going to get back to this story. We'll talk about Charles Barkley now. So Charles Barkley slams fools in Canada who badmouth hockey legend Wayne Gretzky over his friendship with Trump. This is Dylan Gwynn at Breitbart. Charles Barkley has had it with fools in Canada who criticize hockey legend Wayne Gretzky over his friendship with U.S. President Donald Trump. That's crazy how great Gretzky is, Barkley said during his Thursday's edition of Inside the NBA. And you get them fools up in Canada giving the great one a hard time. I went off on them today on the podcast. I was in that mood today. Wayne Gretzky is the greatest hockey player ever. He's the nicest person. Co-host Kenny Smith, the Jet, right? Then interjected, saying that Gretzky's nickname is in fact the great one. Barkley answered, I know, but the fools up in Canada gave him a hard time because of the tariff with Trump and everything. He has nothing to do with that. He played hockey. He's the greatest player ever. He got no control over what the fools do down here in our government. Gretzky has been a vocal supporter of President Trump, and the two remain close friends. Shortly after assuming office, Trump drew the ire of many Canadians by discussing the imposition of tariffs and joked about Canada becoming the 51st state. I think that's still on the table, right? While Trump has since walked back many of the most substantial aspects of the tariffs, Canadians continue to boo the American anthem at NBA, MLS, NHL, and international sporting events. So Charles Barkley coming out, speaking out for Gretzky, but not exactly speaking out for the government, what's going on. But that's a wrap in sports, Big D. Back to you. I'll have some rodeo coming up, Friday Night Rodeo on my next report.
All right, Slick, very good. Let's do a little more news with the host of the Kevin Downey Jr. show. That is Kevin Downey Jr. What's going on, KDJ?
Well, excuse me. Thank you, D. Can I first say that I think 80% of Canada's population lives along our border? A lot of people didn't know that. You know why? Because we're the United States of America and you're not. They're trying to get as close as they can. You know what? Boo all you want. We don't care. We're the pretty girl at the prom, and you are the beaver tail eating quasi-Marxists up north. Pipe down, except for, I kind of like Quebec. They're doing their own thing, but the rest of them, yeah, I grew up in Detroit. I'm 25% Canadian. We've always gotten along with them. But the thing, Canadians always have an opinion on Americans, and they've asked me before, what do you think of us? And I said, honestly, we don't. And I said, most Americans don't even know if you have a president, a prime minister, or a king, because we just don't care about you. And I said, I do. I'm 25% Canadian.
Thought they had a governor.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah,
A,
I've got
A, governor, A.
You know what? I do say A. Detroiters do say A.
Oh, yeah?
Great game, eh? Yeah, oh, yeah. And they make fun of me.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that. We got a ton of stuff. Let's do this one. We got a better one than that. Here we go.
News, eh?
News, eh? So this couple bought a house in Plymouth, Massachusetts. And
that was their first mistake.
Yep. Keep in mind, a little backstory. The mayor of Boston recently went up in front of Congress and lied, saying, we work with ICE. We're all over. This is the town that let a Haitian illegal immigrant out of jail for $500 after raping a 15-year-old handicapped girl who was also here illegally. And this was in a shelter where they were all living for free. But back to Massachusetts.
By the way, the mayor of Boston is also the same person who just last week, upon a knifed intruder entering a Chick-fil-A and ready to stab people, who was shot by an off-duty officer who happened to have his weapon with him, that went in front of the cameras and sent condolences to the dead guy who was about to kill people.
What?
Oh, yes. And about 3 other officials from the city did the same thing on the same night.
Yep.
Didn't talk about the hero who probably saved the lives, who happened to be armed, an off-duty police officer, I believe it was. But she went in front of the camera and sent condolences to the dead subhuman who was going to stab everybody. That's how insane the mayor of Boston is, Michelle Wu.
Yep. Went in there to murder people. I was shocked. I thought, this can't be true. They can't have gone this far. And they did. They did go that far. Condolences to the family of the animal who it would have been a mass stabbing if he hadn't been there.
100%.
Who knows what he could have done? Well, this same neck of the woods, couple buys a house, and as they're about to move in, the previous owner goes, just so you know, there's a squatter there. I haven't lived in years. I forgot to mention that. And so they...
Oh, you might as well forget it then. In a place like that, you'll never get in. You'll never get the house. And every single person who works in law enforcement is going to be against you there. So
judge already ruled it, just like you said.
Yeah, 100%. All right, live from Studio 6B. That's a wrap on Hour 1. Hour 2 coming up right after this.
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
And the best part?
You can watch Real America's Voice right there on Getter.
Live.
So join the conversation.
Hop on the Getter chat room.
Engage with patriots who are just like you.
Good morning, Getter friends.
We're breaking news, we're delivering the truth, and we're doing it on Getter
every single day.
So don't wait. Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
It isn't just an app. It isn't just a social media platform. It's a community.
All right, 9 o'clock, hour 2, live from Studio 6B on a Friday night. Real America's Voice and across the airways of 103.9 LI News Radio. Glad you're in, everybody, wherever you're watching across the country, wherever you're listening across the country. We welcome on in. Glad you give us a few hours of your night. Weekdays, 8 to 10, right here, live from Studio 6B. Slick Rick is doing sports. Kevin Downey Jr., the host of the Kevin Downey Jr. Show, heard mornings right here on LI News Radio, 9 to 11, is doing the news. Aaron and Fran holding it down as always. And, of course, you, the live from Studio 6B audience. We appreciate you watching on social media. Wherever you're watching, hit the like and subscribe. So if you remember, after the State of the Union on Tuesday, on Wednesday night, we were still over there on the other set, and I'm talking about Andrew Bailey of Missouri, the Attorney General, right, and his story that he broke that night in the request letter he sent to look into Joe Biden's signature. Do you remember that?
Yep.
And then we had a follow-up last night on it. Well, tonight, Grant Stinchfield had on a attorney from the Heritage Foundation, I believe, who I haven't seen this clip, so I don't know if he's involved directly with this or if he just has an opinion or if they've been looking into it on this exact issue. Here's a little bit from that interview tonight.
So we've been tracking for a while the fact that President Biden clearly was not all with it, and that it got progressively worse over his presidency. So we've been looking at how do we show that? What indicia of that would be? So we obviously litigated against Biden a lot when he was in office. We were pursuing and are still pursuing the tapes of his disastrous interview with Special Counsel Hur, the elderly man with a poor memory, as one of the reasons that he didn't get charged for retaining classified documents. And we've heard that tape demonstrates the fact that he was an elderly man who was not altogether with it. So we've been pursuing that angle. Another angle that we were taking a look at was, well, in light of what Speaker Johnson said, in light of how little he seemed to know about what was actually going on in his administration, ostensibly under his name, was looking at the signatures. And what we saw was that it appears that there are a lot of documents that should have wet signatures, normally have wet signatures, would have a wet signature under President Trump, be it 45 or 47, looked as though they were auto-penned, and there was a very real variance between these signatures. So we looked at them all, and we said, well, that would make a lot of sense. Either you're auto-penning to hide a cognitive decline that would be inherent in the handwriting. For example, if you look at one we think he did sign himself, which is Hunter's pardon, the handwriting is shaky and has some marks that would suggest that. And then the broader question is, well, were his staff, who we knew were managing everything else, telling him what reporters to call on, telling him where to stand, telling him he had to stop talking to the press, were they just telling him, hey, we've got this great thing, auto-penning it, he didn't read it, didn't know what was in it, etc.?
Let me take you through a series of questions pretty quickly as we get to the bottom of this. So do you have a handwriting expert that says, yes, these are all auto pen, or do you have an expert that says, yes, every single one of these signatures is the exact same? Because basically an electronic signature, an auto pen, a computer is going to write it the same every time. Did you have one of those experts figure that out?
That's something we have underway, is talking to experts in these field. Another way you could look at it is there should be records ostensibly authorizing the use of the auto pen. So that's another question out there, but we're looking very actively at both of those avenues to further our inquiry.
So the auto pen is not necessarily illegal to use, or would null and void these executive orders, or could it?
Oh, I think it definitely could. I mean, at the highest level, it is unclear if you can use the auto pen at all, even if everything else is above board. DOJ has said you can. A lot of people, including myself, think you can't, that you need a wet signature. I can tell you that President Trump, wet signature for something like a bill or an executive order, and I can tell you President Trump has never auto-penned something like that.
Well, let me do this for you.
Well, that would be a key. That would be a key point to note for a fact. Is it legal to use the auto pen, or is it not?
Yeah.
I mean, because the things that we're talking about here, I mean, if this is going to become a story, and they're going to do all this investigation to the bottom of this, if there's nothing in the end, I mean, I guess bringing it to the American people, if you can bring something definitive to them at this point, I guess maybe it means something. But if we're going to do all this and we're not going to get to the crux of some of the real, like that kind of a question, whether it's, I mean, is there illegality here where things he signed, like these pardons, could be reversed? You know, we've talked about these pardons, and of course, my contention has been that the pardon power of the president is pretty plenary, and you're never going to be able to touch it. But now something like this, I think, brings maybe a different look at it. But we would need to know that kind of a question. I don't think that kind of a question can be left up in the air. Is the auto pen legal? Or does the president have to wet signature things like bills, pardons, other legislation, proclamation? I mean, what is actually the law? What does the DOJ actually say? Is there a policy from the DOJ here that we would need to know?
We put this together for you, okay? So this is President Trump, and we know this isn't an auto pen. Roll it, guys. All right, so this is him literally. I thought it was going to be a little bit different, but this is him literally going through a whole bunch of different, not quite as dramatic as I thought it was going to be, but that's him going through executive order after executive order. Clearly not an auto pen. So
no,
if you figure out that this was an auto pen, what is the next step? Are the pardons null and void? Do we just, one simple way would be to ask Joe Biden directly and say, did you sign these or not?
He won't even remember he was president.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. And I think, that certainly could be on the table. I know there's been a request by the Attorney General of Missouri, Andrew Bailey, to the DOJ to investigate, and they could ask that question. I mean, I think if it was auto pen without Biden knowing, it is clearly invalid. And I think there are a lot of people who agree with me that even if it was auto pen with his knowledge or some variation of the knowledge, I know it's about natural gas, I don't know what else is in it, that it would also be invalid. And because the signature is an essential element of the act, be it in terms of legislation or be it in terms of the executive order, the legal theory is it's not, just a routine ministerial act. It's significant. And that makes sense. I mean, let's get at the core of this. The core of this is the president actually competent in making his decisions? That's why there's the signature requirement. It's not something old anachronistic. And this happened before. I mean, when Woodrow Wilson was incapacitated at the end of his presidency, those around him dramatically downsized the presidency to cover it up. But there were a few orders that were signed by his wife And that created legal headaches. Here we...
Slick, that's exactly what you said the other night.
Yep.
That his wife signed some of this.
Yep, Jill.
That's good, Aaron. That's a great piece there by Grant tackling this. We've been talking about it for 2 nights as well. And I have to tell you, I think there's probably something here. I don't know that we're going to be able to prove it or get to it, or anyone's going to be able to. I don't think Biden's. I don't know that he's going to be any useful. At all. He probably doesn't remember he was president at this point. He'd probably say, "What are you talking about?" He doesn't even know.
No.
But I'll tell you, if you put a gun to my head and said, "Which one do you think it is?" I think that he probably didn't sign a lot of this stuff. Probably didn't even know what was going on. And they probably did auto pen it. And they probably lied to him about what it was. And they probably made decisions without him knowing. So the legal part of it, if that was somehow you could ever prove that, which I don't know how you could, without subpoenaing people, put them under oath, and even still, I don't know how you would get to that, a definitive answer, to be able to say this stuff is null and void. Specifically, the pardons. Think about everything that Biden, you think about some of the last months of the Biden administration and what could be on the table here if this case was to ever gather any steam or get enough smoke where people started to say, well, clearly where there's smoke, there's fire here. I think there's probably already enough, but I don't know how much interest does people have an interest in this story? I mean, maybe because of the pardons, because of the protection of his son and the protection of his family. Maybe in the pardons people have an interest in. I don't know. What do people have an interest in? Would people have an interest in knowing?
You know what? Can I just say something?
Yeah, please.
Whenever a bad cop gets busted, they go back to every one of his arrests, and many of those convictions will be overturned. This just happened in New York. It was 50-some criminals went free because one bad cop did something he shouldn't have done. Now, if the president is signing things or not signing things that he should be signing, I think that would be the exact same thing. It's almost like forging documents to get what you want.
It is. Someone just said in the chat, it's like forgery. It is forgery.
Yeah. I think absolutely.
And I'll bet you they lied to him, too. Yeah. I'll bet you had no idea if they were auto-penning these things, what they were actually auto-penning.
Yep.
They probably told him, well, it's a proclamation to say Tuesdays is going to be a day that ends in Y. Okay. Sure ahead. Go auto pen.
We're going to spring ahead permanently.
And it was, who knows what it was.
Daylight savings time forever.
I mean, who knows? When you have it's like these, your parents or you have grandparents or parents who get so old and the kids try to take advantage of the will and they have them holding their hands, signing stuff. You know what I mean?
Oh, I've heard of that.
Signing stuff. You hear these horror stories. Yeah. I mean, this could be a horror story for the American people, unfortunately, this time, especially when it comes to those pardons. But I don't know. I think that story has legs. I just don't know if there's the will to see it through or the ability to see it through to any kind of a reasonable ending. But I think it's certainly worth talking about. Good for Grant for covering it, and good for Heritage for taking an interest in it, and for Attorney General Bailey of Missouri taking an interest in it. And I don't know what the Oversight Committee is going to do from here, or again, what more definitively they can come up with. But man, I'll bet dollars to donuts there's smoke in that smoke where there's whatever. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And you know what? Mad Bomb shouts to Mr. Bailey. He's been a fly in Biden's ointment a number of times now. He gets it. He sees what's going on, and he's not afraid to stand up and say, "Hey, we need to look into this." And he's right. We all know the Bidens are filthy, and someone has to be punished. You have to be punished. I don't know if you guys heard. It's its own story. But Kash Patel, I believe, found the 2 people leaking where ICE was going to do their raids.
Oh, yeah. Heard about that.
And now those people are they're looking at a prosecution. They're not letting them go. And that's how you fix this.
Well, they're going to make the recommendations to the Department of Justice, and Pam Bondi will have to make that decision. And I suspect I know what her decision is going to be. All right, we're back. A little more sports news with Kevin Downey Jr. right after this. like the blue. On a Friday, while we may have won this election, the fight to restore our great nation is only beginning. Now is the time to take a stand. Patriot Mobile is leading the charge. As America's only Christian conservative wireless provider, Patriot Mobile offers a way to vote with your wallet without compromising on quality or convenience. Patriot Mobile isn't just about providing exceptional cell phone service. It's a call to action to defend our rights and our freedoms. With Patriot Mobile, you'll get outstanding nationwide coverage because they operate on all 3 of the major networks. If you have cell phone service today, you can get cell phone service with Patriot Mobile. Plus, you can get a coverage guarantee. Of course, the difference is every dollar you spend with Patriot Mobile supports the First and Second Amendments, the sanctity of life, and our veterans and first responders. Switching is easy. Keep your number, keep your phone, or you can upgrade. They have a 100% U.S.-based customer support team that will help you find the perfect plan. So right now, go over to patriotmobile.com/RAV. Patriot Mobile, all one word, patriotmobile.com/RAV, or call 972-PATRIOT and get a free month of service. A free month. If you have a cell phone service, you know what that's worth. Get a free month of service with promo code RAV. Switch to Patriot Mobile today. Defend freedom with every call and text that you make. Visit patriotmobile.com/RAV or call 972-PATRIOT. Well, let me talk to you about our friends at Birch Gold. You don't buy a life jacket when the boat is already sinking. Oh, no, you don't. And you don't buy gold when the economy is already collapsed. Clearly, others are heeding this advice as gold has hit all-time highs in the first part of 2025, and it's not too late for you to start taking a look at gold. The company you should trust, of course, is Birch Gold. That's the company you can buy your gold from. Birch Gold specializes in helping you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold for no money out of pocket. Just listen to this 5-star review. Quote, knowledgeable, helpful, no pressure, end quote. That's what you get with Birch Gold, and that's why RAV has been proud to endorse them for so long. Get your free information kit on gold right now by texting the word America to the number 989898. There's no obligation, just useful information. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, countless 5-star reviews. Text America to 989898 and let the experts at Birch Gold help you secure your future today. Text the word America to 989898 and get that information kit you see right there. The Birch Gold information kit, absolutely free. Text America to 989898 and do it, well, right now. All right, 20 minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Friday night. Hope you got great plans for the weekend, everybody. Whatever you're doing, I hope hope you have a good time. Spend it with family, get some downtime. Hope the weather's nice wherever you are. I think it's going to be a little windy in New York. It's windy.
A little windy.
Cold and windy.
42 miles an hour today.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I had to fix my fence because it was blown off.
I had to chase my hair down through the parking lot today. Talking about
Let's do some sports. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell, MyPillow. LFS6B is the promo code to use. Slickster's got it. What's going on?
All right, Big D, we got rodeo on a Friday night.
Go to the rodeo.
Big one. Rodeo Houston, Big D. NRG Stadium. This is the real McCoy here. Bareback riding. These are all Super Series 1, third round. Follow me here. Waylon Bergeau's 87 points on bareback on Rocky Mountain Rodeo's Stomper. We had steer wrestling. Tanner Brunner, 4.5 seconds. Good time there. Team roping. Tanner Tomlinson and Travis Graves, 4.3 seconds. Saddle Bronc. Riggins Smith, 86 points on the Servio Brothers Steak Sauce. Like that name right there. Tie down roping. Cash Hooper, 8.7 seconds. Barrel racing. Lisa Lockhart, locking it down, 14.35 tenths. And bull riding, third round, TJ Gray, 85.5 points on Survey Championship Rodeos. Broken Dreams. He picked up $3,000 total payoff, $180,000. So we'll have another update on Monday. This rodeo is running right through the 24th of March. So we're going to be pretty much with us the whole month. We'll keep track of that as Rodeo Houston. Get to a couple of quick stories here, Big D, if I may. And let's talk about Stephen A. Smith, right? We talked about that a little bit earlier.
Boy, Stephen A. is finding a way to do some political rant seemingly every day now.
Well, he might be running for president. He might be the Democratic choice coming up in a couple of years. Come on now, Big D. How crazy crazier thing. Hey, listen, they're going to run Kamala. I mean, is that much worse? Let's be honest. All right. Stephen A. Smith says Bronny James was the subject of tense confrontation with LeBron. Dylan Gwynn of Breitbart. Stephen A. maybe or may not be considering a presidential run. However, after Thursday night's tense confrontation with LeBron James, he won't get an endorsement from the NBA superstar. Smith sat courtside for the Lakers showdown with the Knicks in Los Angeles, but what ended up getting more headlines than the game was his exchange in which a visibly angered James confronted and then walked away. That was LeBron James coming up to me unexpectedly, I might add, to confront me about making sure I mind what I say about his son, Smith said on First Take. Can't repeat the words because they ain't suited for the FCC airwaves.
I mean, that's crazy.
That's what he was doing. And I thought long and hard about this over the last few hours because I had no intention on talking about this at all. Smith continued, and the reason was because it was a one-on-one. I wouldn't say it was a conversation, but it was a one-on-one confrontation. But then I wake up and everybody from ESPN, my agent, and everybody else sending me this thing had gone viral. So ultimately it was unavoidable, and that's why I have to discuss it now. That wasn't a basketball player confronting me. That was a parent, and that was a father. I can't sit here and be angry or feel slighted by LeBron James, even though his son does things.
I mean, listen, I get the fatherly part of it. I get that. But the father pushed for the son, who everybody recognized did not deserve to be there, was not ready, did not have the qualifications, did not have the talent. Everybody knows he's there because you're his dad. So you can't have it both ways, it would seem to me.
I agree.
You can't get out there and just silently act as if he got there on his own accord, which everybody knows he didn't. Everybody who watches him play knows he doesn't deserve to be there.
No, he's not even CBA
material. And then complain when the media, whose job it is to report on the NBA, says, he does not stack up as an NBA player right now.
No.
I mean, again, unless Stephen A. said something very specific, maybe I don't know what he said, but if it's just stop talking bad about him, sorry, that comes with the territory, pal.
I agree. Yeah, no, you're right. Like I said, I don't think his son could qualify for a minor league basketball team. He just wasn't an NBA talent, not at that level, But yeah, his dad brought him along, so you got to be, you got to take this. You have to have a thick skin. Let's put it that way. When you're in the NBA, whether it's family or what have you, more often than not, the sons, generally can't quite follow in the father's footsteps. I mean, there's been plenty of exceptions, but this was an extreme difference.
This footstep. I mean, he's one of the greatest. He's one of the greatest. Maybe the greatest. People argue he's the greatest, if not number 2, number 3.
Right.
I mean, top 3 for sure.
I mean, look at Michael Jordan, right? His sons, they had big promise, and his son got arrested the other day in his Lamborghini pickup, trying to get across a railroad track in his SUV. So, it's very hard to repeat what your dad did. And with 2 minutes to go, Big D, I throw it back to you. That's a wrap in sports.
All right, Slick, 25 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. Let's do, you got a quick story here, Kev, you can do right now, and then we'll do some news when we get back if you got anything quick.
I do. People are asking about Gene Hackman.
Oh, yeah. What's the update on that? That's a terrible story.
It's brutal.
Sounds so convoluted.
So Gene Hackman had advanced, what do you call it, when you can't remember stuff?
Dementia,
Alzheimer's. Thank you. He had advanced Alzheimer's. Looks like his wife died a week before he did. She had something called hantavirus, which is spread by rats somehow. And I'm assuming other rodents, maybe. We haven't heard anything about that. Maybe they had mice. I don't know. But she picked up hantavirus, rare flu-like disease. And what that does is it fills your lungs with liquid faster than you think it's going to. You think you have a flu, then you think you have a bad flu, and then maybe you don't get up. And that's what happened. Gene Hackman was not dehydrated when they found him, but he had no food in his stomach. He outlived his wife by 1 week, they believe.
Wow.
And they don't even know if he knew she was gone.
Yeah. He was very reclusive towards the end there, really out of it.
All right, we'll do some news with KDJ. I got a couple other things as well. Maybe some video of the president from the Oval Office yesterday that we didn't get to. All when we get back, live from Studio 6B. 30 minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Friday night. Glad you're in, everybody. Hope you have a great weekend. Hope you've had a great week. Of course, we always appreciate you giving us a few moments each and every night. Slick's doing sports. KDJ is here tonight doing a little extra duty because Delgado is off to Pluto. Aaron and Fran holding it down as always. I'll be interested to get the update from Delgado, how his night was, to be serious.
Oh, yeah.
Slick.
Sure.
It actually looked like it would be very interesting, I have to say.
Really?
Even for someone who's not into that as much as Delgado obviously is into it, I bet they tell some wild stories of things they whatever, you know?
I bet you wouldn't pay to go to see that.
Well, no, I wouldn't. I definitely wouldn't pay to go see it, but he didn't pay to go see it either.
Of course he didn't.
Hey, Otto just gifted 5 memberships on the YouTube. We really appreciate that.
Thank you, Otto.
Chris Allen received one. Aaron Cook received one. Barry Rowe received one. Patrick Morrissey received one. So we appreciate the gifting of subs as we try to grow to YouTube. Thank you to everybody who gifts subs. We really appreciate that. Let's do some news. And here with that is Kevin Downey Jr. He's the host of the Kevin Downey Jr. Show. What's going on, my friend?
Thank you, sir. This one, I'm going to leave it up to you boys to see what happened here. This is China. Headline, woman facing lawsuit after subjecting soon-to-be fiancé to 3-hour simulated childbirth that killed his intestinal tissue. What? I'm not kidding. And she says, my boyfriend started to feel miserable after 3 hours. He went to level 8 and he couldn't stop cursing by level 10. This is a 3-hour thing. At level 12, he was sweating and breathing rapidly due to severe pain. By the end of the experience, he was completely exhausted and his stomach was hard as a board. Now, during the commercials, I went to see what this childbirth simulator looks like. All I'm going to say, it comes with little tiny plastic babies. Were these babies put somewhere so that he could really simulate childbirth?
Oh, dear.
I don't know. But he stuck with it for 3 hours. He canceled the wedding. He's suing her. She's looking at a potential 3 years in prison. I don't see how. Because if my fiance said to me, hey, I want you to put a plastic baby in your bahookie for 3 hours, and we're going to turn these knobs up to 12. You know, this simulator goes to 12, not 10. It's going to hurt your bahookie a bit more. No, we would not be getting married. So this guy, he's got, it's called necrosis. That means his smaller intestine, which means they had to go through the large one to get there, has some necrosis, which means
it's more like the crosshairs.
So, but here's my favorite part. He started to feel miserable at level 8, but they kept going.
Was this in the New York Times, or was this from?
This is from
the Wingding Gazette.
This is from lawyerherald.com.
Oh, okay.
They go with bizarre lawsuits and what?
I didn't visit there today, so okay. Thanks for bringing me up to speed.
You didn't land your plane there. Oh, man.
Okay, very good.
And, as if you want
what follows that, Kev, I wonder?
Anything else?
Funny you should ask. What follows that is reincarnated Hitler.
Oh.
Yeah, Utah man who pledged to pull off a mass killing said he was Adolf Hitler reincarnated. He's a former military cadet who happened to be kicked out of the service for psychological reasons. It's Adolf Ramirez here, 23. It's actually Lewis. I'll call him Adolf because he's been reincarnated. And in big letters, you know, his little going away speech, or whatever, he wrote, "The Jews killed me in my past life. If you try to kill me again today in New York City when I pull up to Shabbat, I will kill you first."
Oh, boy.
And then he goes, "I will be visiting my brothers and sister in New York City tomorrow. Pull up to Shabbat at the Central Synagogue, 6 p.m. So he was showing up to kill Jewish people, firmly believing that he's Hitler reincarnated and he was killed by Jews, forgetting somehow Hitler killed himself, you idiot. Nice try. So he was in the Virginia Military Institute and got the boot for psychological reasons that the New York Post did not get into. Other than thinking he's Hitler reincarnated, I don't see what other problem there could be.
Yeah. All right, we'll do some more news here in a second. I do want to revisit the president yesterday in the Oval Office because I noticed today the reporters we're all over the president about what's going on between him and Rubio, between him and Elon, between Rubio and Elon, between Doge and Elon, and who has, and all the department heads, and who has the power, and who's doing this, and they're just looking to create any kind of tension they can. And of course, Trump handles them all like a boss and says, first of all, it's none of your business. What are you even asking me that for? And there's no tension at all. This is really what I'm trying to do. And he talked about this in the Oval Office. Roll that, Aaron.
You spoke today with your cabinet members and Elon Musk.
I did.
What did you tell them in regards to Elon Musk and his authorities to carry out actions?
We had a great meeting. We had Elon and we had some of the representatives for the business reps. We also had most of the cabinet members, not all of them. It doesn't really pertain to all of them, but many of them. And I thought it was a really good meeting. It was about cutting because everybody knows the country's way out of control in terms of the number of people. We have many people that don't work. We have many people probably that aren't even living that are getting checks. And we're finding all of that out, and it's being reported. We're going to save hundreds of billions of dollars. We've already saved a lot. And parts of it are contracts that are expired that we're paying on. Many crazy things that, you can see it happening. It shouldn't happen, but you can see it happening. You see a lot of it being put out. But the other thing I think most important for today, I want the cabinet members to keep good people. I don't want to see a big cut where a lot of good people are cut. I want the cabinet members to keep the good people, and the people that aren't doing a good job, that are unreliable, don't show up to work, etc., those people can be cut. So I had a meeting, and I said, I want the cabinet members go first, keep all the people you want, everybody that you need. And it would be better if they were there for 2 years instead of 2 weeks, because in 2 years they'll know the people better. But I want them to do the best job they can. When we have good people, that's precious. That's very important. And we want them to keep the good people. And so we're going to be watching them, and Elon and the group are going to be watching them. And if they can cut, it's better. And if they don't cut, then Elon will do the cutting.
So, Mr. President, is that a reflection that you think Doge and Elon Musk have been moving too quickly?
No, I think they've done an amazing job. They've done an amazing job, and look at what they found. I read it the other night in the speech. I mean, they found these things where billions of dollars has been poured down the drain to things. That's not about people. That's about contracts where billions and billions of dollars was just thrown out the window. It probably got kickbacks. I'm sure there were tremendous kickbacks for the people that authorized those contracts. But no, Elon has been really teaching everybody about the numbers that you can do. But what I want the numbers, but I also want to keep the good people. We want to get rid of the people that aren't working, that aren't showing up, and have a lot of problems. And so they're working together with Elon. And I think we're doing a really great job. We're cutting it down. We have to, for the sake of our country. You can't have that kind of fat. It's bloat, and like nobody's ever seen before, where you need 20,000 and they have 120,000 people, and you just don't need that many. And it happens with companies, and it happens with governments, I guess. You could go to a lot of governments, you'd see the same thing. But we're trying to get it down. We want to be able, next year, we could balance the budget. I think there's a good chance we could balance the budget next year. We have a lot of good things happening. Plus, we have a lot of revenue things happening, like today with the shipbuilding. And this gentleman behind me is going to create a lot of jobs. And he's about the biggest there is in the world. We had the biggest chip maker in the world here a few days ago. He's going to be spending $200 billion on building plants. We're not giving him any money to build it either. It's not, that chip act is ridiculous, where the Biden thing, where they give billions of dollars to people that have nothing but money. They're not going to spend that money. They're just taking that money. We're giving nothing. They're coming in because of the tariffs, because they don't want to pay the tariffs, and they're opening up big. So, but with respect to people, I said, I want to cut the people, but I want to keep the good people.
Yeah. It just totally makes sense. Media's trying to make something that's just not there, of course. Trying to create tension where there's not tension. And, when you have people who are utterly brilliant and extremely competent, they deal with each other in a way. I'm sure Elon and Trump deal with each other Where just a normal person might think, oh, gee, these guys don't like each other. There's tension. No. That's what business people do. That's how they get things done. These are serious people dealing with serious issues and serious problems and trying to find serious solutions. Yeah. It's not all fun and games, but it doesn't mean that there's some kind of, everybody just can't wait to make it out that all the blooms are off the rose now between Elon and Trump. Boy, it's all going downhill. And I don't think that's going to happen. They jumped on Air Force One today to head down to Florida together. I mean, they are serious about turning this country around, the two of them, and everybody who's around Trump, Besson and all of them. And Scott Besson's got one hell of a job in front of him, I'll tell you that, after the mess he's been left there at Treasury. And again, I don't think we're going to know how bad it is until probably into the summer of this year. And I think the mess that Biden left them as far as unemployment ticked up today a little bit, 4.1 today. But you look at that Atlanta real GDP percentage, it's gone from plus 2.8 to now negative 2.5 for the first quarter. And that's supposed to be like in real time, what they think the underlying economy is doing. So, I mean, I think Trump and Besson have a long road to hoe. And their relationship with the Federal Reserve Chairman, we have yet to really see what's going to come of that. But he's going to be in no hurry to lower rates. And I suspect the president and Scott Besson are not necessarily, I would think, going to be on the same page. Maybe they will be for now. Because the last thing they want is to see inflation spike up again. But they do not want to see 2 negative quarters of growth and be in a real official recession come July, August of this year. And they certainly don't want it lasting anytime into next year because they will take the brunt of the blame, even though they probably have none of the blame in reality. And of course, as we've talked about yesterday, the Republicans have a lot of work to do in front of them as far as with the budget.
Yeah, that's going to be, he said they can hope to balance the budget.
Reconciliation. Yeah, that's what he says.
It's going to be tough. I pray for him. I hope he does.
And I listened to Chip Roy tonight, and I listened to others. But we've talked about this last night. I just want to play just a second of Thomas Massey last night here, very quickly with Daniel Horowitz.
The CR that's about to happen. Let's remember the funding deadline for Congress is always September 30th. If we have one job, it's to decide which checks to write and where to send them and how much they should be for. And that's the due date is September 30th. But Congress is always surprised by September 30th. That's like a florist being surprised by Valentine's Day. It's the same day every year. If you miss the deadline next year, let's get ready a little bit sooner. But here's what happened last September 30th. We kicked the can down the road because people didn't want it to interfere with the elections. There's always an excuse to not do your homework. Well, then the funding expired. Instead of September 30th, it expired in December. Well, guess what? We swept the elections. And what they decided was, well, let's wait until March when Trump's got his feet under him in the Oval Office. We've got Senate Majority Leader who's Republican and Republicans in the House.
Okay, we'll hold it right there, and we'll finish it when we get back. We'll wrap it up for another great week, live from Studio 6B right after this. right, 13 to the hour, live from Studio 6B. We'll wrap it up for Friday night. Glad you've been a part of the show, as always. Real America's Voice and across the airways of 103.9 LI News Radio. I just want to finish this. Daniel Horowitz yesterday on his Conservative Review podcast had Thomas Massey on discussing the CR and how insane it's going to be if we pass a clean CR, and what basically that whole copy-paste from last year's budget will mean. So here's the rest of that clip.
And they spent another $200 billion, but we're like, look, next time Trump's going to be in there, that's the real cuts.
Yeah, let's kick this can down the road to March. And here we are. It's March. March 14th is the deadline. By the way, the Democrats have a retreat on March 13th and 14th. They'll be partying. So, I mean, it seems like there's a crisis looming, but they've got a party scheduled. It starts a day before the shutdown. So I don't think they're really that worried about this deadline. I think they're pretty sure that Republicans are going to completely cave, not on the deadline, but maybe a day or two early. And so what does it mean to cave? Well, we said if we kick the can down the road to March 14th, then at that point we could do some appropriations. Instead of a CR, we would do appropriations bills that reflected the agenda, the mandate that Trump and Congress got in the election. But now they're talking about a clean CR. That means to just cut, copy, paste last year's budget and do all the same stuff we were doing before Trump got elected. And that'll probably, I'd imagine every Democrat's going to vote for that. And because they're relying on Democrat votes, they're saying we can't even cut the crazy USAID stuff that's been found in the budget by DOJ.
You're saying that's not going to be in the CR?
No.
USAID will be funded at Biden levels.
Yes, that's the discussion that's happening here. Not just USAID, but any crazy thing that DOJ has found wasn't, for the most part, were appropriations. They weren't the mandatory spending. They were discretionary spending, grants and whatnot. USAID falls under that category. Is going to get funded again on March 14th. The CR.
There you go. Can you imagine USAID, after everything we have seen, getting funded again on March 14th if they do cut, copy, paste on a clean, basically what a clean CR would be from last year's budget? How would you possibly make sense of that? And I hear Chip Roy on with Steve Bannon today talking about, and let's just play this so everybody can understand this new position that we're taking. That no, don't worry. President Trump and Besson are going to claw back money. They're not going to spend all that gets appropriated. Here's that.
Hang on. Hang on. I see your logic. You're saying you don't need to attach to the CR. Yeah. Pass a clean CR. The president has the inherent power in the unified executive theory that he's the chief executive of the U.S. government. When Elon gets more definitive about what it is, and if it's 50 billion or 100 billion, whatever the number is, that Russ can go to the president and say, this is waste, fraud, and abuse that we found, right? And the president then can make a decision to impound that money immediately. And then, of course, they'll take you to court immediately, but you fight it out at that point. But you're saying you don't need that in a CR. The president has the inherent power, and the Russ vote's going to be on point. Is that how that's how the concept of people ought to be thinking of?
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't have said it any better. You just outlined it perfectly. In fact, I'm going to grab that clip and use it for my colleagues.
Okay, so that's the theory. The key sentence in there is they're going to take you to court immediately. Has anybody noticed what's been going on in the courts? Is that really where we want to rely on?
Oof.
I mean, I don't know. I mean,
that's risky.
Seems crazy to me. But all right, let's do some sports, and we'll do some news and wrap it up. Slick's got sports, brought to you by Mike Lindell. What's going on, Slick's?
All right, Big D, one more sweep of the scoreboard for the night. Purdue right now, 71-70 over Illinois. NCAA men's basketball, 5 to go there in the second. 1:48 to go in the first. South Florida over Memphis, 31-29. Finals from earlier tonight. Belmont downs in Illinois State, 76-63. 85-84 in a good one. South Dakota over North Dakota State. And Bradley beats Murray State, 70-62. NHL NHL, Utah Hockey Club blanking the Blackhawks 1-0, 12 to go there in the second. Final tonight, Jets bomb the Devils 6-1, and the Capitals 5-2 over the Red Wings. Not a good win. They came back and scored 4 unanswered there, Kevin. Your Red Wings went down. And we got a little golf today too, Big D. Golf action. We got the Arnold Palmer Invitational right now. Palmer's Bay Hill and Club in Orlando, Florida. Shane Lowry shot an 8 under today, leads everyone, so that was a good one. And then we got we'll go get on the ladies PGA, Blue Bay LPGA. Let's go round 3 right now. This is the Wan Lake Blue Bay Golf Course, Hainan Island, wherever that is. I'm not sure where that is. I'll have to look up my geology there. But Nasa Hatatoka and also Cassie Porter both shot a 7 under today in the LPGA. Like that one?
Yeah, no, it's good.
I got to get on that, Big D. I got one quick story, though, with the president. Trump administration finds Maine Transmabob athlete policy in violation of Title IX. This is Warner Todd Houston of Breitbart. I threw in the Transmabob, Kevin, for you.
Thank you.
The Trump administration has now formally determined that Maine is in violation of federal Title IX rules with his refusal to abide by the ban on transgender athletes playing in girls' sports. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services Office for Civil Rights has sent a letter to Maine Attorney General Aaron Frey to inform Maine officials that the state's education department has violated the rules and that a compliance review is now underway. WMTW-TV reported. The February 25th letter states that Maine violates Title IX by denying female student athletes in the state of Maine an equal opportunity to participate in and obtain the benefits of participation in any interscholastic, intercollegiate, or club or intramural athletics offered by the state by allowing male athletes to compete against female athletes in current and future athletic support events. State officials have not commented on the letter, of course not, but we will see. Of course, we know Maine Governor Janet Mills made a point of verbally attacking President Trump during a meeting of state governors at the White House in February after Trump warned Mills that she had better comply with Title IX rules on transgender athletes. Mills scoffed, "See you in court," as she threatened legal action against the president's rule changes. So we'll see where this goes, Big D, but the president is laying down the hammer on Maine and letting them know they're in violation. They'll get no Fed funds. That's what will happen.
All right, Slick, very good. Let's do a little more news with Kevin Downey Jr. before we wrap it up. What else is up, KDJ?
Well, I'll tell you, Big D, the DOJ is investigating the price of eggs. They're looking for a price-fixing scheme. It's not the first one that this industry has had. Check this out, though, from January 2024 to January 2025, eggs went up 53%. In 1 year. And if you want to go back farther, there's a 139% increase from October 23, when it was only $2.07 for a dozen. Now it's way up there, 139%. DOJ is looking at a couple of people. Oddly enough, they're not looking at Joe Biden yet for slaughtering a bunch of chickens, and that's where I think he should be looking. But this has happened before. As I said, 2023, it's a company called Cal Maine Rose Acre Farms got busted for fiddling with the price, and they asked for a new trial, but they said as of right now, we don't know. We don't know what's going to happen with that. But the DOJ is looking into it, see if there's price fixing, because 139% in 2.5 years is insane. Nothing goes up 139% in 2 years. Now, there is more good news. Kash Patel announced some spies have been caught. Literally in our military. Did you hear about that?
Yes.
Holy moly! U.S. Army soldiers selling intel to China, selling it to China. Now this is important. Patel has found some people. Pam Bondi, as you said earlier, recommending charges against people. There finally action being taken.
Yeah, and we're about 10 days away from Dan Bongino joining the team. 10 days away from Bongino being there. So, as always, we salute our military, active and active, police, firefighters, first responders, EMTs, everybody on the front lines. Thanks, guys, on the show. Aaron Frank, great job as always. Most of all, thank you, the live from Studio 6B audience. Have a great weekend, everybody. We'll see you Monday night, 8 o'clock, right here, live from Studio 6B.
It appears that President Trump's strategy regarding European military defense is working. Find out what the UK Secretary of Defense told Pete Hegseth. Also, the first jobs reports came out for the month of February in the first of the Trump administration. This time around, find out what they said. How is it? Is it good? Is it bad? Also, the United States taxpayer is paying for a bunch of subscriptions of government employees of which they are not using. Find out which companies are getting a lot of taxpayer dollars for people who aren't using that subscription. All that and more coming up on this episode of Turning Point tonight. My name is Joe Bob, and together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. Thanks so much for tuning in. This is Turning Point tonight. Now, what I can't gloss over is the headline-making podcast with Gavin Newsom and Turning Point's own Charlie Kirk. You've probably seen a lot of clips. You probably know a lot about it. And as a special treat, making his first appearance to Turning Point tonight, we have Charlie Kirk coming up in just a few minutes to talk about the conversation he had with Governor Gavin Newsom. Now, there's a lot to be said, and I'll let Charlie say most of it. But here's, I think, a thing that we all need to recognize. There is dialogue between the left and the right. And considering the fact that the right is based in reality, the conversation then shifts to the right the more that it happens. It's no secret that the sides have been getting further and further apart over the last couple of years. The right has moved further to right, the left has moved further to the left, and even noted liberals like Bill Maher is saying the left has left him behind. With conversations between conservatives and liberals, the one good thing that can come out of this is that the left moves more to the right, and therefore the middle of the conversation moves further to our side. So that being said, that doesn't mean that anybody's going to vote for Gavin Newsom, whether or not he decides to run for president in 2028 or whatever it is that he chooses to do. I still don't like the guy. I still don't agree with him. I think he's wrong about everything. However, if the left bases their conversation in reality, unlike what they're doing today, ultimately, we, the American people, will be better off. And that is the one thing I think we should take away from conversations between our side and their side. If we can just bring them a little bit closer to reality, all of us will benefit. And with that, without further ado, let's welcome in the founder and CEO of Turning Point, as well as the host of the Charlie Kirk Show. Charlie Kirk, thanks for being here, man.
It is great to be a guest on Turning Point tonight. I watch every night. And by the way, Joe Bob, I'm trying out this new hand motion, and I don't know if you like it or not, but it's kind of like, hey, we're gonna stress test that a little bit, right? We're gonna kind of work it out.
Yeah,
how am I doing?
We're gonna stress test that. I wonder if there was anybody playing any drinking games on how many times Gavin said to stress test that.
Just kind of stress test that one out.
So Charlie, obviously coming off of the big podcast, which was trending everywhere, and I think still is. I feel like this is kind of like a post-game interview type thing, which is great. First thing I was curious about, considering the fact that it appeared like he pretty much agreed with everything you said, did any of that surprise you in real time there?
I mean, I think he's so politically transactional that he'll say whatever it takes to try to kind of go where the wind is blowing. He knows where the wind is blowing, unless it's the California wildfires. Then he doesn't know where the wind is blowing. And so, too soon, maybe. But yeah, look, I mean, I will say this. Credit to him for having me on the show. Credit to his team for not editing any of the footage. So that's good. That was, we were a little worried about that. So that was important. Yeah, I mean, look, it surprised me. He also, it's just rhetorical. He's not actually doing anything with actions to improve California or to make California a better place to live. In fact, I think he's largely responsible for the downfall of California. And so he's trying to magnify his image, and I don't know if it's going to work.
You know, I don't know how he would be responsible. He's only been in statewide office for the last 14 years, and before that, a mayor of one of the biggest cities. I don't know what he would have to do with the downfall of California. But I wanted to get this in because I'm not sure if you're aware of this. Right at the beginning of the podcast, if people go watch it, you guys talk about college, and Gavin says, by an athletic coach that gave me an opportunity to play at Santa Clara, he mentioned his 960 score on the SAT, which is below the national average average when he would have taken it. We were all familiar with the Varsity Blues scandal that had a bunch of rich parents bribing college coaches to give preference to an athletic recruit to get them into schools they otherwise wouldn't have gotten into. Did you know this, that Gavin Newsom never actually played a full game for the Santa Clara varsity baseball team? It is said that he did participate in the tryouts his freshman and sophomore year, but other than that, there is no evidence that Gavin ever played varsity baseball at the university that he went to. With that, do we think that his parents might have, greased some palms a little bit to get him in on a baseball scholarship?
Wasn't this like a community college though? Or what college was this?
No, it was Santa Clara University. It was a 4-year university.
I mean, look, I don't want to accuse his parents of being Lori Loughlin, but it's kind of this whole thing. He's like, look, I only have a 960 SAT, and okay, great. I mean, I don't quite even know what to make of that. What I will say is this though, is that this was all around this discussion of trans sports. He's like, well, I revere sports. Okay, well, if you actually revere sports, then you should come out as the governor of California right now and stop A.B. Hernandez from competing in and winning the state championship. By the way, this is going to be a big issue for Gavin. Woo! He just invited a big issue. Let me tell you what's going to happen, okay? He will almost assuredly do nothing. And this young man will win the state championship as a woman. And he will look like a complete fraud, like he just came out and ran to the middle on the issue and said it to Charlie Kirk, but won't actually do anything about it, won't speak out against it. And it's going to kind of be this looming issue. So we'll see what happens. But a man is about to win the state long jump championship in female sports.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Humor me. If we zoom out to like 30,000 feet, just looking at this podcast that you did with Gavin, I'm not trying to inflate your ego, blow smoke up your butt, but what it looked like to me is a guy who has, his ideas firmly rooted in, centuries of human history and all that sort of stuff. And then another guy who was trying to figure out, based on polling, where his ideals and ideology should be, which seems like kind of a microcosm of the right versus the left. Do you have any comment on that? You kind of touched on it with the podcast stuff. And again, people can watch the whole thing if they want to get the full context. But what's your thoughts there?
Yeah. And by the way, people should subscribe if they want to either our YouTube channel or my podcast page if they want to listen to the entire discussion. I think it's very worthwhile. Look, I don't think Democrats like Gavin Newsom are capable of having a long-form interview discussion. I don't know if Gavin Newsom could survive Joe Rogan, for example. I don't know if he would be able to have the kind of unscripted, robust, unpredictable type discussion. And look, the conversation has been very well received, overwhelming response. And you could tell he was a little uncomfortable because he wanted to try to come across as a bro. And I tried to meet the frequency, but also challenge him and try to actually put him on the spot on a variety of different issues. And he's a political actor trying to play a podcaster.
Part of that I thought was interesting, and people don't necessarily know unless they're kind of in this line of work. Sometimes the conversation can go down a rabbit hole that you don't want it to go down, and we saw you kind of like course correct a couple times. With that being said, on a couple issues that you didn't go down the rabbit hole that you probably could have, do you feel like you pulled any punches?
Yeah, I will say this. I was intentionally trying to not, call him a dictator or any of these. I was trying to. No, I didn't do. I did not do that.
You did not do that. It was probably a difficult feat to accomplish.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's elected, to be in charge of California. But what I tried to do, and I think it was successful, was in an entertaining, lighthearted way, use humor and also a little bit of a, let's just say, an incredulity, a bafflement of like, is this really an issue? Why don't you do anything about it? Because here's the alternative. The alternative, you can go in there like Ron DeSantis did, who I like, and be super aggressive. Gavin's actually pretty good at that. He's really good at meeting you at that frequency, doubling down. No, you're wrong, fixating on a point. And then it becomes a mess. This podcast actually wasn't a mess. In fact, the feedback was that our ideas, the way we presented them, were victorious.
Yeah. No, yeah, to your point, I've run a couple races in California, run into Gavin quite a few times, and the scariest thing about him is he's very nice and very easy to deal with on a person-to-person basis. Even though his ideas are awful. Speaking of people who couldn't last on a Joe Rogan podcast, Kamala Harris has possibly, Politico's reporting, thrown her hat into the ring to replace Gavin when he is termed out. Do you have any thoughts? Is that good for any conservative that may actually try and win in California in the next gubernatorial race in 2026?
Possibly. I think it will make Gavin Newsom look like a much better governor if she ever can you imagine her in charge of anything? But yeah, if he wants to run for governor, I mean, he's going to be tied to every crazy thing she does. And, good luck, Kamala. Go ahead. Go become governor of California. Look, she's looking for a cushy job where she could be supported by everyone around her, have no responsibility, and with a nice title. And so she's looking to be governor of California. I mean, not much else left to destroy, but she'd find a way to do it.
I think, Gavin's probably eyeing at 2028, the presidency. Do you think, obviously this is a part of his kind of, let's go back to the middle and go back to sanity. Do you think he's got a shot at the DNC nomination if he doesn't bow to the wokies?
Maybe. Again, he's so inauthentic, as you would agree, Joe Bob. Mm-hmm. He's so transactional. He's so about himself, Machiavellian, really, that it's hard to tell. Here's my current take. I think the Democrats are so captured by the woke elements of their party and their movement that someone like Gavin Newsom having a sister Souljah moment like Bill Clinton did back in the 90s, I don't think that's possible right now. I don't think it's possible. I could be wrong. I think they're too captured by this trans ideology. I think they're too captured by these radical ideas. And you can see that with a lot of the backlash that Gavin is getting.
Yeah. Last thing that I'm curious about, speaking of people who are not captured by the radical lunacy, any updates on Gavin's son attending SAS or CLS?
Oh, we're working
summer?
on it big time. So some people say that, hey, Charlie, we think that it was like a shtick and it's not true. I've heard the opposite. I've heard for a while he's been a fan of us, but also he's a white teenager with an iPhone. Of course he's a fan of Turning Point. I mean, come on. Meaning that he's being called racist all the time in his local classrooms. He's being said that he's a white teenage boy with an iPhone. So I hope that he reaches out one way or the other, but he is a minor, so I want to respect parental rights. Unlike Gavin Newsom, I'm not actually going to try to go after kids without parental consent.
Yeah. Well, hopefully he comes over to the light side of way of thinking. Charlie Kirk, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate taking the time.
Hey, everybody, keep on watching Turning Point tonight, every single night. What time is it on, Joe Bob, every night?
10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific.
By the way, that's prime time in Pacific. Look at you. I mean, you're right there. That's big. That's big stuff.
It's great for tonight or at the evening because President Trump did warn us about this. We may get tired of winning. Now, I'm not tired of winning, but you do get tired from winning. And so, considering all the winning, people can go right to bed afterward and just wake up refreshed the next day.
And if you want to keep the good times going, a re-airing of my daytime show comes right after, which, by the way, sometimes you don't catch all of my show during the day because of breaking news, President Trump's press conferences, Caroline Leavitt. So it's a 1-2 combo every night, 10 p.m. Eastern. Check it out. Thanks, Joe Bob.
Charlie, thanks so much, man. Really appreciate you. Coming up, we're going to check in with White House correspondent for Turning Point, Monica Page, on what's going on at the White House, the job numbers and all of that, as well as more news of the day. Stay tuned. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
This is our last chance to help save thousands of Holocaust survivors who are suffering in the former Soviet Union today. The needs that these forgotten Jews have are something beyond anything you can imagine.
Have you eaten this morning?
I ate the carrot, so I ate half of it yesterday. And this is what she ate in 2 days, 1 carrot. Please pray for me.
The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews began this ministry to help elderly Jews living in horrible poverty around the world. We urgently need your gift of $25 now to help provide one survival food box with all of the foods they critically need for their diet for 1 month. When you call right now, your gift's impact will be doubled to help save lives.
I have a tremendous love for Israel and the Jewish people. This is why I'm partnering with the Fellowship. It gives me a way to authentically bless Jewish people in need around the world.
I believe in God, but I sometimes feel maybe He forgot me. Perhaps you could tell my story, and I would find a matching soul that would understand. I face hunger again.
Please don't delay. Call, scan, or go online now to help rush one survival food box to a Holocaust survivor. When you call right now, your gift's impact will be doubled to help save lives.
This is what God wants from us. Just feed the hungry.
If you hear God's voice, I'm asking you to act now. Do it when it's on your heart. I pray that they'll know in their final months that they're not alone.
Did you know you could remodel your kitchen faster and for a lot less than at the big box stores? At Cabinets to Go, customize your dream kitchen with custom quality cabinets, countertops, and more. And enjoy a high-quality, affordable kitchen makeover that is sure to wow. Visit one of our showrooms nationwide and get your dream kitchen today for as low as $149 a month at CabinetsToGo.com.
What if you could tackle your dog's itching, mushy poops, and low energy? Millions of pet parents are raving about Dr. Marty Nature's Blend.
Such a huge difference in her health. More energy, more playful, no more pooping issues.
I'm Dr. Marty. I've been a veterinarian for more than 50 years. The dangerous ingredients added to many pet foods could be impacting your dog's lifespan. That's why I formulated Nature's Blend.
Now you can feed your dog wholesome cuts of real meat, vegetables, and fruit with no artificial preservatives or fillers. Try Dr. Marty risk-free. Go to drmartypets.com/TV.
Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight, where we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. One of my favorite parts of the day is when we get to talk to Monica Page, Turning Point's White House correspondent at the White House. Monica, thanks for joining us today. Job numbers are out. Trump's at a crypto thing. There's a lot going on. Fill us in. What do you got?
There's always a lot going on here, Joe Bob. Great to be with you. Great to speak with you. Of course, today it's been announced 151,000 jobs for the first quarter of Trump's administration. Of course, this is huge news considering the fact that the sector that did the best in this jobs report is the manufacturing sector. Under Joe Biden, manufacturing jobs fell, and we know that more foreign workers, foreign-born workers, really succeeded under the Biden administration, but now that's changed. Native-born Americans are getting more jobs under the Trump administration. That's a very positive thing. So as manufacturing jobs were the biggest winners out of this report, we know the biggest losers from this report are those in the federal government. They've lost about 10,000 jobs already just in February alone, according to this report. So it's a positive sign that DOGE is doing its job and weeding out all this extra stuff that we don't really need. And it's a great sign for American workers as well.
Yeah, it's interesting with this, when these reports come out, because it's kind of hard to decide, who to give credit to or what, because something it's too early, something it's not early enough. With President Trump, though, I think businesses are always on the front foot of things and recognizing, hey, a new administration is coming in. Maybe we should curtail how we do things. That impact will be seen pretty immediately, I think, which is what those job numbers show. President Trump is also at a crypto event, which is pretty interesting. Can you tell us about that or anything else that I think he's also established a task force? You want to get into those things?
Yeah, sure. So President Trump, as we speak right now, is hosting his crypto summit here at the White House. He's got leaders from different kinds of crypto agencies, including Robinhood, for that matter. He's trying to make the United States really the crypto capital of the world. I think he's trying to also establish a crypto reserve, which I think is going to be good for anybody who's invested in crypto. And then also just recently coming out of the White House, coming out of the Oval Office, President Trump just signed an executive order to establish a task force for the FIFA World Cup of 2026. This is expected to make and create more jobs regarding the World Cup, and also kind of unite both Canada and Mexico as they both get involved in the World Cup this upcoming 2026. So lots of things coming out of the White House. And then later today, around 5 p.m. Eastern time, Trump is leaving to go to the Winter White House in Mar-a-Lago. So still plenty of work to be done. Of course, President Trump never sleeps, so he'll be working all weekend, I'm sure.
It's funny because that's like a common saying for people who work really hard, but literally he doesn't sleep. He's just up all day, tweeting at whatever hour or posting on X or whatever you call it. But yeah, fascinating. That is going to be really interesting too, seeing how Canada and Mexico say, hey, hold on, aren't we frenemies right now? Really looking forward to how that plays out. Monica Page, thank you so much for joining us again. Always, again, my favorite part of the day, getting to talk to you and seeing what's going on at the White House. Really appreciate you taking the time.
Absolutely. Anytime. Always love coming on the show.
Thank you. Let's get back to more stuff going on around our country. And with that, let's bring in a commentator who, here's what I think is interesting. This guy was my former college roommate, has a lot of opinions on a lot of different things, but also represents, as you'll see in his little title, the average American man. Anthony Delio joins us to talk all of the things going on. First, I want to get to this, what we just talked about with Monica Page, the jobs reports. Jobs are up by 151,000 jobs added in the economy in the first month that President Trump was in office. But that included, I think, some 10,000 federal jobs that were eliminated from DOGE. Average guy thoughts. What does that look like from the federal government is cutting jobs? How bad is this?
It is crazy to me that federal government jobs are included in employment data. That makes absolutely no sense. I don't understand how a federal job has anything to do with any kind of indication of how our economy is doing. For example, if a president wants to go and just add, let's say, 20 million jobs 1 month or 1 year, whatever, he's going to be the greatest jobs president of all time. But that doesn't tell us that the economy is doing well. It just tells us that the president created a bunch of jobs. So, it's great that jobs are growing, but this number that, we lost a bunch of jobs, it's useless information because they're government job. They don't tell us anything about. So the criticism of Trump that look, we're losing jobs. It's well, yeah, the government is saving money that we were wasting. So
that's a fascinating point. Especially because that's not actually spurring on the economy. That also reminds me of the fact that the Wall Street Journal had a great piece about this. Almost several years ago now, probably, where they're basically talking about the whole wage gap thing. Well, what they don't include in that is federal government, just government payouts to people. That's not included in their income. And if it is, that wage gap closes quite a bit. So yeah, if we don't include that in the people's incomes, you can't include jobs that are just kind of made up, even when they go away. That is interesting. That makes a lot of sense. Speaking of things that DOGE is doing, in this industry, some people watching this might not be familiar with this. We use a lot of Adobe products. Adobe is a software developer that uses video products, and I'm sure plenty of you are familiar with Adobe Reader. Turns out that there's 11,000 subscriptions to Adobe Reader that the federal government is paying for and not using, which is, if you're paying for a subscription, it's like a bunch of people paying for Netflix that never watch it, which actually might be a real thing that's happening. Anthony, your thoughts on the fact that Adobe is getting a ton of money from the federal government that isn't actually being used for their product?
Well, it's no surprise at all. When we look at all the recent DOGE findings that have come out, it's no surprise that there's 11,000 Adobe licenses that are being paid for and no employees even attached to them. There's also came out that there was 5 or 6 other companies that have fives or tens of thousands of licenses that are being paid for but not used. I think what the Trump administration should do is create an executive order that declares that all government contractors must report if their service is not being used by the government. And that there will be significant penalties if it is later found out that, hey, you are actually ripping off the American people. That we shouldn't be allowing this to happen. And frankly, like, we should require these companies to self-report until we at least get this somewhat cleaned up.
Yeah, and of course, the self-reporting isn't going to be perfect because that's going to be a lot of, well, what if they don't? Yeah, we know it's not going to be perfect, but that's a great idea. If you're getting a government contract.
Just say, hey, we have 50,000 licenses that the government is paying for. Oh, and half of them are not being used. So we're just going to tell you about it. You don't have to cancel the licenses. It's on the government to cancel the license if we're not paying for it. But you have to tell the American people, the American government, that, hey, we're ripping you off.
I love that idea. President Trump, if you're listening, that actually is a fantastic idea. Self-reporting. Just to some of those numbers that you were talking about, 35,000 ServiceNow licenses. I'm not sure what that even is. 84 of them are being used. 1,700 Cognos licenses, only 325 are being used. 10,000 Java licenses, only 400 are currently being used. That is not what you would call bang for your buck. I also can't believe that anybody's like pro that. Like, yeah, we should still be paying. Like, no, what constituency is like advocating for continuing to effectively light money on fire? Maybe the people that work at Adobe. I want to get to this because speaking of lighting money on fire, the U.S. obviously defends the rest of the world. People talk about the social programs in Europe like, oh, well, they've got free healthcare or free housing or whatever it is. Yeah, the only reason they get to do it is because we cover all of their military spending and we protect them. If they had to spend what a normal country has to spend, or sorry, what a country should spend on military protection, yeah, they don't get to have all of those floofy retirement programs that start at 55 or public Medicare or medicine, whatever. They don't get to do any of those social programs. Where I'm getting at with this is Secretary Pete Hegseth's counterpart in the UK had some really interesting thoughts to share, especially after Trump-Zelensky-Vance meeting in the Oval Office that kind of, blew up in the Euro's face. They seem to think that we can't trust the U.S. anymore, which prompted this response from Secretary Hegseth's counterpart in the UK. Watch this.
We last met last month in NATO, and then you challenged Europe to step up. You challenged us to step up on Ukraine, on defense spending, on European security, and I say to you that we have, we are, and we will further. And last week, the British Prime Minister announced the biggest increase in defence spending since the end of the Cold War, and we will go further.
Freaking awesome, I think, right? Like, people, libs especially, are like, oh, the way that Trump treated Zelensky. Okay, well, if that's the outcome, our allies spending more money on defense, is that such a bad thing?
Yeah, this is really cool to see. And I think these are a lot of promises that Trump made when he was running kind of coming to fruition. And I think half the country doesn't really like maybe how he does his business and gets deals like this done. But it's hard to argue that this is a bad thing. Like, we are going to have to spend less money defending the rest of the world. We are going to have to spend less money protecting the rest of the world. This is a great step forward, a small step forward. I always go back to the quote that half of the country takes Trump literally, but not seriously, and half of the country takes him seriously, but not literally. And I think this is one of those things when he comes up and says, I'm going to make the rest of the world pay their fair share. And people are like, yeah, you're an idiot, whatever. But he kind of does come through on these things. And he's repeatedly done that both in his first term, and he's already starting to, again, this term, where not everyone's going to agree with the methods. Not everyone is going to really understand how or why it's happening, but the things he is promising are starting to come around. And I think it's a huge deal.
Yeah, you don't want to be in the position of everybody liking you, but then also walking all over you, as several of his predecessors have been. Anthony, great perspective from the average American man, as the Chiron said. Really appreciate the input. We'll definitely have you back.
Thank you. We'll see you soon.
Coming up, another awesome clip from Alex Clark's Cultural Apothecary podcast. Don't go away. We'll be right back after this.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, ride your bike.
If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, smile big and bright.
Thousands of kids just like me are happy every day.
And it's all because of generous people like you who support Shriners Hospitals for Children every month.
All you have to do is call the number on your screen or go online to loveshriners.org right now with your monthly gift.
Because of people like you, Shriners Hospitals for Children is able to make an everyday miracle happen for kids like me.
If you're happy and you know it, dance around. If you're happy and you know it, play a song.
If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, take a shot.
And when you call or go online right now to donate $19 a month or more, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a thank you and a reminder of all the smiles you're bringing to kids' faces every day.
Will today be the day you send your love to the rescue?
When you call the number on your screen right now and give as little as $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, you'll be making a life-changing difference for a child, just like Sarah.
Your monthly gift today could change your life forever.
Because of you.
We are happy and we know it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please call or go online right now to give. If operators are busy, please wait patiently or go to loveshriners.org right away.
This is the purest source of vitamins you can get. Unlike pills and powder, Gem is real food. I take it every day. There's no synthetic fillers, no mega doses. I'm eating actual food. It's not a supplement. I trust real food.
When a cyber thief transfers the title of your home out of your name, it's a race against time to stop the theft of your hard-earned equity.
Many people don't know this has happened until long after it's done.
You as the homeowner think you still own a house. 3 months later, you start getting foreclosure notices and you realize you've got 4 mortgages on your house that you didn't even know existed.
Find out if you're already a victim and start your $1 million triple lock protection today at HomeTitleLock.com.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
So we're walking back and I noticed, so this island has tons of animals and there's like wild monkeys and dogs and birds. And as we're walking back to our apartment in our bikinis, barefooted, I noticed all the animals went silent. And it was like dogs, like they were the wild dogs, and they just yelp and run into the bushes. Birds like suddenly fly into the air and like go off into the horizon. All like the monkeys and everything start running up, like climbing up the hill. And I'm like, what is going on? Like it was just this, like the animal's sixth sense knew danger was coming.
And you were just with your dad. Your mom was still on the beach?
Mm-hmm. So I'm still with my dad at this point, following him to the middle of the island. Meanwhile, my mom is on the phone calling the airline and notices suddenly all the water leaves and her whole heart and stomach like turn upside down because she knew what was about to happen.
She knew it was a tsunami.
Yeah, she'd seen signs on the beaches of Florida saying like, if the water leaves, you have a few minutes, get to high ground.
So as you're walking with your dad, is he saying anything to you?
I feel like he was a little bit oblivious. He was just like in dad mode. Like he was just like, girls, let's go. Like we got to go. We were about to go. And my mom and my dad were about to go rock climbing. And so he was about to go change his outfit. So he was ready to go rock climbing. And my sisters and I would have been on the ground playing while my parents would have been climbing up a hill.
And what were other people around the resort doing?
It was like at this moment, people started to notice something was going on. And you could see just the way that people responded to this like gut feeling that you have of danger. And I remember as we were walking back, this one woman with her baby sitting next to her, just like frozen, staring out as the water is leaving. And then I noticed like some people were like so fascinated by the fish that were now just flopping around everywhere and start like running out further into the ocean to like go grab the fish. And then some people are like completely oblivious, don't really know what's going on. They're not looking at the beach, so they haven't even noticed that the water is leaving.
How long from the water being sucked out into the ocean does the first wave hit?
Like anything between 2 to 5 minutes.
2 to 5 minutes.
So not long.
Have you made it to the apartment yet?
So my dad is just about to put the key into the apartment. And all of a sudden, as a kid, you know your mom's voice. And even though she's probably a few hundred meters or like a few feet from us, a few hundred feet from us, I hear my mom's yelling, "Run! Run!" at the top of her lungs. And she has now hung up the phone and is running to the beach to stand where our sandcastles are. And she didn't know because she didn't know if my dad had taken us back to the room or not. And at this point, the chaos is starting to build because you can see in the horizon is this thin white line that's getting bigger and bigger by the second, like coming towards our island at a rapid speed. And as you're standing there, you can feel the whole ground is shaking underneath us. And so she's yelling, "Run," and standing there where our sandcastles are. And she pauses for this moment. And she's like, "God, where are they?" And she hears this one word in the back of her mind, and it's flee. And she knows that we weren't on the beach and she just had to trust the flee. And so she turns around and starts yelling as she's doing this. She's yelling, "Run!" And some people are listening to her. Some people don't know what to do. And the chaos is like building and building and building. And so she starts running down the path towards us. And my mom is like one of the strongest people I know. And I just remember seeing the look in her eyes of fear. And I'd never seen that before. And I was 10 years old. So I was like at that age where I could kind of understand what was going on. And I just see my mom filled with fear and her eyes are so big and people at this point are smashing into each other and banging into each other and chaos and people like grabbing each other's shirt and don't know what to do. All they know is they feel the ground shaking and they see this now at this point we could see it as this massive wave coming at our island at a rapid speed.
So you looked back and you see the wave coming.
Yes.
And were you guys trying to get inside and go up a bunch of stairs to get to higher ground or what was going on there?
So my mom and my dad gather us and my dad grabs one sister, my mom grabs the other. I'm the eldest, but I'm running as fast as my little 10-year-old feet can behind them. And we run to the other side of the island because we're not sure. Like we're thinking, wave smashes on an island. Like maybe it won't reach us if we're on the other side. But the island was so small. So we run to the other side of the island and it was almost like the island, you could just tell the wave is just going to come completely over the island. So even when we ran to the other side of the island, I can see the wave is just coming at us from what felt like all directions. And there was this one moment that I'll never forget. And there was this man, and the only way to get to this resort was by a boat. And there was a man on a boat and he climbs off the boat and he starts running because people at this point are understanding that there's a massive wave coming, a wave they've never seen, and they have to get to high ground. And so this man climbs off his boat and starts running towards us, hoping he's going to make it to high ground in time. But he is a few hundred feet from us and realizes, you see him have this moment where he stops and he realizes, I'm not going to make it to the cliffs or the hills that are on either side of the island. And so he turns around and he starts running back onto his boat, climbs onto his boat and is trying to climb inside underneath his boat to hide there. And this was the moment when I was like, I could die today. I see the wave come towards him and then smash him. And all I see is boat and body and blood just go everywhere. And this wave absolutely obliterated him. And I'm sitting there just thinking, I could die right now.
Had you ever thought of death at 10 years old before this moment?
No.
Probably just like old people die, things like that.
Like you grow old. And I was 10. I had a childhood full of innocence. Why would I need to think about death?
And are you watching this man be blown to pieces from the wave as you're running? Or are you paused looking back?
No, we paused and I looked back and I saw it.
Did you say anything to your parents or you're just taking this all in?
No, I'm just taking it all in. And then my mom looks at me and this was another coincidence, which I feel like are just small miracles in which God chooses to remain anonymous, is that the day before, my mom and I had gone for a walk. We were like, let's go explore the island. And we had found what we call in New Zealand like a goat's path, but it means like essentially like a path up one of the hills on either side of the island. There was 2 hills. We found a path up one of the hills that was kind of like a beaten down path. Like it wasn't like a pretty path, but somebody had clearly like made a path so that you could climb up the hill. And so we went up that path a little bit the day before and then ended up going back down and meeting with our family and having lunch. And so in that moment when my mom's and our whole family saw this man get obliterated, my mom looks at me and she's like, Riley, the goat's path. And she knew like, that's how we have to outrun this tsunami. Even though I'm 10 years old, I'm gonna have to run as fast as I possibly can. We may not make it. That man was one death I saw, but it was one of many deaths I saw. And we just start running. We grab, like, my mom's like, Riley, go. Like, and she kind of was trusting me to remember the way back. And I was just in those moments, your body's on it, like adrenaline is pumping through your body. And even though I'm 10 years old, my mind like remembers how to get exactly back to that path. And so here I am, this 10-year-old little girl guiding her family to the path of maybe safety.
And when you get up there, are you looking for things to hold on to brace yourself for the wave impact? Or what are you being told to do by your parents?
So we're being told by our parents to run as fast as we can because we can see the tsunami, and the tsunami was like 50 meters, which I don't even know what that is in feet, but it's very high. It's like 7-story high wave is running at us. And we know, my mom and dad know, like, our hope is to get higher than the wave and to run up this hill as fast as we can and hope that we get high enough that the wave can't reach us. And so we're sprinting and we like go through the forest. I'm guiding us and we find that path up the hill. And I mean, just the sights and the sounds at this point, because at this point, the wave is on like the shoreline of the island and is just killing people right and left. And you hear just something that you would imagine off a horror movie of screams and shouts. And I'm 10 years old. I'm a little curious little girl. And so there's this one point where we're running up the hill and I decide I just wanted to look back. And so I look back and I wish I never had.
Why? What did you see?
Because I saw just this wave just destroying people. And I saw people with they didn't run fast enough and they had no other option but to turn and face the wave. And there they were. And the wave just takes their life in a matter of seconds.
Are you sitting right now? It could be harming your health. Back pain, stress, and serious health risks can build up from sitting too long. But motion changes everything. Introducing Ready Rocker with its patented Rock Perfect design that supports your spine as it helps improve posture, relieve back pain, boost circulation, and release endorphins for your overall well-being, no matter where you are. Lightweight, portable, and covered in memory foam, Ready Rocker instantly transforms any chair or space into a healthier sitting experience.
Sitting too long isn't just uncomfortable, it's unhealthy. With Ready Rocker, we make sitting a healthier experience for people of all ages.
From soothing babies to helping with posture, back pain, and stress, we discovered that rocking can truly improve lives.
Sitting is the new smoking. A sedentary lifestyle, whether you're sitting at a desk or in a vehicle all day, is not good for the body to just stay in that same position. And that's why the Ready Rocker is so effective. The rocking motion constantly keeps you active and helps you ease pain, reduces stress. It actually releases endorphins in the brain. It's a mood booster.
I used to be in pain all the time, but with Ready Rocker, I felt relief, and I'm in a better mood. I take it everywhere.
I can literally feel the stress being taken off my joints while rocking.
My back stopped hurting, my arthritis felt better. It's just wonderful.
Now you can join the movement that's changing lives and helping thousands find relief. Call now or go online to get 35% off your purchase. We'll even ship it for free. Plus, you'll get this bonus canvas tote bag.
Ready Rocker is changing lives one rock at a time.
Now it's your turn to experience the relief for yourself.
Call 1-800-592-1572 or go to GetReadyRocker.com. That's 1-800-592-1572 or go to GetReadyRocker.com. Call now.
It's the Stackable Savings Sale at Cabinets to Go.
Come in today for cabinets, countertops, accessories, installation, and more. And start enjoying your dream kitchen for as little as $143 per month. Don't wait. The Stackable Savings Sale ends soon.
Cabinets to Go. Wow for less.
Why is Navage trusted by millions?
Before Navage, I was not living my best life because I could not breathe. The huge difference is the fact that Navage pulls it out. It's very gentle in the sense of when that suction happens, it's literally grabbing that water and that mucus and it's bringing it out into this tank. It's worth every penny that you pay for it. This product changed my life.
And for stuffy little noses, pick up the new Navage Baby Aspirator, now at Walmart in the baby department.
Attention homeowners. Are you behind on your mortgage payments? Is the bank threatening to take your home? Is your home worth less than you owe? If you answered yes to any of these questions, then you need to call this number right now.
Call 800-714-8615.
Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight, where we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. We're going to do this thing on Friday that we're going to start probably next week. I know this is a relatively new show, so not a ton of people have emailed, even though there have been quite a bit. But we encourage you to email the show at tpt@tpusa.com. That is Turning Point Tonight, tpt@tpusa.com. And Friday will be a mailbag day where we read some emails, have some interaction, and have some fun, hopefully. But in lieu of that, this week, we are going to take you through a social media site that you probably don't know a ton about called Threads, which is Mark Zuckerberg's knockoff X platform that houses some of the most crazy people that I think exist on the internet. This is why we'll call this the dreaded Threads. So we're going to read some stuff, we're going to react to some things, and we'll have some fun all the way around. First up is this one. Of all of the hills to die on, this seems to be the dumbest one. It's the Gulf of Mexico, period. Okay, well, it's not anymore. And also, who cares? Why do we care so much about this? Why does the left think that everything Donald Trump does is so awful that you need to take to the internet with such an angry, disgusted tone? What if President Trump says the sky is blue? Are they going to start tweeting or threading out, sometimes it gets darker, or sometimes at sunset it's a beautiful pink color? Yeah, we know, but in general, the sky is blue. What if he says, yeah, breathing oxygen is a good way to maintain being alive? No, some people don't need to breathe oxygen. I just, you can't with these people. As a matter of fact, maybe we should name the Gulf of America actually to this, the Gulf of Liberal Tears. Unfortunately, however, I don't think there's enough volume to gather all of the liberal tears in the Gulf of Liberal Tears. I think they would still be overflowing, and maybe we'll engulf some of the land masses over there. But I guess we'll see. Continuing on to the dreaded Threads, there is this. At Tori Ann says, why hasn't he been impeached 4 times? But if you do capitalize and then repeat, it actually adds more gravitas to the thing that you post on the internet. Interesting fun fact, Al Green, the wacko that stood up and started yelling during President Trump's joint session speech, I think issued his 5th articles of impeachment, none of which have been taken seriously, by the way. And I think this is his 2nd one this time around. I would love to see Congressman Al Green go for a monthly impeachment introduction. Of course, none of it will ever work because, again, like I said, he's kind of a crazy person. But it'd be fun. It'd be fun to see. Let's get to the last one really, really quick. I genuinely never met a kind, generous conservative. Well, I think you have, because conservatives generally give more to charity and are generous and kind all the way around. No real explanation there. But I gotta wrap it up there. Thanks so much for tuning in to Turning Point tonight. Up next is the clip from the Charlie Kirk Show, but that's going to do it for us here at Turning Point tonight. We will see you Monday, same time, same place. Thanks so much for tuning in. God bless America.
The FBI calls it house stealing, the latest scam where a cyber thief transfers the title of your home out of your name and steals your hard-earned equity.
It's roughly 60 to 90 days for that person to even figure out that they're the victim of this crime. You start getting foreclosure notices, and you realize you've got 4 mortgages on your house that you didn't even know existed.
Find out if you're already a victim and start your $1 million triple lock protection today at HomeTitleLock.com.
This is our last chance to help save thousands of Holocaust survivors who are suffering in the former Soviet Union today. The needs that these forgotten Jews have are something beyond anything you can imagine.
Have you eaten this morning?
I ate the carrot, so I ate half of it yesterday. And this is what she ate in 2 days, 1 carrot. Please pray for me.
The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews began this ministry to help elderly Jews living in horrible poverty around the world. We urgently need your gift of $25 now to help provide 1 survival food box with all of the foods they critically need for their diet for 1 month. When you call right now, your gift's impact will be doubled to help save lives.
I have a tremendous love for Israel and the Jewish people. This is why I'm partnering with the fellowship. It gives me a way to authentically bless Jewish people in need around the world.
I believe in God, but I sometimes feel maybe He forgot me. Perhaps you could tell my story, and I would find a matching soul that would understand. I face hunger again.
Please don't delay. Call, scan, or go online now to help rush 1 survival food box to a Holocaust survivor. When you call right now, your gift's impact will be doubled to help save lives.
This is what God wants from us. Just feed the hungry.
If you hear God's voice, I'm asking you to act now. Do it when it's on your heart. I pray that they'll know in their final months that they're not alone.
We had a great event yesterday at Cal State Northridge, but we're going to dive right into it with guests today. We have a rapid moving show today here on the Charlie Kirk Show. As we led a lot of the news cycle yesterday, joining us now is a great guest, Mark Halperin. I love getting the emails from Mark Halperin every single morning. I think it's the wild world of politics. I think I got that right. But I love it because the subject lines always catch my attention. They always catch my eyeballs. Mark, great to see you.
Good to see you, sir. It's Wide World of News. You were very close.
I was close. Okay. Mark Halperin's Wide World of News, a two-way TV. Mark, welcome. And your reaction to the Gavin Newsom comment on my appearance on his podcast.
I have so many thoughts about it. I'll tell you my 2 top ones. First of all, you would think if someone found themselves for the first time in their adult life in a room with someone more handsome than them, it might lead to humility. But instead, it's led to your producers creating a little shrine to you about your appearance. So I'm a little surprised. Had you been in the room with Gavin Newsom before, or was that the first time?
No. That was the first time I ever met him.
So again, you're 2 of the 3 most handsome men I know, and so for me, it's just eye candy. To the extent I listened, I thought it was super interesting. I'm really glad you 2 did that. You're both fans of Two-Way, although neither of you have come on yet. That's my other big thought. But I have great respect for both of you. I think that you're not underrated, at least not anymore. He's still underrated. I'm not sure he'll run for president. I'm not sure if he ran, he'll win. But I think he's a very thoughtful guy. He's not as liberal as people think, and you saw that in the big news he made with you on trans and sports. And he's better with people than he's given credit for. He's had some troubles governing his state, in part because the legislature is so liberal. But I think for me, you two sitting down and doing that is great. And I think in general, I haven't finished it. I've listened to about 2/3 of it. I think it's a great conversation. And I think you two talked about things in a way that was good. In other words, like it was very much in the spirit of what I tried to do. You just communicated with each other. You didn't come trying to score points. And obviously he ceded a lot of ground to you on the 2024 election, and particularly on this issue of trans athletes in women's sports.
What do you make? Let's just posit that he probably is running for president. I think he is. I think he's incredibly ambitious. About the shift on the trans issue and the pushback and the blowback that he's receiving for kind of pivoting on the trans issue. I actually don't think it's genuine because he has actions he could take. But even the statement of that is a divergence from the current Democrat Party orthodoxy.
I like the way you framed it. Look, let's see if he takes any action. It is the case that sometimes political figures, elected officials, have positions and they don't act them, right? You've had pro-life presidents who didn't do very much to try to overturn Roe or to try to change the law in a way that would protect more life. So that's one example. I could give you many. Look, this is a guy who was for same-sex marriage publicly before Nancy Pelosi was, before the Clintons were, before Barack Obama was, which you could say means he's more left-wing than them, or you could say he is willing sometimes to take positions that are a little bit risky. That position's popular now, but it wasn't back then. I think that every Democrat has to ask themselves two questions if they disagree with Governor Newsom, and many people criticize him. One is, do you want your party to be on the wrong side of an issue, 70-30, 80-20? And if you truly believe that you want to take the position that's the minority, go out and defend it. Don't try to, as most Democrats are doing today, try to obscure the issue and say, well, it should be up to local officials. There's a clear demarcation here. And I think whether you think he switched for cynical purposes or not, I think he explained himself pretty well. And I don't think it's obvious that he's. I would take him at his word that this is what he thinks. But as you said, if that's really what he thinks, there's some actions that have to come with it, following through. But if he does want to run for president, and again, I'm not as sure as you that he does. If he does want to run for president, that kind of thing is going to put him in a category that very few Democrats today are willing to be in, which is stand up to the base of the party with principle and emotion.
And some would say it might be the beginning of a Sister Souljah moment, which you might remember was Bill Clinton running for the presidency in 1992. I was actually before I was born.
Yeah, it was before you were born and I was in the room for it. So,
well, no, educate the audience on this, though. What was the context? Why is that an important reference point?
Yeah, I use it all the time, that phrase, because I covered the Clinton campaign and I was there for that. Sister Souljah was a rap artist who had lyrics that were very violent about, I think, killing police. It was at least about violence against police. And he went and spoke to Jesse Jackson's Rainbow Coalition event. Sister Souljah had spoken earlier at the same event. And he said, you had a rap singer here named Sister Souljah. I disagree with her. Today, that seems maybe a little quaint. But back then, when Bill Clinton's Democratic Party was not as far left as it is today, but it was too far left to win presidential elections, standing up to the base of the party, it was seen as very difficult. Now, and few were willing to risk doing it. Bill Clinton's whole campaign was about Sister Souljah moments. He came out for NAFTA, which back then was out of step with the Democratic Party, the trade deal. He came out for the death penalty. He came out for right to work laws, against right to work laws. He came for right to work laws. He came out for welfare reform. All of these things were seen as part of a very self-conscious and purposeful effort to say things that would put him at odds with the liberal wing of the party, to say to more moderate voters, including independents and Republicans, but also to Democrats who wanted to win, I will stand up to the base of the party. Now, when you say Gavin Newsom might have said what he said with you purely for cynical political purposes, I think Bill Clinton believed all those positions. So it had the added advantage of being what he believed, and it's easier to sell that to the public if it's a legit position. But I think Gavin Newsom is someone who has in the past not gotten enough credit for criticizing some of the more liberal policies of the party. And this is of a piece with that. And again, when the left squeals, which they have, and I think it's been more muted than it might have been, you got to follow through with it. If you want to make the political points stick and sustain, You've got to stick to your guns. You've got to look for opportunities to do it. But you also have to do, if you want to win the Democratic nomination, you also have to do what Bill Clinton did. Bill Clinton said, I would say I'm a Democrat by birth, heritage, and inclination. And that's the only way to win the Democratic nomination, because it's still dominated by the liberal wing of the party. Drag them to the center on some issues, but convince them that you're one of them. And I think Gavin Newsom's one of the few Democrats with the skill to do that.
So that statistic just came out. Big gains for native-born Americans for the first time in 15 months. The job gains for native-born Americans, for American people born in America, exceeded job gains for migrant and foreign-born workers. This is the first time that's happened in more than 15 months. Employment for native-born workers went up by 284,000. while foreign-born workers went down by 87,000. Now, you've heard the same stat where foreign workers were taking up all the jobs, or almost all the jobs. In some cases, literally all of the jobs. And now it's 284,000 native-born jobs here, people born in our country, 284,000. While foreign-born workers went down by 87,000. First time that's happened in a long time. So these are incredible numbers, and they're very early. I mean, we're here for 5 weeks, but we have been talking about it since the big win in November 5th. So a lot of these people, they listen to speak, and they say, well, I'm going to gear up, and they're gearing up, and so they've been gearing up. They've had a little time. It's not just 5 weeks. It's 5 weeks plus a few months, and they are, they put it into effect pretty quickly. They have confidence that what I'm saying is going to happen. So with that, I'd like to ask a highly respected gentleman, Kevin Hassett. He's been with us for a long time, and he's been right about a lot. We had the greatest economy in history in the first term, and Kevin was a big part of it. So, Kevin, could you maybe give it a little description, please?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Trump. I think that the three things that you emphasized during the campaign is that you wanted to create domestic, high-paying manufacturing jobs, that you wanted to end wasteful government spending and reduce the unproductive government workers, and in fact, unleash them into the private economy where they could be more productive, and to create jobs for Americans. A lot of people said that if you deported illegals, the employment would go down because no Americans would take those jobs. That if you look, 280,000 American-born folks were hired, manufacturing jobs are going up, and this is just out of the expectation of your future policies, really, sir. It's in April when your Reciprocal Trade Act is expected to happen. The tax cuts haven't passed yet, and so people are clearly expecting the golden age. And if you want to forecast the future numbers, everybody, just keep in mind that President Trump has already gotten us $1.7 trillion in commitments of new factories, and those haven't even happened yet. Those aren't even in the numbers, and so I expect this is going to be a glimpse of a golden age to come, sir.
Thank you very much. One other thing, in Canada, we find that they're charging us over 200% for dairy products. You know about that. And when I left, we had that well taken care of, but under Biden, they just kept raising it. Very difficult to deal with the Canadian representatives. 250% for dairy products, tariff. So where do you hear that? You don't hear that. They have a tremendously high tariff. I'll give you the exact numbers in a little while coming out on lumber. So they sell us lumber. They have a tremendous tariff. They make it impossible for us to sell lumber or dairy products into Canada. But our numbers are a tiny fraction of that, almost non-existent. And what we're doing is freeing up our forests from the environmental nonsense that they put on them, where you can't cut down a tree. And we have to cut down trees in order to build the firewalls. And those trees are sold. But we're freeing it up on an emergency basis because Canada has been ripping us off for years on tariffs for lumber and for dairy products. 250%. Nobody ever talks about that. 250% tariff, which is taking advantage of our farmers. So that's not going to happen anymore. They'll be met with the exact same tariff unless they drop it. And that's what reciprocal means. And we may do it as early as today, or we'll wait till Monday or Tuesday. But that's what we're going to do. We're going to charge the same thing. It's not fair. Never has been fair. And they've treated our farmers badly. Look, our country's been ripped off by everybody. And that stops now. I had it stopped in my first term. And we're going to really stop it now, because this has been very unfair. Our country, from an economic standpoint, a financial standpoint, and a trade standpoint, has been absolutely ripped off by almost every country in the world. Canada, Mexico, and then you just go right down the line. India charges us massive tariffs, massive. You can't even sell anything into India. It's almost restrictive. It is restrictive. We do very little business inside. They've agreed, by the way, they want to cut their tariffs way down now, because somebody's finally exposing them for what they've done. And same thing with China, same thing with a lot of other countries. And the EU has been a terrible abuser of this country. I mean, the EU was formulated in order to take advantage of the United States, and they have taken it, but they're not taking advantage when I'm in charge. So sometimes you'll hear some negative things. It's always from outside countries. America will be very strong. And, if I'm a foreign country, they're going to do fine. But they can't do like they used to do, because we're going to bring back our business into this country. We need it from a job standpoint. We need it from even just a psychological standpoint. Think of it, 90,000 factories are gone since the beginning of NAFTA. So we're not going to have that, and we're going to see them build it back. Now we've already had 5 major automobile companies. First time you've heard this in a long time, since my first term, actually, where we were really rocking and rolling, and then Biden came in and he stopped everything. Like, such a stupid thing to do, not even a believable thing. But we have many auto plants now coming in. We have big chip plants. We have the biggest chip company in the world, most powerful, probably one of the most powerful companies in the world. Wouldn't you say, Kevin? And he's coming in, and they're building one of the largest chip plants in the world. That'll be done in Arizona, mostly in Arizona. And that'll give us a big percentage. One plant will give us a big percentage of the chip market, something we have very little of. We used to have Intel, and Intel was run by a man named Andy Grove. And Andy Grove was a tough, smart guy. I used to read about him when I was a young man, and he did an incredible job. He really dominated the chip business. And then he died, and I guess they had a series of people that didn't know what the hell they were doing, and we gradually lost the chip business, and now it's almost exclusively in Taiwan. They stole it from us. They took it from us, and I don't blame them. I give them credit. I blame the people that were sitting in the seat, because they allowed it to happen. We could have protected that so easily. But so we had the chip business, and now it's all in Taiwan, almost exclusive, a little bit in South Korea, but mostly in Taiwan. And it's very important. Everything you do, everything you touch is now about chips. The brake of a car, the cars have chips all over the place. I was reading an article the other day where they talk about the brakes of a car are loaded up with chips. Who would think that a brake has a chip in it? But it's all about chips. So that was a big thing. And they'll be investing hundreds of billions of dollars in this country, and we'll be taking back a big, big portion of that industry. We have others coming in too. But a lot of car manufacturers are coming in, and they're coming in fast. And one of the reasons you see these numbers, and again, Kevin said it, and I said it a little bit, but the fact that they know I won the election, so after I was president-elect, they assumed that I was going to do what I said, because I do what I say. And so these numbers really reflect a lot of things that took place since November 5th. Right? So, Kevin, thank you very much. Great job. Any questions?
Mr. President, how concerned are you that the large-scale federal government layoffs will weaken the labor market? How concerned are you about
the large-scale fentanyl what?
The federal government layoffs will impact the labor market, will weaken the labor market.
Oh. No, I think the labor market's going to be fantastic, but it's going to have high-paying manufacturing jobs as opposed to government jobs. We had too many people in government. You can't just do that. We had many, too many. This is for 40 years. You know, this isn't just now. This built up and got worse and worse, and they just hire more and more people. You look at Department of Education, it seems like so many buildings. I ride by, it says Department of Education. They're all over the place. And we don't even want it. We want the education to be given by the states. It'll be much better. It'll move us to the top of the list from the bottom of the list, and actually save us money. But it's too important to even talk about them. It'll save us a lot of money, but we don't want that. We want education to be given. So you go to Iowa and Indiana and Idaho and all these places that are so well run. They're going to be producing education that will be the equivalent of, like Denmark is one, Norway, Sweden. Actually, China is one of the better in terms of education, and so we can't blame size anymore. You know, China has 1.4 billion people, but they're very high on the list. The one thing we're doing well on, we're number one on the list, is cost per pupil. We spend more money than any other country in the world by far. So I jokingly say the one thing we do well on is the cost. We spend more money, and yet we're toward the bottom of the list. Yeah.
Mr. President, I want to ask you, the joint address, millions of Americans watched your joint address earlier this week where you warned that there could be a little disturbance that Americans could feel as a function of these taxes, these tariffs. How much disturbance are you willing to accept in the near term as a function of that? And to set expectations, how long should Americans expect things to cost a bit more?
Well, so far, Peter, there hasn't been very much because these numbers are coming out. We're here for just a little over 4 weeks, and these are fantastic numbers. I was watching some of the reports this morning. They were surprised. There could be some disturbance, a little bit of disturbance. I solved a little bit of that because I have respect for our auto companies, and I gave them a little bit of a 1-month reprieve because it was unfair, although I'm sure they'll take advantage of it. I see they're driving a lot of cars into the U.S. to try and avoid the tariffs, and they're taking advantage of it a little bit. But they called me, they asked me, they said, could they have a little bit of help? And I decided, they're American companies, USMCA, and I let them have that. But this really kicks in, the reciprocal, as kicks in on, let's see, I guess the 2nd. And I wanted it to be the 1st so badly. It just didn't want to be on April Fool's Day. So I made it the 2nd. That's going to cost a lot of money. That one day is going to cost a lot of money, but that's okay. But I don't see it. I don't see anything. I see good reports. I think we're going to have good numbers from the beginning. Now, the globalists won't love this because this brings jobs back to America. So if they're coming back to America, maybe you'll lose some in other parts of the world. But the other parts of the world have done very well, and they'll continue to do very well. But I think the United States is going to be doing record business. We'll bring a lot of those 90,000 factories that have been lost over the last number of years. It's hard to believe. 90,000. Think of what 90,000 is. 90,000 plants and factories are gone. We're going to bring back many of those plants and factories.
One day the tariffs are on, the next day they're off. Right now the markets, as you know well, prefer stability. Are you done going forward with the pauses and the carve-outs? Is that it for those?
There'll always be changes and adjustments, and you can't just. I could have, for instance, told the American car companies, "No, I'm not going to give you anything," and then you wouldn't have had to say, "Well, they're getting a little extra." It's just a little bit of a 1-month reprieve. They're very happy about what's happening. They won't have to go across borders, and you see the zigzagging. You have a fender made in Canada, you have something else made in Mexico. We don't want that. We want it made here. But there'll always be some modifications. I mean, if you have a wall in front of you, sometimes you have to go around the wall instead of through it. But I think very little. On occasion, if we can do something, we want to help companies. We want to help companies create jobs. So I could have left that, and you wouldn't have had a minor change. Instead, I was asked by the real majors, the big majors, if they could do this, and I said, yeah, I'll do it. I want you to produce a lot of jobs. And numerous of the people, actually all of the people I spoke to have already been, they're very much on the way to already doing it. That's why you have auto jobs increase. And the man, I don't know him, Sean Fain, I don't know him, and I did great, as you know, with the auto workers, with the Teamsters, with unions. I did fantastically well. Best numbers ever by a Republican. And I have a lot of respect for those people. But Sean Fain, who I don't know, but wasn't a supporter, although the auto workers were big supporters. I watched him last night, and he said Donald Trump is absolutely right on tariffs. He said what he's doing on tariffs is an incredible thing, and it's about time somebody had the guts to do it, because we're going to save auto manufacturing. And I said to people when I was campaigning, you're going to have so many auto jobs, you're not going to believe what's going to happen. We're going to load up Michigan. I won the state of Michigan, as you know. And part of the reason I won it was I got a lot of auto workers that voted for me, Detroit, etc. But I think people are going to be very surprised, yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. You mentioned in your remarks chips manufacturing, how a significant percentage is now in Taiwan. You also mentioned it in your address to Congress, and you called on Congress to overturn the CHIPS Act, which had bipartisan support in the last Congress. Why would you like to see this particular law overturned, Mr. President?
Because it's hundreds of billions of dollars, and it's just a waste of money. Now, some people have already taken the money and used it. Actually, it's very hard to qualify, because they go by race, they go by gender, they go by all sorts of things. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. You won't be able to find those people. So I don't even think anybody can qualify. They have so many different categories in order to qualify. You have to have so many of a certain race, a certain gender, a certain this, a certain... And I don't think they can qualify, but if they take the money, they better qualify, because they'll be watching them. But it's a tremendous waste of money. I didn't give the greatest chip company in the world, one of the greatest companies, I didn't give them 10 cents. They came here because of tariffs, because they didn't want to pay the tariffs. And they also came here because they like the results of the election, because they know that I'm very pro-business and pro-jobs. I mean, I'm pro-business, not for business sake. I'm pro-business because of jobs, because business is producing the jobs. Okay?
Are you considering on Russia, if I may? President Putin is bombing Ukraine.
Yeah.
Do you still believe him when he tells you that he wants peace?
Yeah, no, I believe him. I believe him. I think we're doing very well with Russia. But right now they're bombing the hell out of Ukraine. And Ukraine, I'm finding it more difficult, frankly, to deal with Ukraine.
Than with Russia?
And they don't have the cards. They don't have the cards. As you know, we're meeting in Saudi Arabia on sometime next week, early. And we're talking, I find that in terms of getting a final settlement, it may be easier dealing with Russia, which is surprising because they have all the cards. I mean, they're bombing the hell out of them right now. And I put a statement in, a very strong statement. Can't do that. Can't do that.
Mr. President,
we're trying to help them. And Ukraine has to get on the ball and get a job done. Michael, could you come up here? I see Michael back there. Good. I'm glad. He's traveling all over the world. I just saw him come in the door. Could you give a little definition of what's going on, please?
Sure. Well, the president has been crystal clear, and he's been clear to all sides. The fighting has to stop. Both sides need to get to the table. We had a good engagement. Both leaders have said only President Trump could do so, and only he has been able to do so. We had an initial engagement with the Russians. The Ukrainians had a great opportunity to bind our economies together through that mineral deal. Unfortunately, that didn't go so well, but we think we're going to get things back on track. Secretary Rubio, myself, and Ukrainian delegation will be meeting in Saudi Arabia next week to get these talks back on track, get the ceasefire in place, and drive peace home.
Mr. President, you put out on that.
I think both parties want to settle. I think if I wasn't president, this war would have had no chance of settlement, zero chance. But I think we're going to get it settled and stopped. We got to stop. They're losing on average 2,000 soldiers a week. That's a lot of soldiers. Do you agree, Peter?
It's a lot of soldiers on both sides. I agree. Do you, Mr. President, think that Vladimir Putin is taking advantage of the U.S. pause right now on intelligence and military aid to Ukraine?
No, I actually think he's doing what anybody else would do. I think he wants to get it stopped and settled, and I think he's hitting them harder than he's been hitting them. And I think probably anybody in that position would be doing that right now. He wants to get it ended, and I think Ukraine wants to get it ended, but I don't see, it's crazy. They're taking tremendous punishment I don't quite get it, but I suspect, Michael, he probably wants to get it ended.
He does, Mr. President. The Russians are taking incredible losses on the front. As the President has said, this is a meat grinder of people, of material, of national treasure, and no one else has any solutions except to let this war continue forever. But I'll add, the President has had multiple conversations and a visit from President Macron of France, Prime Minister Starmer of the United Kingdom. We have the NATO Secretary General coming next week. We have this meeting with the Ukrainians. We've had it with the Russians. All of this in the President's first month in his leadership. We will engage in the shuttle diplomacy, and we will continue to use his leadership and what leverage we have to get both sides of the peace table. It's not going to be easy, but President Trump...
This war should have never happened. It would have never happened if I were president. But it did happen. So a lot of other things shouldn't have happened, too. We shouldn't have 21 million people pouring into our country through open borders, many of whom are criminals, very bad criminals, including murderers, thousands of murderers. Many killed, far more than one person, and they're roaming our streets. But Tom Homan and Kristi Noem are doing an incredible job, and we're getting them out of here. And we'll get them out. We'll get them all out. But all these things shouldn't have happened. We shouldn't have inflation. We shouldn't have had this horrible inflation where the prices have gone up. Look at eggs. So we're doing a good job.
Mr. President, in regards to the pause on military assistance to Ukraine, you put out on your social media post today that Russia is pounding Ukraine.
That's right.
Why not provide Ukraine with air defenses? And what happens, Mr. President, when Ukraine runs out of the Patriot missile batteries?
Good question. Because I have to know that they want to settle. I don't know that they want to settle. If they don't want to settle, we're out of there. Because we want them to settle. And I'm doing it to stop death. More important than anything else. Secondarily, way down the line is the money. So we're in for $350 billion, and Europe is in for $100 billion. They should be in for the same or more than us. And, I watched over the last week or so what's going on in Europe. This thing could end up in World War III if we don't get it settled. This could really end up in a World War III. We got to get it settled.
So on Iran, how confident are you that the Iranians will negotiate with you? And is Israel on board with this outreach?
Yeah, I saw the hostages the other day. They came in, people that were not young, some young and some older, much older. And they gave, it was hard for them to do it actually. They gave statements as to what happened. I was asking, what happened? How was it? I said, did you see anybody in there that was kind to, like, out of the hundreds of people that you were seeing, Hamas? Did some of them wink at you and say, don't worry, you're going to be okay, or give you a piece of bread, or no? I said, were there any people that were, like, kind? I was shocked. The answer was nobody. There was nobody. Just the opposite. They'd be slapped and punched. One man broke his ribs. He couldn't breathe for a month. It was brutal. I was so surprised. Could you think there'd be a couple of people that would be kind, that would say, you're going to be okay, but they had none of that. It's pretty amazing. Brian?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President.
He's a kind person.
Well, according to the internet.
Although not to Zelensky, he wasn't.
Well, you know what? That's another conversation.
But Trump's been good.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Nice tie, by the way.
Thank you. Thank you. I like yours too.
Two questions. One on peace. Why don't you think any other European countries are offering a peace deal? It seems like no one's come to the table for peace except for you.
Yeah. It's a very good question. Sometimes questions aren't answerable. They're in a very unusual position. They don't know how to end the war. I think I do know how to end the war. Despite the Russia hoax, I've always had a good relationship with Putin. And, you know, he wants to end the war. He wants to end it. And I think he's going to be more generous than he has to be. And that's pretty good. That means a lot of good things, because frankly, you could have made a great deal if this war never started. You could have made a great deal. I don't know that anything would have had to be given up. This was not a war that was going to start, Brian, and it didn't start for 4 years. You know, somebody said, "Well, how do we know that?" Well, for 4 years it didn't start. I used to speak to Vladimir about it. I used to speak to him about it at length. It was the apple of his eye, but there was no way he was going in. And he knew it, there were going to be consequences. But it did start. I mean, think of what happened. Inflation, you have the war with Ukraine and Russia, that wouldn't have happened. October 7th would have never happened. Israel, they had no money. Iran had no money. Iran was stone cold broke, and now they have a lot of money. But that's going to be the next thing you'll be talking about is Iran. What's going to happen with Iran? And there'll be some interesting days ahead. That's all I can tell you. We're down to final strokes with Iran. That's going to be an interesting time. And we'll see what happens. But we're down to the final moments. We're at final moments. Can't let them have a nuclear weapon. I think that I would have had a deal within 1 month after the rigged election of 2020. They were all set to make a deal. And then when I lost, I saw this person who's a stupid person, very stupid person. And they said, let's not make a deal. And they were right. He took the sanctions off. They became rich under Biden. They went from having no money to having $300 billion. All in a short period. It's oil. Oil builds up fast. It's a nice living if you have a nice oil well. And they do. They have a lot of nice oil wells, right? So anyway, it's going to be a big thing. It's an interesting time in the history of the world. But we have a situation with Iran that something's going to happen very soon. Very, very soon. You'll be talking about that pretty soon, I guess. And hopefully we can have a peace deal. I'm not speaking out of strength or weakness. I'm just saying I'd rather see a peace deal than the other. But the other will solve the problem.
Mr. President, your allies are calling on you to pardon Derek Chauvin. Are you considering pardoning Derek Chauvin?
No, I haven't even heard about it. No.
Mr. President, on peace.
I haven't heard that.
In the first term, you may recall, I broke the news that you were nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize. And the reason for that was the work that you led on the Abraham Accords. I spoke yesterday with the member of parliament, the Norwegian parliament, that nominated you. And he said what the Nobel Committee is looking for from you, Mr. President, is security guarantees for Ukraine. Is that a possibility, Mr. President?
So, before I even think about that, I want to settle the war, get it finished. Because if I'm not here, nobody's going to settle it. And President Macron has said that, and everybody said that, the prime ministers and presidents. We're pushing very hard. That's all I'm thinking about now. As far as the question about security later, that's the easy part. The hard part is getting it settled. We got to get them. We're losing 2,000 human beings every week. More than that, actually. 2,000 nice, young, although they're getting older because they're drafting much older now. In the case of one country, much older, because a lot of the young people have been killed. It's very sad, and I'd like to see if I could stop that. And I'd like to also see if we could stop making these massive payments from the United States. I mean, Biden gave away money like it was water, with no anything, got nothing for it. Europe did it in the form of a loan. They get their money back, we don't. So that's how we came up with the rare earth deal. But we started, behind the eight ball. He could have gone to Europe. He could have said, come on, you got to put up money with us. You got to put up money with us. But he never did that. They just kept handing money out because he was grossly incompetent. All right, thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you very much. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys.
Welcome back, everyone. So you've been watching President Trump. He, of course, was speaking there in the Oval Office, answering questions before reporters, fielding a number of different questions from everything from Ukraine to the situation with tariffs and all of those kinds of things. A lot going on there in the White House. The president ending this week with that news conference before reporters there. Our Brian Glenn, you saw him walking out of the Oval Office there just moments ago as well, getting ready to go on the air here on Real America's Voice and give us a quick wrap up of what's happening. Still a very busy day for President Trump, as happening today. The president is going to be meeting with cryptocurrency officials there at the White House. He'll be meeting with the executives. Today's summit comes just one day after 47's latest executive order establishing a strategic Bitcoin reserve. That reserve is going to consist of Bitcoin that's owned by the federal government. White House crypto czar, or the White House crypto czar, says the Bitcoin will come from forfeitures assumed as part of criminal and civil cases. While it's still somewhat unclear how this federally held Bitcoin is going to benefit you, the taxpayer, the crypto czar, David Sachs, says, and I'm quoting here, the U.S. will not sell any Bitcoin that's deposited in the reserve. It will be kept as a store of value. The reserve is like a digital Fort Knox for the cryptocurrency, often called digital gold. Under this latest EO, the Treasury and Commerce secretaries are being directed to develop what the president calls budget-neutral strategies to acquire additional Bitcoin that have no, quote, incremental cost to taxpayers. And while Bitcoin represents imaginary currency that's held in the cyber world, the Trump administration is preparing to pay out real money that's held in the here and now. The administration has a 6 p.m. deadline on Monday to pay foreign aid contractors and grant recipients. It's all part of a judge's ruling on Thursday on the heels of the Supreme Court's decision forcing foreign aid payments, despite the Department of Government Efficiency's findings of waste when it comes to those payments. The total amount of the upcoming payments is reportedly nearly $2 million. And President Trump doing an about-face on tariffs against Mexico and Canada, at least temporarily. Just 2 days after slapping the two countries with 25% taxes on imports, the commander-in-chief is now pushing pause on those tariffs. He's specifically pulling back on goods that are covered by the North American Trade Agreement. The change of heart will affect 50% of Mexican imports and 39% of Canadian goods. Mr. Trump's tariff reprieve will last until April 2nd. He mentioned that in his news conference just a little while ago, saying that he ideally wanted to start on the 1st, but since that was April Fool's Day, he decided to push off one more day. The president saying that even that 1 day delay will cost the United States pretty big. The same day as those tariffs go into effect, the reciprocal ones, the commander-in-chief is expected to impose reciprocal tariffs on all of America's trade partners. Thursday's easing of tariffs came after President Trump had a conversation with Mexico's president, taking to Truth Social 47 writing that we are working hard together on the border, both in terms of stopping illegal aliens from entering the United States and likewise stopping fentanyl. Those two issues, by the way, are the reasons Mr. Trump is given for the imposition of tariffs. And while Elon Musk is focusing his efforts on Doge in Washington, D.C., his SpaceX business is exploding, literally. Pieces of the company's Starship rocket are still being pulled out of the water between Florida and the Bahamas. The rocket exploded shortly after takeoff on Thursday during its 8th mission. It was supposed to be for satellite deployment demonstrations. Thursday's disintegration, however, marks the second consecutive Starship failure this year. It's the latest setback for SpaceX's whirlwind Starship development program, as Musk has set a goal of developing a rocket capable of sending bigger batches of satellites into space by this year. Well, a lot of people still talking about the censure of House Democrat Al Green for his outburst during President Trump's address to a joint session of Congress on Tuesday. Let's play the side, guys, please.
Will Representative Green present himself to the will? By its adoption of House Resolution 189, the House has resolved that Representative Al Green be censured, that Representative Al Green forthwith present himself in the well of the House of Representatives for the pronouncement of censure, and that Representative Al Green be censured.
Well, similar to his defiance during Thursday's censure, the Texas congressman was also defiant leading up to his removal from President Trump's address on Tuesday. That censure resolution, by the way, passed 224 to 198.
Silenced. You're listening to The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, Job Creators Network. Listen carefully, everybody. There's a lot of excitement in Washington, D.C. as we start the new year, but I want to talk about something happening very exciting outside the D.C. Beltway, a revolution in the states. It's the education freedom movement. It's real, it's growing, and because some states, as they should, are putting parents in charge of the education of their kids. Everyone knows that education has the power to profoundly change a kid's life. And anyone who has raised a child knows each has different needs, learning styles, and God-given talents. The fact is, parents know their own kids best, know what's best for their development and their future. Education freedom legislation puts parents, not zip codes, and politicians in charge of these important family decisions. It's why I strongly support making universal education freedom a reality for every parent in every single state. To find out where your state legislature stands, to make sure your voice is heard, go to educationfreedomusa.com now. That is educationfreedomusa.com, educationfreedomusa.com now. Joining us now is a old friend, a great friend, an amazing patriot, and a congratulations is in order to the Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins. So good to see you, Brooke, and it's amazing to see you in the cabinet for President Trump. Congratulations.
Oh, Charlie Kirk, I mean, really, what a joy on so many levels. I know we have gotten to talk quite a bit off of the camera and off of your show, but this is the first time I've been back on the show, and I'm just so grateful to do it. But thank you so much. It's the honor of a lifetime.
So there's a lot of attention right now on the Department of Agriculture and kind of the mess that Joe Biden left you. The thing that is a talking point of the Democrats, and to be fair, a reality a lot of Americans are experiencing, is the price of eggs. Separate fact from fiction. Why is it that egg prices have gone up so dramatically, and what is the plan to bring those prices down?
Well, it's funny, all of the talk in Washington and certainly the amazing State of the Union, which was unbelievable. I'm sure you've spent a lot of time on your show talking about it. Oh, yeah. And it's what's happening with Ukraine, what's happening with America across the world, what's happening at the border. I mean, what's really happening across all of government with Elon and Doge has just been astounding. It's another revolution. But at the end of the day, if the single mom who lives in Detroit, Michigan, can't go to the grocery store and afford a carton of eggs, then the world's not right? I mean, it's that sort of pocketbook issue, and that as Charlie, you and I have long battled together to take the American dream to every corner of our country. These are really, real significant issues. I don't have my chart here with me, but if I did, and by the way, President Trump loves this chart, but it shows that for 40 years, the price of eggs was pretty static. It was right around $1.50, $2 a dozen. Then under Obama, it went up, not surprisingly because of overregulation and higher taxes, et cetera. The cost of input went up, but not significantly, maybe from $1.50, $2 to $2.50, $3. Then under Trump, without anything intentional, but just because less government, lower regulations, everyone did better, the prices went back down. But then under Biden, they skyrocketed 230% higher than what they were under Trump 1. And there's reasons for that, overregulation, et cetera. But the avian bird flu, which is a virus that these chickens have gotten, is a huge reason. The Biden team basically depopulated about 150 million egg-laying hens last year, which is the protocol. We're looking at the protocol now to see how to tweak it so that hopefully we don't have to do that moving forward. But we rolled out a 5-point plan about a week ago, includes deregulation, includes repopulation much more quickly, includes importing eggs from other countries for the short term, and then for the long term, figuring out how to solve for these viruses that are basically annihilating significant populations in our poultry industry.
And so I don't want to oversimplify it, but a bunch of chickens were killed, like 100 million, and therefore it restricts the supply and the demand stays the same. And so the price goes up. That's right. Somewhat of a fair summation?
That's exactly right. Now, alongside the Biden crazy inflation, crazy overregulation, crazy spending, right? I mean, the bird flu has certainly been a massive driver in that, but it isn't just that. And, you know, as much as we would love to get the price of eggs down to $2 by tomorrow, although I think we're making some good strides. I've seen some recent numbers. This is going to take a little while. It's going to take a little while to figure out how to solve for the flu. It's going to take a little while to get the deregulation, such as Prop 12 in California and line speeds and other things back to normal before they were in Trump 1, and frankly just bring the cost of goods down across the country. But we're making incredible strides. I'm so proud of this president. He has just been such a, I mean, we all know this, right? Such a warrior for everything that we care about. And my role now becomes, you know, the farmers, the ranchers, the ag community, bringing prosperity back to rural America and getting the price of those eggs down. That's at least what he's told me.
So speaking more broadly, educate our audience about the duties and the responsibilities, all about what the Department of Agriculture does. People just think of it as, you know, kind of corn or soybeans. It's a lot more than that. Kind of give us a little insight into your portfolio.
Well, it is. And when I got the call on November 23rd from President Trump, it was a Saturday before Thanksgiving. My husband and my 4 kids and I were driving to Auburn, Alabama for the Texas A&M Auburn football game, and very unexpectedly had the conversation that, I mean, really kind of changed everything. Although I will eventually go back and join you, Charlie, out in the trenches doing the great work outside. I mean, that's where my heart is. But it is it really is. It's a privilege. It's a blessing, but it's a big job. I mean, people assume, to your point, it's corn and soybeans and some beef, but it's also the food stamp program, which is a massive bureaucratic nightmare of a beast where we're not even really getting the food to the people who really need it most. And when we are, it includes Cokes and candy and all kinds of bad stuff. So there's massive amount of work that we need to do there. It also includes the Forest Service. So we've got the largest firefighting unit anywhere in the country of any size of government is the United States Department of Agriculture Forest Service. We've got almost 30,000 firefighters in our community. So yesterday I was in North Carolina. They've got some fires that have popped up that are a little bit scary, looking at the damage of Hurricane Helene, but also understanding what we need to do and the resources that are necessary to ensure we don't have another fire like what happened in California, that all the different components are working well together. You name it. I think USDA, you know, it was the first agency, the first cabinet position created after the founding of the country. So, right, George Washington and Thomas Jefferson created defense and state and attorney general, et cetera. They waited, almost 100 years, and then Abraham Lincoln created the Department of Agriculture. And I think, and then it was a little while longer before the other ones came along. And so I think it became a little bit of the dumping ground for all the things that didn't have a place in a federal agency. But that's part of the great role, and I welcome it and I thrive with it. How do we realign the United States Department of Agriculture? How do we set a model for not just the federal government, but around the country on how you realign, how you reduce in force, how you become more effective and more efficient with much less money? And that's what we in our very small team right now, we're still trying to get people in the door, but that's what we're doing every day.
So let's also talk about tariffs. And I know there's a lot of back and forth on this. And by the way, the American people voted for tariffs, and they want tariffs.
Yes, they did.
My phone was lighting up like a Christmas tree. I'm sure yours was, from farmers and ranchers and people that are great folks. You know, hey, what's going on? Are we able to sell our product? Are we able to import our product? How are you guys thinking about this at the Department of Agriculture?
Well, there's no doubt, you know, I've been now to 6 or 7 different states. I've only been in for about 2.5 weeks, I guess 3 weeks, and been to, a bunch of states, talked to a bunch of farmers, almost 200, I think, from around the country. Had a lot of them come to Washington. It's really important to me that I get outside the noise of Washington and outside the kind of the associations, et cetera. Not that they don't play a very good role, but I want to talk to the farmers directly. And in so doing, the number one issue for them is the uncertainty that tariffs and the potential trade renegotiations, what that means for our ag community. And listen, Charlie, in 100 years, I'm not sure that the ag community, that our farmers and ranchers have been operating at more of a razor-thin margin than they are today. I mean, it is not a good place to be. Our exports, we have a trade deficit of $49 billion in ag, thanks to Joe Biden. It was zero when we left President Trump's first term. That is real money taken out of the pockets of our farmers. But the number one thing they're concerned about is trade. And so yesterday, the president, whom I have been talking to, and these are his people, right? We are his people. And he knows that the rural communities and the ag communities have been with him since the moment he came down that escalator. It took other people a lot longer to get on board. In early 21, when others were running for the hills and not supporting President Trump, this community was, and he knows that. So he mentioned the State of the Union a few times on Tuesday night. Farmers, I'm with you. I love you. Yesterday, I talked to him multiples of times as they were finalizing at least the 30-day deal to exempt ag products under USMCA going to Canada or Mexico, which is a huge relief, even if short term. They exempted fertilizer, also called potash, from Canada under a different kind of line. But at the end of the day, the president is hyper-focused on delivering for the American people. He was elected on tariffs being part of that toolkit in order to bring prosperity back to America. But I am so confident that he is also and every day thinking about the real world effects on the backbone of this country and in rural America, which are our farmers.
So critically important. Secretary Rollins, it's nice to say that. Anything else that you, on your kind of front vision, things you're dealing with, you want our audience to be aware of? And what are your asks out of Congress with this big budget bill? What are some needs that you see, waste to cut, elimination, doge up the food stamps, where you're going to be going to Congress and say, hey, here are my big asks?
So at the end of the day, I think what's really important, and I'm assuming most of the people watching you today, Charlie, and are fans of yours, probably also watched the president on Tuesday night. This isn't easy, right? Revolution is never easy. And there are really hard decisions to be made. And there are days that, my goodness, how the concept of how you get this massive beast of the federal government that has gotten too big under both Democrats and Republicans, right? Democrats and Republicans. How do you take it back to where it is meant to be? How do you return the power to the people? How do you implement our founders' vision of self-governance when things have just gotten so out of control in Washington? And while, Charlie, you and I are both very much pathological optimists, I don't even know that you or I could have imagined the world that we're in right now in the best way, right? We've got Elon Musk, who is just doing such a phenomenal job. We have a cabinet. We're like family, and we're all working together. We've all now known each other and worked together for years at this point. So it isn't like we're in our silos anymore. This is a team effort to save America. So as I'm going to the Hill, and part of my message has been, Charlie, when you're in a revolution and you are significantly reducing the size of government, nothing will be perfect. It will be imperfect. There will be mistakes made, but this sort of shaking up the whole system and almost restarting it in a way, there's not going to be another opportunity, I believe, perhaps in our lifetimes, to do exactly what we're doing now. So even as I'm talking to our friends on the Hill, but even this morning, I talked to a Democrat senator, a friend, I won't say who it was, but we had a very collegial conversation about what our goals are, what we're trying to do at USDA, the importance of returning, and realigning the agency. And for the most part, even those on the other side of the aisle understand that President Trump won with a mandate, and winning the popular vote and winning all of the swing states. And that's now what we're working to effectuate. So I have gotten nothing but mostly general positive feedback, even from those on the other side who understand what it is we're trying to do. And for the most part, doing it with the best, for our sake, we are doing it with the best of intentions. But even those on the other side, I think for the most part, recognize that while they are not in power, they may not make these decisions, but they realize this is what the American people have asked for.
Brooke, you're the greatest. Secretary Rollins, I should say, with all due respect.
No, Brooke forever. Thank you, Charlie.
The greatest. Thank you. We'll be right back, everybody.
This is our last chance to help save thousands of Holocaust survivors who are suffering in the former Soviet Union today. The needs that these forgotten Jews have are something beyond anything you can imagine.
Have you eaten this morning?
I ate a carrot, so I ate half of it yesterday. And this is what she ate in 2 days, 1 carrot. Please pray for me.
The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews began this ministry to help elderly Jews living in horrible poverty around the world. We urgently need your gift of $25 now to help provide 1 survival food box with all of the foods they critically need for their diet for 1 month. When you call right now, your gift's impact will be doubled to help save lives.
I have a tremendous love for Israel and the Jewish people. This is why I'm partnering with the Fellowship. It gives me a way to authentically bless Jewish people in need around the world.
I believe in God, but I sometimes feel maybe He forgot me. Perhaps you could tell my story, and I would find a matching soul that would understand. I face hunger again.
Please don't delay. Call, scan, or go online now to help rush 1 survival food box to a Holocaust survivor. When you call right now, your gift's impact will be doubled to help save lives.
This is what God wants from us. Just feed the hungry.
If you hear God's voice, I'm asking you to act now. Do it when it's on your heart. I pray that they'll know in their final months that they're not alone.
Woke.
You should get over that quickly.
One brainwashed radical at a time.
That's enough.
It's the Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, I want to tell you guys about Y-Refi. Y-Refi is amazing. If you are a private student loan debt borrower, listen carefully. Great patriots here. Private student loan debt in the U.S. totals about $300 billion. About $45 billion of that is labeled as distressed. Y-Refi refinances distressed or defaulted private student loans that others will not touch. Y-Refi does not care at all about what your credit score is. If your private student loan debt is keeping you up at night and ruining your life, you guys should check out yrefi.com. That is YREFY.com, yrefi.com. So check it out right now, yrefi.com. Do you have a co-borrower? YRefi can get them released from the loan. You can give your mom or dad a break. You can even skip a payment up to 6 months, every 6 months, up to 12 times. It may not be available in all states. Go to yrefi.com. That is YREFY.com. That is yrefi.com. So check it out right now, yrefi.com. You don't have to ignore the mountain of student loan statements on your kitchen table anymore. Go to yrefi.com. That is YREFY.com. Email me directly, freedom@charliekirk.com. Subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast. We'll be right back. Breaking news, everybody. Trump has canceled $400 million to Columbia University over rising anti-Semitism on campus. That is just the start. For all these campuses that don't treat us well at Turning Point USA, and you guys restrict freedom of speech, your funding might be cut soon. I learned so much about University of Pennsylvania. Can you guys go back? I said the number on air because I remembered it because I had the dinner the day before. The amount of money these universities receive in overhead with grants is hundreds of millions of dollars. I think it's like $130 million a year that University of Pennsylvania receives. Well, one college where you don't have to worry about this, the breaking news, and Andrew, let's please tweet out the Columbia University news, is Hillsdale College. Hillsdale College is America's greatest college. History, economics, the great works of literature. Did you study these things in school? Probably not. Or even if you did, maybe it's time for an enjoyable refresher. Hillsdale College is offering more than 40 free online courses, including their newest course on totalitarian novels. In this 8-lecture free course, you'll learn from Hillsdale College President Larry Arnn as he goes in depth on 4 novels, 1984, Brave New World, Darkness at Noon, and That Hideous Strength. More importantly, they can show us that faith, family, and friends are worth fighting for. Maybe you can read these books as well. Go to charlieforhillsdale.com, CHARLIE for Hillsdale.com. That is charlieforhillsdale.com. For years, the Democrats have had a suspicious fundraising advantage. For years, the Democrats have enjoyed a nonstop flow of money from an organization called Act Blue. Now, Act Blue operates as a fundraising powerhouse that is a pseudo payment processor. So if you are a Democrat donor and you want to give money to Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez or to Gavin Newsom or to whomever, you have an Act Blue account. It remembers your payment information, very similar to Amazon.com. So when you want to donate to one of these candidates, they make it stupid easy. You could donate to Kamala Harris or to any Democrat in 2 clicks or less. 1, 2, boom, $100. You don't have to input your credit card every time. And they even make it with monthly contributions. They put it on autopilot. Now, Republicans have an equivalent when red, but it's just pales in comparison. However, there's something very weird happening at Act Blue. James O'Keefe has done a lot of reporting to Act Blue and found that some of the addresses didn't always correlate with donors. There's a congressional investigation into Act Blue, and more people are calling into a criminal investigation. Now, we have said many times here on this program that the cash advantage that Democrats have enjoyed via Act Blue is highly suspicious. Some people hypothesize, is this money coming from overseas? Is this money coming from Iran or China? We don't know, but we do know that Act Blue does not require the CCV numbers, the number on the back of a credit card, which is supposed to diminish fraud. Without requiring a CCV number, it is a lot easier to be able to steal credit card information, put up fake credit cards, and pump a lot of money into the American political system. Well, right now, Act Blue is falling apart. You got to wonder why. Act Blue, the Democrat fundraising powerhouse, faces internal chaos, the New York Times writes. At least 7 senior officials have left the group, setting off deep concerns about its future as it confronts scrutiny from congressional Republicans. And it won't just be congressional Republicans. If members of Congress end up sending criminal referrals to Kash Patel, I bet the FBI is going to go after them as well. More than $16 billion has passed through Act Blue in 20 years. Let me say that again. $16 billion has pumped through Democrat Act Blue in the last 20 years. We don't know where all this money is coming from. But now Act Blue is starting to close its doors, not officially, but they are collapsing from within. There are so many nuggets of this article. I could do an entire hour-long show on this. Quote, if Act Blue were to become severely diminished, Democrats running for offices at levels of all government could face setbacks significant in their efforts to raise cash. Candidates for offices ranging from school boards and city council to presidency rely on the platform for online fundraising, while Republicans have spent years trying to catch up. We have not caught up on this game. The highest-ranking legal official at Act Blue, as well as the assistant research director, the chief revenue officer and engineer who spent 16 years building and maintaining Act Blue's infrastructure, have all left. They said, quote, Zain Ahmed, who was the last remaining lawyer in the Act Blue General Counsel's office, wrote an internal Slack message on February 26 that his access to his email and other internal platforms has been cut off, and that other messages he posted in Slack have been deleted, according to screenshots obtained by the New York Times. Mr. Ahmed is now on leave from Act Blue, according to a person briefed on the group's staff. And, quote, please be advised that we have an anti-retaliation whistleblower policies for a reason, Mr. Ahmed wrote. Whoa. The congressional investigations are only going to heat up. There might be criminal investigations to follow. Is the Democrat ATM closing? Is the easy money gravy train coming to an end? If so, we could dominate the House and the Senate for a decade. Not an exaggeration. Second hour coming up.
Your wallet is always in danger. Criminals can scan and hack your information without you even knowing. Worse yet, it's bulky and so disorganized. But not anymore, because Slim is in. Introducing Slim Mint, an ultra-thin RFID blocking wallet that keeps your cards and cash truly protected. And now may be your last chance to get it for a low price. Slim Mint uses the latest RFID blocking technology to prevent thieves from scanning your wallet and stealing your info.
Having your information stolen is a nightmare.
but with Slim Mint, I know I'm protected.
With money clips, cash can easily fall out, but with the auto-locking Slim Mint, your cards and money stay securely in place. Then just press the button to release the lock. Slim Mint is ergonomically designed to optimize space and keep your belongings organized. It has a built-in cash clip and a flexible outer band to securely fit your additional cards and your extra cash. Even with everything you see here in the Slim Mint, it's still ultra thin. Bulky wallets are uncomfortable, but the Slim Mint is so compact it fits in any size pocket. Plus, it keeps everything easy to access.
Slim Mint holds everything from pictures to credit cards, my driver's license. Yeah, it's still so thin.
Say bye-bye to bent cards and damaged magnetic strips. Slim Mint keeps them protected. It's crush resistant and can really take a beating. Similar wallets sell for over $100. But call or click now and get Slim Mint for just $29.99. Order in the next 5 minutes and you'll get an instant $10 discount. So it's only $19.99. But wait, due to rising costs and supply chain shortages, this may be your last chance to get Slim Mint at this low price. There's a strict limit of 3 Slim Mint wallets while supplies last. You still have time to get your very own Slim Mint wallets, but you must act fast. Don't wait. Order now.
Call 1-800-608-6630. That's 1-800-608-6630. Call or visit slimmintwallet.com. So call 1-800-608-6630 now.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces? Then it might be time to consider Nano hearing aids. The days of expensive hearing aids are over. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. They are powerful, lightweight, and simple to use, and their tiny in-ear design makes them nearly invisible. Plus, they are rechargeable, saving you hundreds of dollars on batteries. Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Nano hearing aids are only $397. But wait, we are so confident you are going to love your Nanos, we are offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Call now and get 2 CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. You get a free portable charging case, free 24/7 lifetime telephone support, free shipping, and a 45-day money-back guarantee.
Call 800-226-2107. That's 800-226-2107.
Okay, everybody, it is the last hour of the week, and as it is customary, we do our members call. It's members.charliekirk.com. I have Mr. Blake with me to co-pilot if necessary. It has been a long week, but a good week.
A very exciting week. This was a blast.
Andrew and Blake both deserve great credit for prepping me for the Gavin Newsom discussion. Not an easy challenge. For many reasons.
Yeah, it was a very fun, it was different. Okay, we're going against a major left-wing politician, and he's going in with his own agenda. He's not doing this on a lark. But
also in a very friendly...
But it was friendly, yeah. We were thinking, we can't just go in and say, Gavin, you're terrible, you're evil, and blow it up, because he invited us on.
That kind of looks cringe.
That's impolite. That's not chivalrous. That's bad. But at the same time, we do know he has his own agenda with this. He very likely wants to run for president. He very likely realizes he needs to pivot towards the center. So even though we want to push our views, we don't want to just be laundering oh, Gavin, you're a great moderate now. And I think we navigated that very well.
Yes, and made a lot of headlines, made a lot of news. So thank you for the prep. And by the way, we're going to be posting a podcast episode of my reaction to the of it in its entirety. So make sure you guys subscribe to our podcast. The whole hour, this hour, guess who my guest is? Members, you guys. If you are a member, members.charliekirk.com, you can join this program all hour, members.charliekirk.com. So let's get to the first one here. Anthony, thank you for being a member. What is on your mind?
Hey, Charlie, I got a question. So I get this asked a lot. How do you guys select your campus tours? Because from what I can tell, it's mostly the South, West Coast, and a little bit in the North.
Great question. It's not nearly as dynamic as you might think of an answer. First and foremost, is it close to Arizona? Because I like to be around my family. Number two, the criteria going to private schools is like impossible. We just did a certain private school. I'm not even allowed to say the name of the private school on air because they made us sign some agreement that you can guess what private school I was at. Literally, there's like defamation clauses. It's just insane.
There's a lot of loops and things you got to jump through.
It's so terrible, right? This is why these schools need to be totally defunded. And so, but public schools are, it was not UCLA. So I'll let you guess which one it was. It wasn't UCLA. Guess which other one it was. Anyway, don't even say it on air, Blake, because it's like there's all this.
We can neither confirm nor deny.
Yeah, but I think all they literally had to take down tweets and stuff. Like,
there may be videos of it, but those could be deep fakes.
Yes, exactly. So, but the essence is this, though. Public schools, you're allowed to film, you're allowed to talk to students. Private schools, there's like no filming allowed. Tons of restrictions because they're like, we have to protect our brand. Like they're super. It's outrageous. And so, but secondly. Yeah, look, the Northeast is not always friendly to us, but sometimes there's a less sexy answer, Anthony. In the winter, I'm not going to go to Boston until the weather gets better because I can't do an outdoor event in Boston right now. So the South...
Come on, it's fun. It's nice this time of year.
4 degrees, 5 degrees, right? And so the other part of this, though, that's important is we try to hit, at least in the election, we were hitting states that had some sort of involvement in the election. So all the schools in Nevada, all the schools in Arizona, all the schools in Georgia, and we're trying to pepper around. So as the weather gets better, I'm doing Midwest schools. We haven't announced all of our tour stops, and I do have a special stop coming in the Northeast soon. A very, very good one in the Northeast. So thank you, Anthony, for being a member. Deeply appreciate it. Good to hear your voice.
Thanks, Charlie.
Scott is next. Scott, thank you for being a member. Members.charliekirk.com. Scott, what's on your mind?
Hey, Charlie.
How are you?
I want to talk about the fact, this is a real personal issue for me. It affects our children. But the federal bureaucracy here in Boise, the Social Security office, we call them and they don't even answer the phone. And then when you try to go there in person, they say, hey, you got to make an appointment by phone. So to me, it's clear President Trump, and people don't talk about this enough, he is a revolutionary president, not incrementalist, but revolutionary. He wants to make these big cuts in government, but I'm really concerned that establishment DC is going to slow down and kill his efforts. So what percentage of the federal workforce do you think Trump, Doge, and the cabinet will be able to cut in the next 12 months?
So I don't know. I want to make sure I manage and taper your expectations because removing federal workers is very hard. But what they should be able to cut based on to keep the government running, 60 to 70%. And now, as Blake astutely points out, if we want to really go after the deficit, though, eventually you have to go after entitlements. Is that right?
Or you have to go after spending at least, like
not just headcount.
The thing about headcount is the federal government's budget is like $7 trillion at this point or something, and the actual amount spent on just payroll for federal employees is, I think, maybe $250–300 billion, if that.
And there is a pension component too.
Exactly. But most of the federal government spending is take in money or print money and then route it to something.
Now, contracts are also a big part of the budget.
Contractors are a big part.
That's big.
A lot of spending on contracts, but it's also spending on military equipment. That is money that's going to who made it.
Yeah, purchasing.
And then, of course, grants. So Department of Education, for example. Department of Education doesn't have many employees, but it has a pretty big budget because it administers the student loan program, which is money going to people who are borrowing. It's really money going to colleges. They handle Title I grants. So that's just tax money goes to a public school. And that is where most spending is. And that's really where a lot of savings could be. Even just if you're looking for fraud, for waste, you can find that out there. I think one of the greatest things Doge could do would be
Grok it up.
Use Grok to find, for example, obviously those PPP loans that happened during COVID. Huge amounts of fraud. And you can almost make an example out of just find 10 really glaring examples and, perp walk them. That would be good moral support for the American people.
Well, and let's dive more into this. It's a great question, by the way. And I'm sorry about your experience in Boise with the Social Security Administration. Hopefully that gets cleaned up. And by the way, modernizing government is just something that needs to happen. It's so antiquated. It's so slow. It's so non-responsive. But Blake, let's dive into this more. Post-COVID, a new baseline has basically been set in where there's this expectation of the size, scope, and power the government that did not exist pre-COVID. It's almost doubled in size in 5 years.
Especially size. This came up, we were talking about the other day where they're trying to make a scandal out of the VA's budget. And there's talk, okay, Trump might make cuts to the VA. Well, it would be cuts to the number of people who worked at the VA in 2019.
Which was when Trump was president.
Trump was president, and he'd also already done big improvements to the VA at that time. It was working pretty well. And since then, we have a lower number of veterans. The number of veterans is declining.
So what we're trying to just get back to 2019 baseline creates massive uproar. So baseline budgeting is one of the original sins of Washington, D.C., which every year you have to go back to the prior year baseline. You can't actually start at what's called zero-based budgeting and say, okay, every year, what do we need and why do we need it? We talk about the previous baseline. My fear, though, is that the Senate and the House are not going to cut nearly as much as they should.
I mean, it's painful to cut. The thing about cuts is someone has to be a loser when you reduce spending. And so Washington, it fears any sort of pain.
Because power is their life force.
Power is their life force. And it's just, you're always the bad guy if you're the one who has to come in and say, the endless money train is going away. And, I don't blame them for being wary to the extent that, they want to get reelected. But at the same time, a huge amount of public trust has been invested in them. But it's
also the well-being of the nation.
The well-being of the nation. And it's offensive that you have to wonder, are they just going to keep spending until finally the hot potato explodes and then that person takes all the blame? And it seems a lot of Washington has made that calculation.
You could say that we are on the verge of a fiscal collapse.
All I will say is I have never heard of a country that just borrowed forever and got away with it. Eventually, a debt comes due.
You know your history pretty well. Rough greens, everybody. Yes, really quick. Sorry. Yes, sir. Really quick.
Hey, just real quick. Sorry. Is there any way that I could quickly bring up another subject, maybe after the break?
Just sure. We'll keep you through. Yes, sir. We'll do that really quick.
Thank you.
You bet.
Thank you.
Rough greens. Ever see your dog slowing down or having health issues and wonder what can I do to make them better? Well, my friend, add rough greens to your dog's food for 90 days and you'll see changes that will amaze you, guaranteed. Invented by naturopathic Dr. Dennis Black, Rough Greens wants to invite you to give your puppy the Rough Greens 90-day challenge. In the first 30 days, you'll see shinier coats and increased energy. By day 60, your dog will have a stronger immune system, less shedding, and improved joint function. Go to roughgreens.com and use promo code Kirk. That is ruffgreens.com, promo code Kirk. You don't have to change your dog's food to improve your dog's health. Just add a scoop of Rough Greens. Invented by naturopathic Dr. Dennis Black, Rough Greens wants to invite you to take the Rough Greens 90-day challenge. So go to ruffgreens.com, promo code Kirk, and fetch a Jumpstart trial bag for your dog today. That is roughgreens.com, promo code Kirk, ruffgreens.com, promo code Kirk. You don't have to change your dog's food to improve your dog's health. Just add a scoop of Rough Greens today, roughgreens.com, promo code Kirk. Email me directly, freedom@charliekirk.com, and become a member, members.charliekirk.com. That is members.charliekirk.com, members.charliekirk.com. We're actually going to go through this break so we can pick up the second question right through. Become a member to ask us a question. Be right back. Okay, your second question.
Hey, Charlie. So really it's a question that affects everybody here, but I want you to understand where it comes from. These Wuhan virus lockdowns had a lifelong negative impact on the life of our son. That's why we're reaching out to Social Security for disability. And I want to do my part to expose these government lies. Meghan McCain says, I want revenge. And one of the biggest lies in the government's claim about us is they can control U.S. airspace and protect us from drones, like at Autzen Stadium. And I can say for a fact that counter-drone systems can't protect Americans at stadiums, airports, and downtown areas, like the U.S. Capitol and the White House. Now, this is the point, and you guys, this is really foolish, but you're a father too. So I'm willing to bet my life savings, to get attention to this, $100,000. By the way, I have all the respect in the world for Mark Andreessen, but he invested in the best counter-drone company called Anduril. And I'm willing to bet that he can't stop me and my friends from crashing a drone in the stands at Autzen Stadium during a test when the stadium is empty, right? And don't you want to know if you and your family and friends are protected at Autzen? I mean, they can't protect the White House. They can't protect, DCA. I mean, this is something that people need to know about. I'm serious.
No, I got it. I agree. And no, Blake, they don't know about that. We had a drone encounter in our family recently. We're not talking about that yet. Drones are a serious problem. We had a very near miss of a drone with our family this week in a really serious way. I don't want to get too much into detail there.
Yes.
But anyway, the development and the proliferation of drones is very scary. I don't think the U.S. government is nearly adequately prepared. And I would imagine your contention is correct. Blake, what your thoughts on?
It's really scary because when you think, like, for example, the Ukraine war, a big reason actually that, Ukraine hasn't collapsed actually is they could just get insanely cheap like drones on each end, and it makes it like so hard to advance because you can just fly like a suicide drone bomb into something. And you kind of wonder, we spend $1 trillion on our military. We have a ton of tanks, a ton of ships, a ton of planes, and it could be that the future of warfare is, you can make, a drone about yay big for $1,000 and it can carry a bomb wherever you want and just explode. And
it is changing warfare as we know it.
Changing warfare changes security because, imagine like the Secret Service, and now instead of having to look for a sniper, any robot could just, put a rifle on it and it can fly anywhere. It's insane.
It's a great point. And also, you better know what you're doing when you're flying a drone. When they fall out of the sky, they could kill somebody. Stay right there.
Charlie Kirk is a terrific person. He's mainstream, conservative, but solid as a rock.
Charlie Kirk Show.
We are going to keep on taking your questions here. But at first, why refi? Whyrefi.com. That is YREFY.com. That is YREFI.com. Private student loan debt in the U.S. totals about $300 billion. About $45 billion of that is labeled as distressed. Why Refi refinances distressed or defaulted private student loans that others will not touch. Why Refi does not care what your credit score is when the payment on your distressed or defaulted private student loan is so big. You guys should check it out. It may not be available in all states. Go to whyrefi.com, call 888-WhyRefi34 or log on to whyrefi.com. Why Refi offers a 3-minute rate check without any credit impact. That is YREFY.com. Do you have a co-borrower? Why Refi can get them released from the loan. You can give mom or dad a needed and earned break. Go to whyrefi.com. Because of private student loan debt, so many Americans feel stuck and helpless. So go to whyrefi.com. That is YREFY.com. Can you imagine being debt-free and not living under this burden anymore? Go to whyrefi.com, YREFY.com. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. That is freedom@charliekirk.com. Love hearing from you. Subscribe to our podcast to listen to the entirety of my reaction to the whole Gavin Newsom conversation. Be right back. Okay, everybody, welcome back. The previous guest member made a very astute point that I don't want to fearmonger, but what is preventing a couple terrorists equipping drones going to open-air sports stadiums? I don't think law enforcement is ready for that.
The biggest limiter on terrorism of all sorts has always just been not that many people want to do it, but especially if you can do it with machines, like it becomes easy. Like at least in the past, doing something really bad was kind of a suicide thing, but now it doesn't even have to be that. You can build a machine that does it.
Okay, Shane. Shane is here. Thank you for being a member. What is on your mind?
Hey, Charlie. Real quick, I saw the poster behind you regarding Wisconsin.
Yes,
and
sir.
Since I live in Wisconsin, I wanted to know what that meant, the travel to Wisconsin and chase 100 ballots.
Yes. Are you familiar with the upcoming Supreme Court race?
I am not, actually.
Okay, not your fault, but that is really illuminating. Again, you're busy, a lot of stuff going on, but this is why it's so important. Why we're doing what we're doing. This is the most important election of 2025. In fact, I think there's a Wall Street Journal op-ed that says that today. So, and by the way, God bless you. What's your name again?
Shane,
this is why I'm coming to Wisconsin a week from Monday. This is the most important election happening in the country. It's for this year. It is for a Supreme Court seat that will determine the future of the entire Wisconsin Supreme Court. You say, oh, so what? That involves your congressional maps, your voter integrity measures, everything associated alongside of it. So what we are doing is we're helping chase ballots, similar to what we kind of did back in November, to try and raise and drive awareness about this off-election, low-turnout election. Blake, while I try to find this op-ed, can you talk about how it is a strictly turnout election? Yeah. This is not a persuasion election.
Exactly. So when you look at any election, there's a certain amount of people who turn out for it. And so I bet we can even look up here where it's like Wisconsin in the 2024 presidential race is going to be, let's see how many people voted in it.
About 3 million.
Yeah, so about 3 million people. Right? Yeah, you're almost 3.3 million, it looks like.
Off the top of my head.
3.3 million people voted in 2024. Now let's check. We had a 2023 Supreme Court race in Wisconsin, right?
I bet, let me just guess, I bet 1 million people vote in it. Total.
Let's go check. I think it's a bit higher than that, but we'll check here. About 1.8 million.
Oh, well, that's
so literally about barely half as, maybe like 60% as many votes as in the presidential race, and we lost that one, I believe. And
yeah, we got crushed.
Yeah, we lost by 10 points. But if you had the number of people who voted in the 2024 presidential election come and turn out in that race, or even the number of people who voted in 2020 when we finished in second ultimately, like, if you had that many people turn out, you would win by a mile. It's not even, you would eke out a win. You would crush them. It is entirely a matter of turnout. It is who gets their people to care about this race that is not in a normal election cycle.
And so if you want to get involved, Shane, it's tpaction.com/100, part of our Commit 100 program. We got a million stuff going on. We don't feel as if there's enough national attention right now on this Wisconsin Supreme Court seat. That's why I'm going there next Monday. We're bringing Donald Trump Jr. alongside. We're doing the whole program. This could swing the House of Representatives, and Wisconsin is critical. It is necessary for the future of our country to keep Wisconsin in contention if we lose. So, Shane, yes.
I just want to drive home how much turnout matters. If you had John McCain lost Wisconsin by 14 points in 2008, and if you had his number of votes in that Supreme Court race, you would win by like 20 points. That's how much turnout matters.
Probably smaller.
Yeah, smaller population, way smaller turnout. It is entirely a turnout race.
Thank you, Shane. Appreciate it. Next member. Oh, sorry. Actually, Shane, go ahead.
I didn't even get to the actual question. I didn't know you were going to go off on such a tangent on this. I'm sorry. I apologize for it being so important. My actual question was regarding the prison systems and spending. Like prisoners, they get treated like hotel guests.
Correct.
I mean, they get all of these freedoms, they get privileges, they get PlayStations, they get TVs, they get, snacks and stuff. And, meanwhile, the taxpayers are paying for all of this, or the families of the inmates are paying for all of this. I did a little bit of research, and there's a organization called Prison Policy Initiative. They estimate that in 2023 there was $182 billion spent on prisons. And I just wondered if this is something you think Doge would be a good target for.
Blake, really quick.
Most prisons are state funded, like the vast majority of prisoners.
There is a federal bureau.
There's federal stuff, but it's mostly state. You'd want to look at what your state does. I don't know the biggest drivers of cost increase. It's just everything costs more money than it used to.
I do think you make an astute point. We'll talk about after the break, where Sam Bankman-Fried, who's a total fraud and a terrible person, joined the great Tucker Carlson's podcast. He was talking about all the amenities he was getting. Are you actually in jail, or are you on a vacation playing Xbox? We're going to go through the breaks. Members.charliekirk.com. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, members.charliekirk.com. Maggie, thank you for being a member. What's on your mind? How are you? Thanks for supporting us.
Good. I actually was just going to watch today, but your breaking news at the end of hour one immediately brought a question to mind. Do you think the recent activity at Act Blue is related to USAID funding being cut off to many entities? I know you are a big fan of Breaking Bad, so am I. And I always thought Democrats' big numbers in fundraising was suspicious because there's a party of entitlements. And other than their big money donors, I couldn't see them getting that many people to make small donations. Well, you remember what they did in Breaking Bad, the money laundering to make it look like random donations were sent in to pay for Walter White's cancer treatment. As soon as you said that story, I thought, oh my gosh, that could possibly be Act Blue knows what's coming because their funding's been cut off.
It very well could be. I think you are bringing up a very good point. The answer is we don't know. You could be right. That as USAID funding has been put in suspension, there has been a suspicious amount of like closures and nonprofits that are second guessing. The money is coming from somewhere. The Act Blue, the more sinister accusation against Act Blue is that it's Chinese or Iranian originated. We don't have great evidence of that. There are some on the Hill that say that they've seen intelligence that might suggest that. But there also just could be just good old-fashioned criminal activity, right, Blake?
It could be as old-fashioned as just they route so much money through it.
Yes.
Who's to say someone didn't go, okay, I'm going to make it so 0.1% ends up going into this side thing and no one will notice it and it's part of our fees. There's a lot of mundane criminal activity that could happen. It could also be more organized criminal activity. It could also be we suspect this is criminal activity and we deliberately keep our system feeble and not able to detect it because then we have, plausible deniability. Like, look the other way, don't think too hard about it. There's so many different levels to it. I do want to push back a little that, frankly, if you've been around liberals enough, I actually talked to a friend of mine at the Daily Caller where they investigated one of those people who had like tons and tons of donations in their name. And they reached him like, do you really donate that many times? And the person said, yep, I do. I watch the news all day. I get so worked up and I send him another $20.
Of course, some of it is legitimate. I mean,
so I don't want to say like, oh, it's all fraud. There's a lot of passionate Democrats out there. They care a lot about politics. So much of what you've done is we need to train conservatives to care as much as the enemy does.
And I will say that
lots of room for fraud.
The tech of Act Blue is very, very good. Meaning it's like Amazon.com for giving money. It saves all your payment information. It feels like it's really the user interface is very friendly. It's not just like, this old loading thing. It's hard to describe. If you actually go through the pages of Act Blue, it's very well constituted. It is one-stop shopping.
It really reflects how, in the Obama era, 2008, that they had just a total lockdown on Silicon Valley.
That's right.
And they got all the smart 28-year-old tech guys come in. Let's make them the slickest website, the slickest app. And we're finally starting to catch up in that world. And
it is so profound that basically every Democrat donor has their payment information saved. So anytime a guy goes on MSNBC, these Democrat donors are able to say, okay, I want to go give $10 to, I don't know, Beto O'Rourke or, whatever. Easy, done. Elizabeth Warren. It's all saved. It's easy to use. They make it seamless. But I definitely think that there's a lot of suspicion there. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Curtis, what is on your mind? Thanks for being a member.
Well, yes, thank you, Charlie. It's really a great honor to be able to speak with you. And I wanted to briefly say I really appreciated your previous interview with Secretary of Ag, Burke Rawlings. I'm a lifelong Eastern Oregon rancher, beef producer, family operation. And it's so great to have this new administration coming in and wanting to hear from the grassroots producers. And that's what I wanted to emphasize and let you and whomever else may be able to get our group. We have a group out here that is in the high desert that oftentimes gets ignored, but there's very many natural resource issues that we need to get through to the administration, both in the Interior Department and with the Secretary of Ag. And one of the biggest problems that we have as beef producers is the meat packing cartel that rules the protein production, not only in the nation. But
hold that thought super quick. We're coming back from a break. In 15 seconds, I'll throw it back to you. Hang on 1 second. Okay, everybody, I want to tell you about the Herzog Foundation. So check it out right now, Herzog Foundation. Really great supporters of our show. For years, I've been talking about how our nation's schools have been captured by progressive ideologues. We work very closely with the Herzog Foundation at Turning Point Academy. Hudson and the entire team are doing a wonderful job. From their online publication, The Lion, to their new podcast, Making the Leap, the Herzog Foundation offers a wide range of advice and information for Christian parents to make the best decisions for your kids. To learn more about how your family, faith, and community can flourish through a quality Christian education, go to herzogfoundation.com. That is herzogfoundation.com. Check it out right now. They are the trusted source on American K-12 Christian education. Portions of the Charlie Kirk Show are brought to you in part by the Stanley M. Herzog Foundation, Stanley M. Herzog Foundation, herzogfoundation.com. Really quick, Curtis, what is your question?
So my question is, we want to combine with the Make America Healthy Again and Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s in HHS. We can combine and we just, but the main thing I guess, Mr. Kirk, that I want to get through is that the administration and the undersecretaries must get down here to the grassroots producers. They cannot listen to the national organizations that are supposedly representing agricultural interests because they are all corporately influenced. And so my question to you is, how best can we as grassroots producers, possibly through your platform, your connections, we would love to make that connection and have field hearings out here, but more importantly, to get to the administration, Secretary Brooke Rollins, to hear the true family operations, farming operations of what would both most benefit our rural communities and food security for America. Thank you very much.
Where are you located?
I'm in Eastern Oregon.
Oh, go Ducks.
Yeah, don't count Eastern Oregon as the socialist side of Oregon, please.
Yeah, you guys should join Idaho. That's a longer term project. That's what we call a Project 2029 item.
Project 2100, maybe.
Yes. Yeah, we are very envious of Idaho. I think we should create a state of Jefferson, actually, with Eastern Washington and Eastern Oregon. But anyway, go ahead.
I love the state of Jefferson. I love that. And self-determination and self-government. I would be willing to lend a voice to that one day. Just please don't put Pullman there at the college campus. You carve it out. By the way, producer Andrew is from a cattle rancher family in northern Nevada, and he says you're 100% right. Happy to send this clip to Brooke directly, which is what I will do, which is one of the benefits of being a member. And I do want to compliment you. We use the term grassroots a lot. You actually are grassroots in what you are doing, not just metaphorical. You're actually the grassroots.
Right. We truly are a family operation. And my biggest passion, Charlie, is God has blessed me to be a lifelong rancher and beef producer. But if things don't change, my grandchildren will have no opportunity to provide beef and protein to the country. So that's my passion that drives me. So thank you very much.
Well, that is an admirable passion. I have someone in the Department of Agriculture that I know that is not Brooke Rollins, that is from Idaho. His name is Todd. He's a rock star that I would be comfortable connecting you with. He's terrific.
Oh, so, please do. We're looking for any connection that we can get our truthful message to. So I so appreciate it.
No, this guy's Todd. He's a rock star, and he actually owns something. He might be, I don't know. We'll connect you. Thanks. I really appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Okay, Daisy, let's make sure we follow up on that and we get him connected. See, the government that works for the people. All right, who's next? What do we got here? Stan, thank you for being a member. What's on your mind?
Charlie, nice to talk to you. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm fine. I live in Dallas, Texas. I was looking for one of your chapters online a few months ago and couldn't find one in Dallas. And I saw there was one in Rockwall with a small amount of, looks like to me, some young kids. And I can help be the voice of reason if I have the opportunity to find some chapter that they would benefit from my experience and knowledge.
Well, thank you, sir. I actually will be in Dallas tomorrow, so you should come by the event, actually. Would love to see you as a member. We can get you all accommodated. Speaking at let me see, where am I at here tomorrow? Mikey, let me see here. I want to make sure I get these details right. Hold on one second. You said you're obviously Dallas, Texas, so let me see what I got here.
Yes.
Okay, I will be in Plano at the Renaissance Dallas at the Plano Legacy West Hotel, speaking at a pro-life event tomorrow evening. So if that is your deal, we'd love to have you come by and we can get you a ticket.
I'll be there.
Great. Okay. Daisy, get them connected. And you see, that's the benefit of being a member. We always look out for our members. Daisy will reach out. And Daisy, that is her hometown. So thank you, sir. We'd love to have you. And also we can connect you with some local young patriots. And yes, it's a Nick Vujicic, Kevin Freeman, and also a Lieutenant General Mike Flynn event. Great. It's a pro-life fintech event from Dallas, Texas. Don't worry. I'm speaking once the sun sets down, once Shabbat ends. I know all of you keeping score at home. Okay, what do we have
Great.
here?
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And we have a ton of chapters in Dallas. We have a ton. Okay. Ted, thanks for being a member. What's on your mind?
Hey, Charlie, calling from Vancouver Island, British Columbia, and I have a question for you on, obviously, the border situation and the tariffs. Do you think that Trump would be open to ending the tariffs if we in Canada had an actual leader willing to talk seriously about the border issues, or is this now more about him seeking to weaken our economy, bring us along as the 51st state? Where do you stand on mitigating this?
First of all, I do not want you guys as the 51st state. Way too many libs. But you seem great. But no, as far as his strategy, I can't read his mind, and I've never heard him say this in private or public. But I actually think he would be happy with the same treatment of a free trade agreement with some of our allies. I actually think what bothers him the most is that we get tariffed and we do not have reciprocal tariffs against us. And I think that should be the goal, especially with Canada or Mexico. Now, when it comes to our adversaries like China, I think we should tariff across the board. But yes, tariffs can have a cost to them. However, certain tariffs for certain industries, we might have to joust a little bit with the Canadians. When it comes to certain, like 95% of our fertilizer comes from Canada, probably not smart to tariff that. Blake, where do you stand on this?
Yeah, I don't know entirely what his agenda is, and I think it would be helpful if he was more public with it, but I think it's not really Trump's way to just overtly tip exactly what he's going for. There's always some, the weave sort of applies to his diplomacy too. Yeah, like, what was he going for with North Korea? What's he going for with Russia? It's always a little bit beneath the surface. I think he'd probably play ball more if there was a better government than Justin Trudeau, but I've also entertained the possibility he may like Justin Trudeau as like a foe that he can spar with, and he'll maybe miss him once he's gone. I guess I don't want to jump to conclusions about what his intent is because I'm not entirely sure, so I don't want to speak for him.
I will say the only part of Canada that will willingly accept is Alberta.
You got to be careful with that. Remember, they have first past the post, so I don't...
What do you mean?
So when they hold an election, there's like 4 major parties in Canada, I guess like kind of 3 at the national level, and it's just whoever gets the most votes gets the seat in their parliament. So what I'm saying is, I'm not sure if we suddenly shifted them to just Republicans and Democrats, I kind of think Alberta would still be a blue state.
You do?
Yeah.
Really?
My gut feeling.
All right, I've changed my opinion. They can keep it. They can keep it. All right, Will, thanks for being a member. What's on your mind? Members.charliekirk.com.
Hey, Charlie. So I know with confirmations coming to kind of wrapping up, the next thing is going to be moving legislation. Of course, that's going to bring up whether we should nuke the filibuster. It seems like both parties have folks wanting to do that. I'm not to the point yet, but I do think that there might be some things that they could change in the Senate rules to hopefully get legislation passed. Like I believe now you got to have 3/5 of members for cloture. If they were to make it 3/5 of members present, so everybody would actually have to stay on the floor, stay in town, couldn't go out to eat with lobbyists. Is that anything like that being discussed that you're aware of?
Yes. So I will say I actually am in favor of keeping the filibuster for major spending bills that are non-reconciliation. Mm-hmm. I know that some people are going to disagree with that, but I think the filibuster prevented some of the most sinister stuff of Joe Biden from being passed in the first in Biden's term. Mm-hmm. So I just want to make sure I actually am a pro-filibuster guy in that sense. With that being said, of course we will be out of power again sometime in the future, hopefully a long way off, and the filibuster is a guarantor to slow down the process and to make sure that crazy ideas like adding D.C. and Puerto Rico as states can't just happen with a 50-person vote. Imagine if we got rid of the filibuster and we lost in the future, which is totally conceivable, because I know everyone says, oh, we're never going to be beat. No, hold on. Things go in cycles. They go back and forth. Imagine the Democrats with a Democrat president could be like, okay, D.C. is a state, Puerto Rico is a state. And we're going to be looking back like, well, we got rid of the filibuster for what exactly? But getting rid of the filibuster for a reconciliation bill, fine. That's a very specific thing. The Democrats start that precedent. We cannot predict how radical the Democrats are going to be when that time comes, not if. There will be a moment in our lifetime when we no longer control the U.S. Senate. We literally just got back control. I hope that never happens. You have to plan for that. Blake, what is your thoughts?
Yeah, so what's funny with the filibuster is, as I've mentioned to you before, the filibuster is fake. Like, the filibuster could be eliminated at any time, and it's maintained because both parties in the Senate have an interest in just not voting on things that they nominally support. So, with Mitch McConnell, it was, we can use the filibuster as an excuse to not do border stuff. With Democrats, it's, Joe Biden doesn't necessarily want to pack the Supreme Court because he thinks they'll get blown up. It's a thing that protects the majority party from votes it does not want to take. But it is still true, as you say, that if you get rid of it, it is the Pandora's box. And I think what's especially important to emphasize is whoever takes the first move on abolishing the filibuster won't get as much out of it as the second party to take office. I also
just want to say that there has been a decade-long erosion of the filibuster. It actually started with Harry Reid, if you might remember. Harry Reid, of all people, started the erosion of the filibuster for district, circuit, and district court judges. And then it marched forward when we used the abolition of the filibuster to put Neil Gorsuch on the Supreme Court back in 2017, then also with Brett Kavanaugh, then also with Amy Coney Barrett. And so we've seen the slow erosion of filibuster. I think we've eroded it enough. Look, it would be very tempting right now because we control the House and the Senate. Get rid of the filibuster, simple up or down vote. I think that would be a mistake. I think it would be a tragedy.
If you were going to do it, I would say you should do it immediately after an election to get the most out of it.
Yeah, but then the Democrats will do it to us in the future.
They will. But if you were going to do it, you'd want to get the most out of it. You don't want to do it right before an election and then you lose power and they get the full.
And by the way, it's not just a matter of doing it. I don't think the Senate would put up with it. So it's not even a realistic thing right now. Relief factor. When you hear the term living better, what do you think about? More money, a bigger house, maybe a yacht? What about how you feel physically, how you wake up each day, how you sleep, what activities you can and cannot do? When you feel good, life is good. So if pain is affecting your life, see how Relief Factor can help. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that fights pain naturally. Developed by doctors, it doesn't just mask pain temporarily, helps reduce or even eliminate it. Go to relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That is the number 1-800-4RELIEF. Relieffactor.com. That is relieffactor.com. So check it out right now. Relieffactor.com. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. If you are a member, you can ask a question live, members.charliekirk.com. We'll be right back.
Stay tuned to get a free automatic toilet bowl cleaner from Mermaid. Your sink stopper's broken, but fixing a drain is such a pain. Not anymore. Introducing Mermaid Drain Magic, the instant solution to most broken drains. Simply remove and replace. In just seconds, you can fill and drain with a simple press of a button. Drain Magic makes replacing your old, broken, rusty, even missing sink stoppers fast and easy.
Practically took me 5 seconds to replace. It absolutely made my sink look like brand new.
Honestly, I couldn't believe it. How could it work so well, look so good, and install so quickly?
And forget clogging, because Drain Magic's anti-clogging basket helps catch debris before it goes down the drain. When the basket's full, just discard. Helps prevent clogs in your sink by catching hair, food, even jewelry. Drain Magic uses a silicone gasket that creates a watertight seal without messy plumber's putty. Look, this sink was filled hours ago and the water still remains. Press the spring-loaded stopper and the water's gone. Made of brass and finished in high-quality chrome, Drain Magic is rust-resistant and built to last.
It's made out of metal, not plastic, and it actually has some weight to it. Yeah, this is the real deal.
Just looks like a new sink now.
Order your 2-in-1 drain solution, Mermaid Drain Magic, today for only $19.99. And with every order, you're going to get a Mermaid automatic toilet bowl cleaner absolutely free. Just drop it in the tank for up to 3 months of hands-free cleaning. Mermaid's ultra-concentrated formula cleans and deodorizes with every flush. But wait, due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get Mermaid Drain Magic at this incredibly low price with free Mermaid toilet bowl cleaner. There's a strict limit of 3. Call or click now to order.
Call 1-800-519-3206 or visit getdrainmagic.com. So call 1-800-519-3206 or visit getdrainmagic.com. Order now.
Who wants to drag out a bulky vacuum? Introducing Horsepower Duck, a super compact vac with ultra powerful suction. Clean up that mess in the kitchen, the spill on the sofa, even sawdust in the workshop. Just duck it up. The compact design can reach the tightest places, so store it in any drawer where it's always at your fingertips. You can even store it in your glove box for the ultimate car vac. The HEPA filter helps remove dust and allergens. Plus, it dumps out with ease, so it's ready to clean again. Get the Horsepower Duck hand vac for just $39.99. Order right now and we'll upgrade you to the Duck Pro package, a $30 value, yours free. You get the bendable tube, the crevice nozzle, and the soft brush nozzle, but supplies are limited, so there's a strict limit of 3 ducks per order. This may be your last chance to get yours at this low price, so don't delay. Duck it up today.
Call 1-800-693-3440 or visit duckback.com. So call 1-800-693-3440 or visit duckback.com now.
Rav only break, is that right? That's what this is. Okay. We could get to another question here, but yeah, let me just reflect a little bit more on this. Carol, are you still there? Is Carol still there? We said goodbye to Carol.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Carol, overall, did you think it was a good idea very quickly for me to speak with Governor Newsom?
Yes, I sure did. He's trying to figure out how this has all happened. They're lost. He's trying to figure it out. And so you're kind of exposing where they're at and the whole thing. And you were just so honest. I mean, you were telling him. And so he had to answer. And look what happened. So you're actually, by doing that interview, you started some conflict within the Democrats.
You're smart,
and it's
Carol.
a conversation that they need to have. And it's so weird if you just take this whole thing that's happening right now.
Stay right there.
If you are a social scientist,
I'm sorry. We had to cut off Carol. Carol, if you're listening, I apologize. We had a radio break, and I got to get to another question. But, Carol, you're a very sweet person. I'll send you a signed hat as an apology. So sorry about that. Okay, let's get to the next question here. Elizabeth, thanks for being a member. What's on your mind?
Yes. Hi, Charlie. How are you today?
Good. How are you?
I'm all right. Actually, I'm very upset because, long story short, my father died in a nursing home during COVID in April of 2020. And when it first happened, we assumed that, like everyone else, a nurse had gotten COVID and it spread throughout. We didn't find out until months later that Andrew Cuomo literally and deliberately put COVID positive patients into nursing homes. And I want people to understand, every single person who had a family member in a nursing home got a phone call on March 9th saying we are shutting down the nursing homes for their safety and you cannot come see your family. So they locked me out because I may or may not have COVID. And then 15 days later, they deliberately put COVID positive patients in the nursing homes. He was told, if you do this, thousands of people will die. How is this man still politically viable and running for the mayor of New York City?
Well, largely because the Democrats almost nobody else. And the Democrat Party is not a party. It is a machine. And you plug in place pieces. And they've looked at their roster and they're like, well, why did we get rid of this Cuomo guy again?
Cuomo is a lot like Gavin, actually, in that he's a canny political operator.
Very similar, yes.
He got pushed. They got him out on Me Too, right? Yeah, and so
they got him out on Me Too instead of the mass murder because Governor Murphy and Governor Wolf in Pennsylvania both did the exact same thing he did. And if they got Cuomo out on it, they would have had to take out the other governors on this. So did Whitmer up in Michigan. So like 4 governors did this. No one's being held accountable. There was an investigation by the Department of Justice under the Trump administration. When Biden came in, unfortunately, the first thing they did was they squashed that investigation. And I don't know are they going to start that up again?
That's a good question. I don't know.
New York State was 15,300 people. It was like 9,000 people in New Jersey and 8,000 people in Pennsylvania. And Rachel Levine, whatever her first real name is, she also did the same order in Pennsylvania for Governor Wolf. She pulled her mother out of the nursing home the day before that order was going to take place.
We don't have a ton of time. I want to say you're not alone. And you know who else is like a dog with a bone on this? Janice Dean. Janice Dean is the Fox News weather woman, and both of her parents died because of Cuomo's mismanagement of the nursing homes. I would love to see that criminal investigation relaunched. I'm very sorry for your loss. God bless you. We got to move to the next question. Thank you, though. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie.
Okay, I want to read this last one. Okay. Hey, Charlie, I can't unmute for some reason. With the transparency of this administration, where are the JFK and MLK Jr. files? And will we hear anything about the 2017 Vegas shooting? I never asked you, what is your thought on the Vegas shooting?
I am mostly not on board with the Vegas theories.
Just the questions?
I think people have a bias to demand like big causes for things. And so I remember
it is bizarre.
When I was with Tucker,
I know, that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, when I was with Tucker, we had a guy who he was saying, I think he was on the National Security Council, and he was trying to say like we have evidence that it was a joint ISIS Antifa operation. And to be honest, when I heard that, I'm like, oh, this person is crazy. And I think the boring answer is like some guy had like ennui because he's this like fading boomer who was like a professional gambler, and like he decided to go out in this spectacular way, and it had to be more than that. They had to find a better motive than this guy. It was just like a horrible psycho who decided to kill a ton of people. And it does go against our usual things. It was an older guy than most shooters. Usually they're young, but I don't think it's outside the realm of possibility that just a lunatic would decide to gun down a lot of people. And I think what stands out is if someone else did it, it's just why? Like,
no, I'm not even. I'm not shocked at your opinion, and it's persuasive. There's a lot of witness testimony that's but official narrative. Thank you for all you do. I think though, at least we can agree. Release all the files.
Yeah, release every file we have, of course.
I am privately and publicly. My advice to the administration is, I'm very consistent, guys. You guys got to start putting these files out. We need Epstein. We need JFK. We need MLK. We need Malcolm X. Vegas shooting. Just do a website. Put them all up. No redaction.
Any document from a year that
put
starts.
Them up. Go.
Any document from a year that starts with 19 should just be public.
All of it. Just like no more hiding. Like, let's just get them up. That's my own personal opinion. I know they're working on that, but I think the American people voted for it, and that's what they deserve. And that's also what the president has demanded, by the way. Blake, thank you. Everybody, what a great week that was. We are going to be posting the entirety of my reaction to Gavin Newsom's speech, with it, the entire conversation there. Shabbat Shalom. God bless you guys, and I'll see you on Monday.
This is the purest source of vitamins you can get. Unlike pills and powder, Gem is real food. I take it every day. There's no synthetic fillers, no mega doses. I'm eating actual food. I trust Gem. I trust real food.
I'm Richard Karn, and I love my hose. It ain't those old hoses. This is my hose. The new Pocket Hose Copper Bullet, now infused with real copper, so your water is always clean and lead-free. Just turn on the water and watch your hose grow and grow. And when you turn off the water, away it goes. Our new inner tube uses 3 layers of high-strength latex on the inside. Then it's wrapped in a new polymer filament jacket, 3 times stronger than the other hoses. But my favorite part of our new hose build? The oversized, easy-to-grip fittings. Get the super light 25-foot Pocket Hose Copper Bullet today for only $29.99. But wait, call now and get our copper spray nozzle with our exclusive thumb drive free. This is an exclusive release of our newest Pocket Hose. Order now.
Call 1-800-449-7172. That's 1-800-449-7172. Or visit copperbullet.hose.com. Order now.
Are you over 50? Would you like to get up to 33% more income in retirement? Call now and get this free book, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers, from a leading financial firm on maximizing your income in retirement. And if you call right now, as a bonus, we'll throw in a free annuity rate report. Don't miss out on this opportunity because supplies are limited. Both books are yours free, just for calling Annuity General today.
Call 800-899-6246.
Attention homeowners. Are you behind on your mortgage payments? Is the bank threatening to take your home? Is your home worth less than you owe? If you answered yes to any of these questions, then you need to call this number right now.
Call 800-714-8615.
Terrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice News Break. Thanks so much for being here with us. Happening today, President Trump meeting with cryptocurrency executives at the White House. The summit comes just one day after 47's latest executive order establishing a strategic Bitcoin reserve. That reserve will consist of Bitcoin that's owned by the federal government. The White House crypto czar says the Bitcoin will come from forfeitures assumed as part of criminal and civil cases. While it's still somewhat unclear how this federally held Bitcoin will benefit you, the taxpayer, crypto czar David Sachs says, and I'm quoting here, the U.S. will not sell any Bitcoin deposited into the reserve. It will be kept as a store of value. The reserve is like a digital Fort Knox for the cryptocurrency that's often called digital gold. Under this latest EO, the Treasury and Commerce secretaries are being directed to develop what the president calls budget-neutral strategies to acquire additional Bitcoin that have no, quote, incremental costs to taxpayers. President Trump is doing an about-face on tariffs against Mexico and Canada, at least temporarily, just 2 days after slapping the two countries with 25% taxes on imports. The commander-in-chief now pushing pause on those tariffs. He's specifically pulling back on goods that are covered by the North American Trade Agreement. The change of heart will affect 50% of Mexican imports and 39% of Canadian goods. Mr. Trump's tariff reprieve will last until April 2nd, which is the same day the commander-in-chief is expected to impose reciprocal tariffs on all of America's trade partners. Thursday's easing of tariffs came after President Trump had a conversation with Mexico's president. Taking to True Social, 47 writing, "We are working hard together on the border, both in terms of stopping illegal aliens from entering the United States and likewise stopping fentanyl. These two issues are the reason Mr. Trump has given for the imposition of tariffs in the first place." While Bitcoin represents imaginary currency that's held in the cyber world, the Trump administration, though, today preparing to pay out real money that's held in the here and now. The administration has a 6 p.m. deadline on Monday to pay foreign aid contractors and grant recipients. It's all part of a judge's ruling on Thursday on the heels of the Supreme Court's decision forcing foreign aid payments despite the Department of Government Efficiency's findings on waste when it comes to those payments. The total amount of the upcoming payments is reportedly nearly $2 million. While Elon Musk is focusing his efforts on Doge in Washington, D.C., his SpaceX business is exploding, literally. Pieces of the company's Starship rocket are still being plucked out of the water between Florida and the Bahamas. The rocket exploded shortly after takeoff on Thursday during its 8th test mission. It was supposed to be for a satellite deployment demonstration, but Thursday's disintegration marks the second consecutive Starship failure this year. It's the latest setback for SpaceX's Whirlwind Starship development program, as Musk has set a goal of developing a rocket capable of sending bigger batches of satellites into space by the end of this year. Well, it's been big news. The U.S. House has voted to censure Texas Democrat Al Green for his outburst during President Trump's address to a joint session of Congress. He was defiant during Tuesday's speech, also defiant during his censure reading. That's a quick check of your headlines. I'm Terrence Bates. Let's be honest, we're not getting any younger, and if you want to look and feel your best, well, you really need to check out purehealthresearch.com. They have 45 premium health supplements designed to help with every health goal that you have. Whether it's boosting your energy, trimming belly fat, supporting healthy blood sugar, pumping your testosterone, or even reducing swelling in your legs, Pure Health Research Supplement Store has you covered. Each formula is crafted with natural, non-GMO ingredients backed with clinical research and manufactured right here in the United States. And here's the best part. Pure Health Research is offering you an exclusive 35% discount. All you have to do is go to purehealthresearch.com and use the coupon code KIRK at the checkout. With their 365-day money-back guarantee, there is zero risk in trying something new. So why wait? Head on over to purehealthresearch.com right now, explore their 45 amazing supplements, and save 35% before this deal ends. Just use the coupon code KIRK, K-I-R-K. Don't miss this chance to...
Your wallet is always in danger. Criminals can scan and hack your information without you even knowing. Worse yet, it's bulky and so disorganized. But not anymore, because Slim is in. Introducing Slim Mint, an ultra-thin RFID blocking wallet that keeps your cards and cash truly protected. And now may be your last chance to get it for a low price. Slim Mint uses the latest RFID blocking technology to prevent thieves from scanning your wallet and stealing your info.
Having your information stolen is a nightmare, but with Slim Mint, I know I'm protected.
With money clips, cash can easily fall out, but with the auto-locking Slim Mint, your cards and money stay securely in place. Then just press the button to release the lock. Slim Mint is ergonomically designed to optimize space and keep your belongings organized. It has a built-in cash clip and a flexible outer band to securely fit your additional cards and your extra cash. Even with everything you see here in the Slim Mint, it's still ultra-thin. Bulky wallets are uncomfortable, but the Slim Mint is so compact it fits in any size pocket. Plus, it keeps everything easy to access.
Slim Mint holds everything, from pictures to credit cards, my driver's license. Yeah, it's still so thin.
Say bye-bye to bent cards and damaged magnetic strips. Slim Mint keeps them protected. It's crush-resistant and can really take a beating. Similar wallets sell for over $100. But call or click now and get Slim Mint for just $29.99. Order in the next 5 minutes and you'll get an instant $10 discount. So it's only $19.99. But wait, due to rising costs and supply chain shortages, this may be your last chance to get Slim Mint at this low price. There's a strict limit of 3 Slim Mint wallets while supplies last. You still have time to get your very own Slim Mint wallets, but you must act fast. Don't wait. Order now.
Call 1-800-608-6630. That's 1-800-608-6630. Call or visit slimmintwallet.com. So call 1-800-608-6630 now.
This is what happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Christ is King. Gracias por mi salud. Que te la plaza.
It's the first time we've heard from Pope Francis since he was hospitalized. But of course, it's also a reflection of the toll that this illness has taken on him. You can hear the frailty in his voice after spending 3 weeks in the hospital for what started out as a bad case of bronchitis and has since devolved into double pneumonia.
This morning, President Trump with a dizzying reversal, allowing Mexico and Canada to avoid 25% tariffs on many goods just days after imposing them. According to the White House, about half of imports from Mexico and only 38% of goods from Canada qualify for the pause, including auto parts and most produce.
Look, our country's been ripped off by everybody. That stops now.
Hamas is responding to President Trump's latest threats. He called on the militant group to immediately release all remaining hostages being held in Gaza or, quote, it's over for you.
We're doing very well with Russia. But right now they're bombing the hell out of Ukraine, and I'm finding it more difficult, frankly, to deal with Ukraine. And they don't have the cards. They don't have the cards. As you know, we're meeting in Saudi Arabia on sometime next week, early. And we're talking, I find that in terms of getting a final settlement, it may be easier dealing with Russia, which is surprising because they have all the cards. I mean, they're bombing the hell out of them right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard today's edition of Human Events Daily, live Washington, D.C. Today is March 7th, 2025, Anno Domini. Got to respond to this new column claiming that MAGA is wrong on Ukraine from Douglas Murray. And Douglas, I read your column, the one where you're taking the swing at us, and I got to say, you lost the plot, mate. You claim MAGA is wrong on Ukraine because we've never been there, never seen the stakes up close. Well, let me set the record straight. I've been to Ukraine multiple times before the war, during the war. I've walked the streets of Kiev. There were missiles in the air when we arrived. I've been to the presidential complex with Zelensky himself alongside Scott Bessent, talking strategy, seeing the chaos firsthand. So we don't need a lecture about where we've been, where we haven't been. We've been there. But we can also see the videos from there writ large. And here's the thing. The world that you seem to be talking about doesn't exist anymore. There's this fantasy of an Anglo-American-led global order where some noble chessboard where London and Washington move the pieces and everyone just kind of nods along. Well, that era is dead, and it's been bleeding out since Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, all the endless wars that all of the neocon buddies cheered for. Trump sees this. MAGA sees this. MAGA was the choice of the American people writ large, the popular vote. The future isn't about imposing some grand universal system. It's about nation states putting their own people first. America first. That's the doctrine. And so you may scoff at Trump wanting some peace in Ukraine like it's a naive betrayal of the Atlanticist dreams. But what's naive is thinking that we can keep boring billions and hundreds of billions of dollars into a meat grinder halfway around the world while our own borders are sieve, our cities are crumbling. Trump is right. Peace isn't weakness. Peace is strength. It's sanity. People have seen the war up close. The kids in the bomb shelters, the towns reduced to rubble. You think Zelensky wants that forever? No, he'd take the deal if the West stopped using him as a battering ram against Moscow. MAGA isn't isolationist. Doug, it's realist. We're done playing world police for an order that's already collapsed. You call it wrong to step back. Well, what's wrong is pretending that we can rewind to 1991. Trump is not abandoning Ukraine. He's abandoning the delusion that it's America's job to fix every mess on earth. You, Doug, wrote an incredible book about the decline of the West, but now we are acting on it. Come back to reality. The empire's over, nation states are what's left, and America is finally choosing itself. We'll be right back to Events Daily.
This is the purest source of vitamins you can get. Unlike pills and powder, Gem is real food. I take it every day. There's no synthetic fillers, no mega doses. I'm eating actual food. It's not a supplement. I trust real food.
How many times have you tried to clean a stubborn mess but end up with no success? What you need is the all-new waterproof Ruby Horsepower, the new cordless and rechargeable power scrubber that cleans faster and easier, guaranteed. Watch, baked on oven grease is no match. It blasts away dirt and grime in no time. The power comes from our rotating brushes, spinning at 350 RPM. The incredible torque fights calcium, mildew, mold, and more. Take it in the kitchen, where it busts through caked-on crud, or outside and tackle tough tasks with ease. Get your Ruby Horsepower with 4 additional attachments, all for just $39.99. Great news! They're in stock and ready to ship. Due to high demand, only 2 per order. Order now.
Call 1-800-944-4512. That's 1-800-944-4512. Or visit horsepowerscrubber.com. So call 1-800-944-4512 now.
Attention homeowners. Are you behind on your mortgage payments? Is the bank threatening to take your home? Is your home worth less than you owe? If you answered yes to any of these questions, then you need to call this number right now.
Call 800-714-8615.
Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
All right, Jack Posobiec, here we are back live. Human Events Daily. You're looking at a shot of the National Mall. Not quite as windy as it was yesterday. The sun is out and shining. I spent some time outside in the sun today getting my vitamin D. Make sure you do so as well. But someone who gets plenty of vitamin D because he lives in the Sunshine State is the great Roger Stone, who joins us now. Roger, how are you?
Jack, great to be back with you.
So, Roger, we had Congressman Byron Donalds here on the program yesterday, and he was giving us a real preview of some of the issues that he intends to use in his run in this new primary, where he's already received the endorsement of President Trump for the Florida governor's race. But, Roger, I'm sure just like any of these other primaries in a red state like this, you're going to have other people get involved. You're going to have other big-name candidates who want to get in as well, even in the face potentially of this Trump endorsement. So, Roger, if you could handicap for us the gubernatorial race of Florida for 2026.
Sure. First of all, I'm a strong supporter of Byron Donalds. I think he's been a great congressman, a great supporter of the America First agenda. He's a true fighter. As I predicted well over 2 years ago, the governor's wife, Casey DeSantis, has announced that she is seriously considering a race. This is really because, first of all, Ron DeSantis is term limited. He can only serve 2 terms, so he'll be out of office at the end of 2026. And yes, he wants to run for president again in 2028, although I don't think he could beat J.D. Vance, or if J.D. Vance chose not to run, I don't think he could beat anyone for that matter. But in this particular case, this is shaping up as a proxy fight. While Governor DeSantis and his wife were on their way to Washington to ask the president to remain neutral in the primary, I can think of no reason, given DeSantis' betrayal of Trump in the presidential campaign, why he would do that. The president actually tweeted a warm endorsement of Byron Donalds. Now, a word of caution, the early polls will show Casey DeSantis far ahead because she has superior name ID, simply based on people's knowledge of her governor, her husband, the governor. By the way, Adam Putnam was far, far ahead of Ron DeSantis until gubernatorial candidate DeSantis was endorsed by Donald Trump. And then he took off like a rocket. So the Trump endorsement, particularly in the Sunshine State, this is the gold standard. And I would imagine before it's over, that Trump will actually stump for Byron Donalds. Even here in the Sunshine State, where Governor DeSantis remains relatively popular, he's not as popular as the president. And frankly, the DeSantis candidacy offended a lot of MAGA voters. The fact that it took a lot of money from neocons and from the establishment. But the cheapest shot here, Jack, was when Byron made it clear he was running for governor and the president endorsed him. Governor DeSantis criticized Byron Donalds for missing votes in Congress when he was out campaigning for President Trump in 2024, which is ironic because Ron DeSantis missed a record number of votes while he himself was running for governor.
And this is really something that I think anyone can say in politics, that, of course, there's always going to be votes on the table. There's always going to be jobs that could be done. Of course, we know exactly where Byron Donalds was. Byron Donalds, by the way, didn't make didn't try to hide where he was. He was in the streets of Philadelphia. He was going up to Detroit. He was working the cities for President Trump throughout 2024. In fact, he made a great showing of it. And a lot of those videos coming from the Philadelphia area myself that really had a fantastic impact in swinging the state for President Trump. He's shown an ability to be able to go into those neighborhoods, to reach out to those types of voters. And of course, this all is presaged. And people forget, by the way, that the first Trump post-rally pizza stop was, in fact, with Byron Donalds and his son. They went for a round of pizzas after his event, and it became a sort of perennial tradition along the Trump campaign thereafter to go out and get food at a local establishment after a rally. But it was actually Byron Donalds in, I want to say, it was either Fort Myers or Sarasota where they did the first one. And so, Roger, this is a case, I think, where you're exactly right that a lot of the moves we're seeing right now are also directly tied to a potential 2028 primary. And I believe Florida Politics had a poll out earlier today that said if it were held today, that in the state of Florida, J.D. Vance would best Governor DeSantis by 14 points in Florida alone. So it really seems to me like a lot of this is a proxy fight, the Tallahassee fight, for the potential 2028 primary, which in many ways has already begun.
Yeah, for people who don't live in Florida, they may not remember the background, but Ron DeSantis was a rather undistinguished three-term congressman. He says, by the way, that Byron Donalds is not qualified to be governor, but Donalds has been in the House the same 3 terms that DeSantis was in the House when he ran for governor. Ron was running at about 8%. Adam Putnam, the favorite, endorsed by every single Republican county chairman, every single Republican state legislator in both the House and the Senate, every member of the congressional delegation who was a Republican, with the exception of Matt Gaetz. He was leading 53-8. Then President Trump, with a simple tweeted endorsement, broke that race open. DeSantis took off like a rocket to win the nomination handily. But then President Trump still had to visit Florida 3 times in the last 2 weeks to literally drag DeSantis over the finish line. So a lot of Trump supporters here in the Sunshine State are asking, where is the loyalty? Ron DeSantis would be managing a McDonald's today were it not for Donald Trump. And the real question, the reason I think he's talking about running his wife for governor is for the fulcrum of fundraising that would provide, because no one gives to Ron DeSantis because they like him. People give to him because either he was the neocon alternative to Donald Trump or because they have to, taking a huge amount of money from lobbyists and special interests here in Florida.
Well, so Roger, then, if that is the case, then does it seem, or do you see the signs, the tea leaves already for a potential use of Casey DeSantis's candidacy for governor as a potential springboard for Governor DeSantis to then run in the primary for 2028?
Well, I think that is what he's hoping, but they really need it as an ability to raise money. If they're both out of office between 26 and 2028, raising the hundreds of millions of dollars you need for a presidential campaign is almost impossible. Ron DeSantis, between PACs and his campaign, where he had an extraordinary amount of coordination that many experienced operatives think was illegal, he spent $300 million. The current attorney general, who was his chief of staff, who's announced that he's investigating Andrew and Tristan Tate, he was actually making fundraising calls from the executive office of the governor. That's a felony. Also doing fundraisers in the governor's mansion, also quite illegal. So this is really all about money and 2028. Ron also has the alternative of running for the U.S. Senate. He appointed Ashley Moody, the state attorney general, to the vacancy created by the resignation of Marco Rubio. People assume that she's going to run again, but we don't know that. And it's possible that if Ron doesn't think Casey can make it, because up against the Trump juggernaut. I don't think she can. He could run for the Senate as a way to keep his presidential aspirations alive. But, Jack, senators can't raise the kind of money that governors can, or that a governor's wife can if she's governor, which is, I think, the principal reason she's talking about running. What her qualifications to be governor are is a little hard to put your finger on. Yes, she's done great charitable work. We applaud her for that. But prior to that, she was a newscaster. To say that she's less experienced than Byron Donalds, well, that's absurd.
Folks, we'll be right back with Roger Stone. Quick break here. Real America's Voice, Hour 3 also of the Charlie Kirk program on the Salem Radio Network on the iconic Roger Stone.
For the last 8 years, I've been in bed, basically. After taking Relief Factor, after 2 weeks, when I woke up in the morning, I could open and close my hands, stand on my feet without them killing me. The pain just subsided.
If pain is affecting your life, see how Relief Factor can help you fight back. 100% drug-free, Relief Factor doesn't mask pain, it helps eliminate it. Call or go online. Get your 3-week quick start today, only $19.95.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces?
I think as my hearing loss has gotten worse, I'm not as engaging as I was before.
Then it might be time to consider nano hearing aids. The days of expensive hearing aids are over. Recent changes in the law have allowed for over-the-counter hearing aids sold direct and shipped to your home, which means no more having to go to a doctor and spend thousands.
The fact that you're able to go direct, the pricing was phenomenal. It just was a win-win all the way around.
Nano hearing aids are incredibly affordable and deliver outstanding high-quality volume with superior noise reduction.
When you put nanos in your ears, it truly amazes me that you can hear so much better.
Don't mistake nanos for cheap amplifiers. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. They are lightweight and simple to use, and their tiny in-ear design makes them nearly invisible. And best of all, they are rechargeable, saving you hundreds of dollars on batteries.
They are so small and so powerful. Just makes my life so much better.
Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Order now and get 2 Nano CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $397. You get a free portable charging case, a $79 value, free 24/7 lifetime telephone support, and free shipping. Plus, all Nanos come with a 45-day money-back guarantee. Try them, and if you're not happy, return them for a full refund.
Just so easy, so affordable. Just go ahead and do it.
Nano hearing aids are only $397. But wait, we are so confident you are going to love your Nanos, we are offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Order now and you'll get 2 Nano CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. Call and order your Nano hearing aids right now and get all the benefits of being able to hear again without having to spend thousands.
Call 800-226-2107. That's 800-226-2107.
Are you over 50? Would you like to get up to 33% more income in retirement? Call now and get this free book, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers, from a leading financial firm on maximizing your income in retirement. And if you call right now, as a bonus, we'll throw in a free annuity rate report. Don't miss out on this opportunity because supplies are limited. Both books are yours free, just for calling Annuity General today.
Call 800-899-6246.
Welcome back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. Happening today, President Trump meeting with cryptocurrency executives at the White House. Today's summit comes just one day after 47's latest executive order establishing a strategic cryptocurrency and Bitcoin reserve. That reserve will consist of Bitcoin that's owned by the federal government. The White House crypto czar says the Bitcoin will come from forfeitures assumed as part of criminal and civil cases. And while it's still somewhat unclear how the federally held Bitcoin will benefit you, the taxpayer, crypto czar David Sachs says, quote, the U.S. will not sell any Bitcoin deposited into the reserve. It will be kept as a store of value. The reserve is like a digital Fort Knox for the cryptocurrency that's often called digital gold. Under the latest EO, the Treasury and Commerce secretaries are being directed to develop what the president calls budget-neutral strategies to acquire additional Bitcoin that have no, quote, incremental costs to taxpayers. And while Bitcoin represents imaginary currency held in the cyber world, the Trump administration is preparing to pay out real money that's held here and now. The administration has a 6 p.m. deadline on Monday to pay foreign aid contractors and grant recipients. It's all part of a judge's ruling on Thursday on the heels of the Supreme Court's decision forcing foreign aid payments despite the Department of Government Efficiency's findings of waste when it comes to those payments. The total amount of the upcoming payments is reportedly nearly $2 million. And President Trump doing an about-face on tariffs against Mexico and Canada after last hour, at least temporarily. Just 2 days after slapping the two countries with 25% taxes on imports, the commander-in-chief now pushing pause on those tariffs. He's specifically pulling back on goods covered by the North American Trade Agreement. The change of heart will affect 50% of Mexican imports and 39% of Canadian goods. Mr. Trump's tariff reprieve will last until April 2nd. That same day, by the way, the commander-in-chief expected to impose reciprocal tariffs on all of America's trade partners. That's a quick check of your headlines. I'm Terrence May.
Today, they talk about influencers. These are influencers, and they're friends of mine. Jack Posobiec. Where's Jack? Jack, who's done a great job.
Jack Posobiec, here we are back, Human Events Daily. We're on with legendary political strategist Roger Stone. Now, Roger, we're about 1 week away, just about, I think around this time, 1 week ago, is when President Trump was giving Zelensky the boot from the Oval Office. First of all, Roger, I've got to ask, in all your years in politics, have you ever seen something like this at a presidential level right there in the Oval? And secondly, what do you think were some of the influences on Zelensky that led him to disrespect the People's House in such a way?
Well, it was interesting to see Susan Rice, the former national security advisor to Joe Biden and also to Barack Obama, say that the meeting was a setup. She's right about that, but it was Zelensky who was trying to set up Trump. There are credible reports that Zelensky met or spoke with former Secretary of State Antony Blinken, former Assistant Secretary of State Victoria Nuland, the architect of the disaster in Ukraine, as well as Susan Rice and Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman, as well as Senator Chris Murphy of Connecticut, who talked about it on his X feed. Now, if they urged him not to take a peace deal or not to sign an agreement regarding minerals, that is a serious violation of the Logan Act. The Logan Act specifically says that private citizens cannot have their own foreign policy, that only the president can conduct foreign policy, and contacting foreign leaders to urge them to undertake any course other than that is the official policy of the United States is a serious crime. You may remember Joe Biden wanted to jack up General Flynn, claiming that his conversations when he was named National Security Advisor with the ambassador to Russia violated the Logan Act. They didn't, because Flynn didn't propose any specific course of action, as we now know. Back during the Vietnam War, when there were claims that after LBJ called for a bombing halt, that Nixon had passed word through an intermediary to the South Vietnamese, urging them not to go to the peace table prior to the election. That turned out not to be true, according to historian Luke Nichter, but it was widely believed, and the left went completely insane. They said it was treason and that Nixon should have been prosecuted. So once again, you have the double standard. This is something I think Kash Patel should investigate. And if they did, in fact, get with Zelensky and urge him not to cooperate with the President of the United States, they should be prosecuted.
Roger, and of course we remember this. We remember the Logan Act prosecution. Remember Sally Yates leading that when she was the acting attorney general. Remember all these investigations that were launched. They were completely nonsense into Flynn, who, by the way, was the incoming national security advisor, duly appointed by the president-elect. And now you have a situation where people who have no ties to government whatsoever would be getting in. And of course, why would Zelensky throw something like this, a deal which, look, I was there with him in Kiev when he reneged on the deal with Besant. Then he goes to Munich and he reneges on the deal with J.D. Vance. So finally, you would think, Roger, I thought for sure that what he really wanted out of all of this was an Oval Office visit, that he wanted that to be able to show face back home. He's going to have to run for president again at some point in Ukraine after the war's over and martial law runs out. So certainly you would go to that signing ceremony, which, and by the way, for folks who think this was some kind of pre-planned ambush or something, the pens were already laid out. The documents were laid out in the East Room of the White House. This was a done deal, and it was Zelensky himself and his actions, potentially, as you say, acting on the advice of Susan Rice and others to scuttle it.
Well, let's remember, Zelensky is an actor by trade. He's a comedic actor. I always thought that he was an actor, frankly, played to play the part of a president by the oligarchs in Ukraine. And his goal here was to provoke Trump. The president preempted him when Zelensky insisted that the $350 billion we've given him is a gift or a grant, and that he shouldn't have to pay any of it back. That the president correctly saw as disrespectful to the American people. I'll tell you the other thing, Jack, that bothers me. We give this guy $350 billion. He can't wear a suit and tie to meet the president of the United States. He wore a suit and tie when he spoke to the World Economic Forum. He wore a suit and tie when he went to kiss the butt of Klaus Schwab and the globalists. But when he addresses a joint session of Congress or when he visits the president of the United States, he can't wear a suit and tie. Even Elon Musk recognized the decorum of the U.S. House of Representatives, the floor of the Congress, and he wore a suit for the president's State of the Union. By the way, I think he looked great in it. So that this lack of respect or this playing a role, Castro used to do this, the communist
Precisely,
dictator.
Roger. We're coming up on a quick break. By the way, shout out to our own Brian Glenn at Real America's Voice, who pushed Zelensky and pressed him on that question about a suit and tie in the People's Oval Office of the People's House. We'll be right back.
Friend, do you remember when it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank to expand a business, go on vacation, or buy a new car? Well, today, withdrawing your own cash has become a very risky business, according to The Secret War, a shocking new research report. I just read it. And folks, I was amazed to learn why banks are now required to spy on us for the government and then report any suspicious or unusual behavior. I suggest you get The Secret War free. Just call the number on the screen, no charge, from the folks at Swiss America. And get this, did you know simply spending cash today may be enough to have you branded as a potential criminal? That's right. The new war on cash is really a war against all freedom-loving Americans. The Secret War is yours free, so call the number on the screen and you can tell them Pat Boone gave you the number.
This is the purest source of vitamins you can get. Unlike pills and powder, Gem is real food. I take it every day. There's no synthetic fillers, no mega doses. I'm eating actual food. I trust Gem. I trust real food.
You push it. You try to hold them shut, but your doors won't stay closed no matter what. Introducing Ruby Monkey Magnets. Ultra-thin magnetic plates that will keep your doors and drawers shut. Just peel to reveal the super strong adhesive. Place the monkey, then the magnet, and close. Installation is that simple, and now you have a door that will stay shut. The secret is the ultra-strong industrial magnet's powerful attraction that holds tight. Monkey magnets work on most surfaces and are perfect for cabinets, dresser drawers, sliding closet doors, and more. Even your outdoor problems are solved in an instant because they're corrosion and rust resistant. Call or go online now to get 8 sets of Monkey magnets for only $9.99. Due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get Monkey magnets at this low price. There is a strict limit of 1 house pack per order. Call now.
Call 1-800-519-4389. That's 1-800-519-4389. Call or visit monkeymagnets.com. So call 1-800-519-4389 now.
What do you do when your tire goes flat and there's no air anywhere? You reach for Bullseye Pro, the smarter, faster, hands-free way to fill it up with air. Bullseye Pro is equipped with a rechargeable power plant, smart pressure sensor, and custom nozzles. It's like the power of an air compressor in the palm of your hand. Get your complete Bullseye Pro inflation system for just $79.99 and get free shipping. Plus, we'll give you a 50% discount on a second one. Order now.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
Terrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice news break. Thanks so much for being here with us. The U.S. House votes to censure Texas Democrat Al Green for his outburst during President Trump's address to a joint session of Congress on Tuesday.
Will Representative Green present himself to the well? By its adoption of House Resolution 189, the House has resolved that Representative Al Green be censured, that Representative Al Green forthwith present himself in the well of the House of Representatives for the pronouncement of censure, and that Representative Al Green be censured with public reading of this resolution by the Speaker. The House had come to order. The House had come to order.
Similar to his defiance during Thursday's censure, the Texas congressman was also defiant leading up to his removal from President Trump's address. Thursday's censure resolution passed by a 224 to 198 vote, with a handful of Democrats joining Republicans to admonish Green. Republican Representative Dan Newhouse of Washington State authored the resolution, saying that Green's actions were, quote, breach of proper conduct. House Speaker Mike Johnson tweeted that Green, quote, disgraced the institution of Congress and the constituents he serves. Well, while Bitcoin represents an imaginary currency that's held in the cyber world, the Trump administration is preparing to pay out some real money that's held in the here and now. The administration has a 6 p.m. deadline on Monday to pay foreign aid contractors and some grant recipients. It's all part of a judge's ruling on Thursday on the heels of the Supreme Court's decision forcing foreign aid payments despite the Department of Government Efficiency's findings of waste when it comes to those payments. That's a quick check of your headlines. I'm Terrence Bates.
And Jack, where's Jack? Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys who should be getting Pulitzers.
All right, folks, here we are back live, Human Events Daily, Real America's Voice. Want to also welcome in the third hour of the Charlie Kirk Show on the Salem Radio Network. We are here discussing all things political with veteran political strategist Roger Stone. But Roger also had an interesting article that he posted a couple nights ago, and I have to say I read the entire thing word for word because a lot of folks have been looking at the failing health of Pope Francis. Pope Francis, seen as a member of the liberal wing of the church, someone who's championed a number of issues that are in line with liberal causes, immigration, open border immigration, climate change, but has also stood for things like pro-life, has stood up against the idea of women being in the pulpit as priests, and also, by the way, is a vocal opponent of the Ukraine war and has constantly called for peace. Well, he's been in the hospital for weeks. On Ash Wednesday, he was not able to say Mass in the Vatican, was required to have a cardinal to replace him. And Roger has written an article about the potential process, should it occur, for selecting the next pope. Roger, when you apply the art of political prognostication or election prognostication to something like the papacy, is it much different from when you're looking at, say, a seat in Congress or a presidential race?
People tell you that the church or the military is not political, and of course they're entirely political, Jack. So let's look at the process. If the Pope goes on to meet his maker, you would have what is called a conclave. This is a gathering of all the popes from around the world, with the exception of those over 80. They are not permitted to vote. That is a significant setback for the more conservative elements of the church, but it's based on a rule that came out of Vatican II. So of the current College of Cardinals, 80% of them were chosen by Francis, who by any measure would have to be considered one of the most progressive popes in recent memory. Anyway, these elections, there's a cap, and the number can slightly differ, the cap on the number of votes. They meet in the Sistine Chapel. They're essentially locked in, and they keep balloting until they have one candidate with a majority. Each one of the cardinals writes the name of their chosen candidate on a slip of paper, folds it, places it in a chalice on the altar. The ballots are counted by 3 scrutineers, and to win, a candidate needs 2/3 a majority of the votes. If nobody gets a majority, those ballots are burned with a chemical that smokes black, and therefore the smoke you see rising from the roof of the Sistine Chapel is black, means they do not yet have a pope. Only when they have a pope do they use a different chemical mix, and the smoke is white. The words habemus papam, meaning we have a pope, is announced from the balcony. Now you look at the jockeying. Here we go. Cardinal Pietro Parolin, 70, of Italy. He's the Vatican's Secretary of State. Parolin may be the current frontrunner, if there is one. He's a moderate with extensive diplomatic experience. He's viewed kind of as a continuum of the current pope, although he has some controversial dealings, such as the Vatican's agreement with China, that could complicate his candidacy. Cardinal Luis Antonio Tagle of the Philippines, known as the Asian Francis. He's, again, a leader of the progressive wing of the church, and he follows the current pope's pastoral approach. My sources tell me that he'd be the worst and probably the most left-wing of the choices. Cardinal Matteo Zuppi of Italy, another favorite of Pope Francis. Zuppi is president of the Italian Episcopal Conference and a moderate known for his social justice advocacy. Cardinal Fridolin Ambrogo Basungi of the Congo. He's a strong conservative voice. I guess in a perfect world, he'd probably be my first choice. He's a terrific long shot. Remember, Jack, that 80% of these voters were appointed by the current Pope. Cardinal Wim Egypt, a former doctor, another conservative, known for actually opposing Francis's views on marriage and marriage and divorce. His traditionalist stance would appeal to some cardinals to rebalance current reforms, but he, again, is a long shot. Cardinal Raymond Burke of the United States, an American traditionalist. Burke has clashed with Francis on issues like marriage, the Eucharist, same-sex marriage. He's a long shot, but he represents a more conservative vocal faction. My sources think Burke would launch major reforms to strengthen the church until young Catholics who are overwhelmingly conservative are ready to take the helm. Then there's Cardinal Peter Erdo of Hungary, 72, a conservative canon lawyer respected for his adherence to church doctrine and his kind of low-profile approach. He, again, would attract some moderate and conservative votes to the extent that there are conservative votes. Remember, the current Pope appointed 80% of the electorate in this particular election. And then, of course, there's Cardinal Mario Grish of Malta. He is the Secretary General of the Synod of Bishops. He's a Francis appointee with an extremely progressive bent, emphasizing dialogue with marginalized groups. So if I had my pick, I would take Cardinal Robert Serra of Guinea. He'd be my first choice. He's a staunch conservative, a defender of the faith in the church, believes in borders, believes in the rules of the West. We really couldn't do better than Cardinal Robert Serra of Guinea.
So, Roger, when for folks that aren't even familiar with the way the College of Cardinals works, for the understanding of them, to be able to be voted on at all, one must be a member of the Cardinals. And so this is your highest rung of the prelates of the church, other than the papacy itself. From those ranks, someone must be chosen. It doesn't have to be a cardinal, but it is generally a cardinal. And I believe one of the requirements is that they must be under 80 years old.
That is one of the great disadvantages. It's one thing to say that the Pope should be under 80, but to deny a vote among the cardinals for those cardinals who are over 80 years, this makes no sense to me. In fact, somebody who's 80 years old would be very wise. That's someone you would want voting. We had a president, Ronald Reagan. He was 80 when he left office. He was among our greatest presidents. I think Donald Trump is 77. Why would you exclude those over 80 unless, of course, it's politics, which is what this is about?
Well, that's right. And this is a new, so basically the idea is then that creates basically a quorum of people who were not appointed by previous popes, so Benedict or any of the John Paul II cardinals, if they're still around, that they wouldn't be able to participate in the voting. And then it sets itself up in such a way where Francis essentially is sort of giving the inside track to his own successor. Do you believe that Pope Francis has picked a successor?
My guess is he probably has. I mean, look, it's disappointing because, Jack, like you, when I was raised in the church, it was a bulwark of anti-communism. I watched, Father Fulton Sheen on WPIX in New York growing up. That Catholic Church does not seem to exist except for in certain parishes, and outspoken conservatives like Bergano and others are actually excommunicated when they disagree with this Pope. Now, I've seen this Pope say that the Bible specifically says that Jesus Christ was opposed to private property rights. That's not true. That's false. So look, the Bible is a practical document. I didn't always know this. I know it today, and it can be read for its literal word. But some of the things that have been projected onto it are shocking. Yes, as Catholics, we have to have a concern for the poor. But in both the Old Testament and the New, hard work is highly prized. Self-enterprise and self-responsibility, these are also enumerated in the Bible. You wouldn't know it from this Pope.
Well, that's exactly right, Roger. And in fact, there are many items of doctrine, capital punishment and others that have been long-standing practices within the church that Pope Francis and the Jesuit, and he is of the Jesuit stripe, that have sought to overturn a doctrine that has been in touch for a long time. By the way, this is also, and we've been discussing it here on the show. I had an op-ed on humanevents.com that went quite viral because we've been discussing the effect that this has had on one Amy Coney Barrett, where she seems to have taken Pope Francis's words and rhetoric over the actual doctrine of the church and certainly over the jurisprudence of the Supreme Court itself and the Constitution itself, and is taking sort of these ideas of Pope Francis and seemingly putting them into her decisions rather than looking at the longstanding practices of the church. If she is, as she claims to be, a practicing Catholic, what about Thomas Aquinas? What about Augustine of Hippo? What about the Church Fathers? What about all of the popes prior to Pope Francis who have been in long-standing opposition to many of the things that he said? Well, she seems to be applying that to her voting now, and it has led to situations where she'll say that the President of the United States doesn't even have authority to defund programs.
Back at the time that she was under consideration, the great argument was that she was both a great pro-life champion. I was skeptical about her appointment then. Think how different things would be if President Trump had appointed Judge Andrew Napolitano to the court, which is who I think he should have appointed. Gorsuch is somewhat a libertarian, being joined on the court by Napolitano, another libertarian. We'd have a very different day today on the so-called Roberts court. Amy Coney Barrett has been a horrific disappointment. Frankly, so has Kavanaugh. But if you understood Kavanaugh's ties to the Clintons and the Bushes, you would have understood that prior to his being appointed as well.
I think that's very sound, and I think it's something where, look, a lot of us have talked about this, and I came out with a, perhaps a little bit provocative article, but hey, it's kind of on brand for me, where I said that this shows the danger of Republican DEI. Because people kept saying we need to nominate a woman to replace Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Trump needs to nominate a woman because it was an election year. It was 2020 at the time. And as it turned out, it had no effect on the election whatsoever. Obviously, there are a lot of other issues with the 2020 election, but it's also painted us into a corner where just because she was pro-life, and certainly there's no shortage of pro-life conservatives in the legal field, now we've got someone who's essentially a pro-life liberal on the court for the rest of her life. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with more Roger Stone, myself here, Real America's Voice, and Hour 3 of The Charlie Kirk Show on Salem Radio Network.
Messes happen every day in every way, but who wants to drag out a bulky vacuum? Introducing Horsepower Duck, a super compact vac with ultra-powerful suction. Watch as it effortlessly crushes this large bottle. This is a small but mighty duck, making it quick and easy to clean any mess. Just duck it up. The compact design can reach the tightest places. It's smaller than a water bottle, so store it in any drawer where it's always at your fingertips. Plus, it dumps out with ease, so it's ready to clean again.
I used to have to drag out this huge thing they call a portable vacuum cleaner. Now I keep the duck in my kitchen drawer and I clean up messes in 2 seconds.
The turbocharged motor is engineered to create a powerful vortex of suction, while the HEPA filter helps remove dust and allergens. We attach the duck to this tube, and the powerful suction lifts the water all the way to the top. Clean up that mess in the kitchen, the spill on the sofa, even sawdust and screws in the workshop. Plus, it's rechargeable. Got messy pets? Duck powerfully picks up pet hair from anywhere and cleans around that dish in a flash. You can even store it in your glove box for the ultimate car vac. Clean seats, the floor, and deep into those hard-to-reach places. Other bulky hand vacs sell for up to $150, but get the Horsepower Duck hand vac for just $39.99. Order right now and we'll upgrade you to the Duck Pro package, a $30 value, yours free. You get the bendable tube to get into tough spots like under appliances, the crevice nozzle to reach into those quacks and crevices, and the soft brush nozzle to vacuum gently with no scratches. You'll get the Duck with all the deluxe attachments, but supplies are limited, so there's a strict limit of 3 per order. This may be your last chance to get yours at this low price. So don't delay. Duck it up today.
To order, call 1-800-692-0144 or visit duckback.com. So call 1-800-692-0144 or visit duckback.com. Order now.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces? Then it might be time to consider Nano hearing aids. The days of expensive hearing aids are over. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. They are powerful, lightweight, and simple to use, and their tiny in-ear design makes them nearly invisible. Plus, they are rechargeable, saving you hundreds of dollars on batteries. Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Nano hearing aids are only $397. But wait, we are so confident you are going to love your Nanos, we are offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Call now and get 2 CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. You get a free portable charging case, free 24/7 lifetime telephone support, free shipping, and a 45-day money-back guarantee.
Call 800-226-2107. That's 800-226-2107.
Jack is a great guy. He's written a fantastic book. Everybody's talking about it. Go get it. And he's been my friend right from the beginning of this whole beautiful event. And we're going to turn it around and make our country great again. Amen.
Ryan Ruth will appear for a status hearing in Florida. He's set to go to trial this fall. However, both of these cases still yielding a lot of questions. President Trump yesterday in the Oval Office was defiant, and now he has allies leading both the FBI in Kash Patel, the director, and Secret Service Director Sean Curran. Here's more from the president yesterday.
They are giving me a report next week sometime, and I do believe I'll be releasing. I want to release the report. Maybe there's a reason that we shouldn't, so I don't want to get too far ahead of my skis, but yeah, I would be very willing to release that.
Authorities say he waited for hours in the bushes at the president's golf club in West Palm Beach last September, hoping to take a shot. A Secret Service agent luckily thwarted that plot, and Ruth was later captured.
When I'm working long hours, I'm always listening to Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
All right, Jack Posobiec back live with Roger Stone. You saw that clip there in the quick break for those of you watching on TV that Ryan Ruth will be in court today. We're also getting breaking out of that case that more than 100 federal agents have handled evidence in the Ryan Ruth case, and the FBI was required to buy a special 10 terabyte drive for the discovery in this case. Ryan Ruth, of course, we broke the story about his ties to the Azov battalion over in Ukraine. The fact remains that he was a Ukrainian foreign fighter who then came to the United States using a Soviet-style rifle to attempt to kill Donald Trump. Roger, you've written about the JFK assassination extensively. We obviously, of course, are waiting for Anna Paulina Luna and the others on this task force to release those files. Do you believe that President Trump will actually be able to get this information out in front of the American people?
I think it's absolutely essential that he does. In both the case of Butler, Pennsylvania, and in the case regarding West Palm Beach, we still have more questions than we have answers. And I think that's due to a cover-up. Let's take Butler. We know that there's a man with a gun. The Secret Service knows that. The state and local police know that. They know that he's inside the perimeter for 91 minutes. He's been seen with a rangefinder and a firearm, yet nobody informs the president's direct detail, and the president is not evacuated. Additionally, the federal, state, and local police are all on different radio frequencies, so they can't speak to each other. The Secret Service declines 2 offers by the local police to conduct drone surveillance of the entire sealed perimeter area, yet they don't end up doing it themselves as they say they're going to, because they say they can't get their federal technology, which is new to them, to actually operate. The building should have been searched and sealed under the Secret Service manual, but of course it wasn't. We also have a situation in which the man they claim shot President Trump, Thomas Matthew Crooks, is shot and killed because, well, like Lee Harvey Oswald, dead men tell no tales. We can still see photographs of him talking on the telephone, but our government agencies can't tell us who it is he was talking to. Apple refuses to turn over his records, but they had no problem turning over my records to Robert Mueller before they even got a subpoena for them. So, yeah, I think it reeks of cover-up. In the case of West Palm Beach, here's a man that we're told is indigent. He's behind in his rent payments. He's behind in his alimony. Yet he can afford to travel to all these European capitals where we've seen pictures of him, including Kyiv. He can afford to post a website to recruit mercenary fighters to go and fight in Ukraine. How did he get a gun in the United States? He certainly didn't fly here with one. Now, he had no trouble flying here because, unlike Tulsi Gabbard, this guy evidently was not on a secret TSA domestic terrorist watch list. but it looks to me like he should have been. So I say this constantly in my own shows. You've said it as well, Jack. Praying for our president is one of the most important things we can do today. They've tried to kill him twice. I say they, the deep state. And that doesn't mean they will not try again. In fact, given the momentous reforms and his drive for full disclosure of the epic corruption, waste, and yes, absolute treason within our government, he's very, very dangerous to them. He's an existential threat to the deep state today.
You're exactly right, and we need all of the information. Roger, tell us about, I understand you have an announcement about a new evening show that's going to be going on weeknights.
Yeah, it's great, Jack, on 77 WABC and the Apple Audio Network, Red Apple Audio Network, pardon me. I'm now doing a show in primetime every night at 8 p.m. Eastern. You can get that by going to WABCradio.com, WABCradio.com, every weeknight. And then Sunday, still 2 hours now on Sundays. That's the Roger Stone Show. You hear it all by going to WABCradio.com.
That's a lot of Roger Stone content. And do you still have the website up at stonezone.com for the books?
Absolutely. You can go to stonezone.com. I'm still turning out print journalism there. I've got a new piece up on Andrew and Tristan Tate coming to Florida. I have a piece that's about to go up on the parallels between President Nixon and President Trump. Many, many, many parallels. The fact they're both trying to extract America from a costly war. The fact that they deeply distrust the DC bureaucracy and the liberal media. Many, many, many parallels.
And also both set up by the deep state. Roger Stone, God bless. Thank you so much for your time with us here today, Human Events Daily. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, as always, you have my permission to lay ashore.
This is the purest source of vitamins you can get. Unlike pills and powder, Gem is real food. I take it every day. There's no synthetic fillers, no mega doses. I'm eating actual food. It's not a supplement. I trust real food.
I'm Richard Karn, and I love my hose. My hose is lightweight. Oh, no. My hose will not kink. Come on. And my hose is anti-leak. It ain't those old hoses. This is my hose. The new pocket hose Copper Bullet, now infused with real copper, so your water is always clean and lead-free. Just turn on the water and watch your hose grow and grow to a full-size 3/4-inch hose. It stretches and expands like a rubber band. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking and squeezing that water out until it's practically bone dry. And that makes it easy to carry and put away. Our new inner tube uses 3 layers of high-strength latex on the inside. Then it's wrapped in a new polymer filament jacket, similar to the technology used in forest fire hoses because it's light and tough. 3 times stronger than the other hoses. It's guaranteed for 10 years. Nearly impossible to tear or snag. And the redesigned connector protector helps stop leaks at the spigot. But my favorite part of our new hose build? The oversized, easy-to-grip fittings. Easy on and off, even with gloves. With more than 100 patents worldwide, it's the best pocket hose in the world. Get the super light 25-foot pocket hose Copper Bullet today for only $29.99. But wait, call now and get our copper spray nozzle with our exclusive thumb drive free. Simply use your thumb to turn off and on. And with 10 unique patterns, you'll have a setting for every job. It's a $30 value, yours free with every 50-foot Copper Bullet. But it's not available in stores. This is an exclusive release of our newest pocket hose. There is a strict limit of 3 per order, so don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-448-0876 or visit copperbullethose.com. So call 1-800-448-0876 or visit copperbullethose.com. Order now.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call 1-800-319-0257. That's 1-800-319-0257.
Attention homeowners. Are you behind on your mortgage payments? Is the bank threatening to take your home? Is your home worth less than you owe? If you answered yes to any of these questions, then you need to call this number right now.
Call 800-714-8615.